Hello and welcome everybody to Larkhall in Scotland for event 4 of the Wera Tour's British Kart Championships. It's going to be a great weekend for us here at the Premier Circuit in Scotland. This layout, 1,140 metres, 10 turns, 14 feet in elevation change, particularly through that wild banking through hairpin number 2 in the last third of the lap. We've had racing here since the 1960s in some capacity or other, but with a series of changes and improvements over the course of the years, this is a fantastic track, the only FIA international karting track here in Scotland. In terms of what we've got to come up here today, we've got the second meeting of the season for most of the IAME categories, also second meeting of the year for the Honda Cadets. It is the first appearance, though, in 2026 of the IAME M1 Bambinos. Myself, Andrew Mather, and Ceol Lynch will take you through all of the action here from yesterday through our build-up show. Really excited for this one, Ceol. They have a saying in this part of the world, particularly this weekend, that if it's no Scotland, it's no party. You've got to have it as part of the Wera Tour's British Kart Championships. We're here once again. But for the IAME categories, they've not been here in a while, have they?
No, that's correct. Beautiful circuit here at Larkhall, but like you say, IAME haven't been here since 2023. So for a lot of the drivers, maybe a circuit they don't necessarily have too much experience with. Of course, ever-changing conditions here so far, so it's going to make for an interesting one. Yeah,
the rain has been on and off throughout the whole meeting so far. Could well be a factor again here today. Let's learn a little bit more about this circuit, though, from one of the key members of the team here up in Scotland, Angus Mulsdale.
Joining me here in the former W Series headquarters is circuit manager Angus Mulsdale. Angus, it's great to have you with us this weekend. Obviously, your family took over this circuit in 2019. Tell us a bit about that.
Yes, so we've been involved here the last 7 years. It was a great opportunity to develop karting within Scotland. We've had Larkhall circuit here for over 60 years. Very many famous drivers from Lewis Hamilton, probably the number one in the world, been here. We've got all the F1 drivers of today, thanks to the British Championship, have raced at Larkhall. And we've also created a lot of our own Scottish drivers, like David Coulthard, Paul di Resta, and many, many more today. So we've been loved to be involved. We've put a lot of investment and effort into this facility, and we're actually really, really glad to have this in Scotland and try and develop young drivers today as well.
Well, that's right. And you recently got it FIA graded in the last couple of years, which is a brilliant step. This is the only Scottish circuit that is FIA graded to this date. And let's talk about the circuit, though. What do you think brings a specific challenge to the drivers?
Yeah, so I think it's the mix that we have here. So we've got some very, very tight stops, and we have a lot of fast-flowing sections as well. So I really think having that mix, we've got some interesting camber as well. On some corners, we've got a bank corner. Last corner is slightly off camber. We have lots that kind of makes this a really, really technical, difficult circuit to drive.
Yeah, for sure. And let's paint a picture for the fans, the viewers who might not be here today. If you could watch from one corner around this circuit for the rest of this weekend, where would it be?
I think actually the banked corner. So you get a great view down the end of the straight. Lots of overtakes there into the tight hairpin between post 6 and 7. So I think the visibility that you get at the bank corner, looking over a good part of the infield of the circuit, is fantastic.
I think many would agree with you. And of course, our IAME classes haven't been here since 2023. So I know there's a buzz for all of them to be back. But is there any specific races the British Kart Championships have joined you for years now that you find memorable in particular?
Yeah, I think so. Particularly the seniors. When we had Rotax a couple of years ago, great moves in the last lap, last corner of the senior final. But very, very high standard of drivers here in the British Kart Championships. So, yes, always exciting to watch.
Well, thank you very much for joining us, and we'll see what action holds this weekend.
Thank you.
Big thanks to Angus for his time, and a big thanks to all of the Larkhall staff as well for many. It's a long trip up here. I'm not quite sure how the Scots do it when it's the boots on the other foot, but it's always a warm welcome when we come up here to Scotland.
That is right, but let's hear from the drivers themselves before their action today. More insight about the circuit.
Welcome to Larkhall Circuit, the only FIA grade circuit in Scotland. This is a real tester for the drivers. And as you might be able to tell from the next few minutes, the weather very changeable here this weekend. Let's get into where some of the overtakes and some of the key moments from this weekend's action will take place.
I'm here at Turn 1 with Junior X30 driver Katie Donaldson. Katie, we're in Scotland for you, but it's still not too close to you, is it?
No, it's 4 hours down, so I'm 4 hours to my house, so it's really not my local track.
And let's talk Turn 1, because the last time you raced here, you were in a Bambino.
Yeah.
So I'm guessing it's going to be very different for you, but this corner can get tight, especially on the race starts. You can see visibly there's some bumps in the track. What do you make of it?
I find this corner very challenging if you take it wrong. I could imagine in a race start, it could be messy, but I feel like if you play it clean, you can get away with it.
Do you have a game plan through here tomorrow?
Just keep it clean and yeah.
Well, I think that's a good idea. Let's head straight on to the next complex with Andrew and Tosh.
Thanks, Ceol. Down here at the next few corners with Archie Tosh. Archie, these corners as we walk and continue to walk through them, they're really tough, aren't they? Tell me about this curb as we go past it as well.
You don't want to go over it because you'll just take 2 tenths off your lap time. So you just want to skiff off the inside.
I say we see a little bit of rubber in this part of the circuit. I say if you're not on the circuit, if you're in the air, you're not driving forward, and then you're immediately into this next corner, aren't you? This right-hander. How do you tackle this corner?
So you want to stay on the middle line, then chuck it in, brake, then back on.
Because out of this corner as well, you've got that long run to the next corner.
Yeah.
Maximum speed out of here is so important, isn't it?
Yeah, maximum speed's like 57.6 or something. So yeah, in the dry, yeah. In the wet, like it'll be like 55.9.
Absolutely, and I say that all leads into the next set of corners where we see a lot of overtaking around this circuit. Carl Kerr, we're here at hairpin, the first of these two back-to-back hairpins. What do you make of this corner?
I think it's really fun to do with the dive bombs.
Lots of overtaking, and then it can get quite tight on the exit here. We've got this raised curb that you don't really want to be on.
Yeah, it's quite close, so I just try to stay off of it.
And then the exit's important, isn't it, for the next turn?
Yeah.
And here we are, Kyle, at this second hairpin. We've flowed out to the first. This is one of your best corners, isn't it?
Yeah, it's one of my favourites.
Why is it one of your favourites?
It's really fast and really big.
And you've got this banking. What's the word that you would use to describe this banking?
I would probably say it's like gigantic.
It is quite steep, isn't it? And I can imagine in differing conditions, dry to wet, wet to dry, there's all kinds of lines that you pull through here, aren't there?
Yeah, there's loads of different ones.
Absolutely. So another really important corner here at Larkhall. Let's go on to the next key section.
Well, thank you very much, Andrew. And just in time to wrap up this track walk, we have the rain. Right in time for Morgan Moore, one of our top senior X30 drivers. Second here in similar to these conditions last weekend. Morgan, talk us through it.
Yeah, I'm here at the last corner, Larkhall. Really good track. So you're coming off a tight last sector, fast, flat out pretty much in the senior and the dry. If you don't get it right, which is easy done, you can be overtaken in this last corner. Good manoeuvre, especially if you can block past someone. In the wet conditions, you'd want to be keeping a good outside line on the rubber and then cut back to finish it off, get traction on the exit. In the dry though, fast corner, faster than you might think. Good for overtaking. A lot of drama has happened in the last laps over the last few years. Late apex, get on the power nice and early, but not too early, otherwise you'll end up on the tarmac at the edge of the circuit. But yeah, no, really good track.
Thank you very much, Morgan. We will see you out here with your helmet on very soon.
Thanks.
Back to Andrew.
So there you go. There are all the tips of the trade to master a lap here round Larkhall. The only visit this season to Scotland for the British Kart Championships. Sunday is set to be a cracker.
Great to get some insight there from the drivers who are going to see it in action very shortly. And as you can tell, the weather is ever changing here, which is going to call for some tools for our mechanics. Let's hear from one of our championship sponsors, Wera Tools.
Welcome back, everybody, to Larkhall for event 4 of the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. Racing getting underway shortly. And for the first time this year, we've got the IAME M1 Bambino class joining us.
It is. It's great to have them here for their debut weekend with us. Let's hear more about them and how you can get involved.
Bambino karting makes its return to the Wera Tools British Kart Championships here this weekend with the M1s in action here at Larkhall. But what is Bambino karting and how can you get involved? Here with Dan Parker, here at Larkhall this weekend. Dan, we've got the Bambinos racing with us for the first time. The entry level to the sport, drivers 6 years of age and above. What more can you tell us about this level?
Yeah, firstly, it's great to have the Bambinos here with us. Youngest category, as you've said, 6 years old. We're one of the only ASNs that actually recognise this in terms of racing. It's been recognised by the ASN in Motorsport UK since 2010, and it was started out as time trial to begin with, and now we've moved on to obviously wheel-to-wheel racing, so the kids get some really good experience.
In terms of the off-track side of things, it's a really good platform for new people to the sport to learn how to mechanic, how to put the kart together, how to get it out on track. And the two versions of Bambino karting as well, the internal combustion and the electric side of things, how do those interact?
Yeah, so it's a really good question. So we recognise two different types of Bambino. We've got the petrol version, which we've got racing today. We've also got the electric version for the class as well. So really, when the parents are beginning, they've got two really clear options. There's one, the petrol one, where they can get a little bit more hands-on, if you like, and then a little bit more about running a petrol cart. Or there's also the electric version as well, which is a little bit simpler to operate, but they both do the same job in giving the drivers experience and getting used to having other karts around them in an environment as we've got here today at Larkhall.
And as you say, it's been around for about a decade and a half now. Some of the drivers, the names behind you are champions from 2025. They started out in Bambinos. We're now also starting to see drivers going all the way up to Formula One who started in Bambinos. It really does give the drivers a bit of a leg up in a way for later on in their karting careers.
Yeah, definitely. It makes me feel a little bit old actually, because I was probably started this class when it first began. So some of the drivers that you can see behind us that have won British Championships, and then all the way up, as you said, to drivers like Ollie Behrman, Arvid Lindblad, Freddie Slater, who's coming through. He's in F3 at the moment. I think they all started in Bambino. So we're now seeing the drivers come through that pathway, and that's really exciting.
Here with Bryla Stevens and her dad. You both work together on the M1 Bambino and the electric Bambino. How do they complement one another?
Yeah, they do, where the electric's just a lot easier, where you're just focusing on the kart and setup because the powertrains are very similar. The IAME just has the passion and the noise, so I'm happy doing both, to be honest, where some weekends I get an easier one and the other ones I get the full stress, to help me lose my hair.
And it helps you get ready for the next stages as well. There's a nice ease into the sport.
Yeah, I think anyone starting, I'll definitely tell them to do Mighty or electric.
And then move into the M1.
Yeah.
Mike Chapman, last time you were here at Larkhall was in your Bambino days, now in Water Swift. How does that knowledge from Bambino help for a weekend like this, and has helped you through the last few years?
Well, it's definitely helped, because obviously we have been here before, we've travelled here before. Harry has spent some time driving around the track, but we have only ever spent 3 days here. So coming here now on a bigger, faster kart is definitely a new challenge. It's definitely a big learning curve. We're going to just have to take it in our stride and see how we get on. Yeah.
What were the 3 things, when you look back at Bambino now, what were the 3 things that were the biggest things that you learned, and what would you say for new parents looking at that?
Maintenance, definitely maintenance on the kart. You've just got to be on top of it, keep it maintained. Tyre pressures is something you learn that carries on. You learn that throughout your whole driving career, like me with Harry. We learn about tyre pressures every day. You learn about that early on, so we're bringing that into this class for sure. Not so much gear, and we didn't do that in the Bambinos, but...
And it's a good place for privateers to learn as well.
Absolutely, I think you have to. So you start off at your local club levels, and I would say progress to national, and it's about building confidence yourself. You need your own confidence, and again, your child's going to need confidence, and once you've both got that, you can excel.
Bodie, tell me about your time in Bambinos.
So I'm in Water Swift right now, and Bambino helped me as a driver to help me learn how to defend and develop my overtaking skills. and it helped me interact with people well, and I had fun racing with my friends.
George, tell us about your time in Bambinos and how it made you a more resilient driver.
I remember the Bambinos were great racing because the karts are a bit slower, and it's a lot of fun to try and get the overtakes a bit when I was a bit younger. It also taught me to keep my head up if things got down, because I remember one week a long time ago on Saturday I had a bit of a bad position, a bit annoyed, came back on Sunday and got back through the order in the race on Sunday, and then ended up pretty good, I think.
Harry, how much fun is Bambino karting?
Bambinos is a lot of fun, especially when you can fit so many karts and do on the track, and then you can do such late dive bombs.
What's your best memory of racing in Bambinos?
My best memory in Bambino is probably when I won the British Championships at Beaudette in 2023.
Great to hear from some of those in the paddock about their experiences of Bambino karting. If you want to get involved, talk to your local kart club. Many of them run specialist sessions for Bambino age drivers. It'd be great to see you on the kart track in the near future.
Thank you very much, Andrew. It's always great to hear more about our Bambino categories. Larkhall is a brilliant example of one of the circuits advocating for that, and there is many around the UK that you can find your nearest one. Let's see how they got on, though, in their first final yesterday.
Saturday saw the first M1 Bambino final of 2026 take place. George Miller and Teddy Smith on the front row, with 11 drivers set to take part in what was a historic race for many of them in their young careers. Down towards the first few corners, George Miller took the early lead. There was an entertaining scrap for third between the likes of Shay Downey, Stanley Thurston and Jules Nash that went through the entire course of the race. Many moves back and forth, particularly through the hairpins. Midway through the race, Teddy Smith would take the race lead away from George Miller as they broke into a top two, leaving the rest fighting for third, Jules Nash eventually winning out. Teddy Smith took the first win of the year, a strong competitor round this Larkhall circuit. He'll look for more on Sunday. There's the first M1 Bambino final for 2026 done and dusted. Their second final will be later today, with all of the live coverage for you here on your platform of choice. Now, Honda Cadet, they've already had two finals before this weekend. Before we see their final highlights from yesterday, here's the thoughts of some of the drivers who were very strong last time out at Event 2.
Archie Gannon is joining me here in the Apollo Karts team awning. Archie, let's go back to last year for you. Of course, you're returning in Honda Cadet this year. You are on that number 5 seed. Talk to us a bit about last year.
It had some ups, downs. I finished 5th overall somehow. That year never went to plan, I guess you could say. And yeah.
And we know your hopes are set high for this year, but let's mention your dad, former KZ2 champion in this championship. That must be something to look up for you in this championship, is it?
Yeah.
And come on, give us the inside scoop. Do you think when it evens out a little bit and you two are going to be able to be in the same car, would you be faster?
Possibly. I don't really know yet since I'm not up there yet.
And of course, goals for this year. What are your goals for this year?
Just to do my best and try and come first in CKC, the British and that.
And for the people who have maybe travelled a while to get here, any Scottish treats recommended for people to try this weekend?
Shortbread, iron brew and tablet. Oh my god, that combo's the best.
Well, there you go, heard it here first. Thank you very much, Archie. Good luck this weekend.
We're here in the Project 1 and MJR Racing shared awning for this weekend at Larkhall with Sawyer Henderson. Sawyer, great to see you. First of all, tell me how you're feeling after a really positive first couple of rounds of the season at Wilton Mill.
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty excited, pretty confident, just trying to keep up the hard work and hopefully get a good result here this weekend as well.
What was your favourite part of the racing at Wilton Mill over that first double header?
I think probably the battling. Like, it was so fun. Like, the final couple of laps, it was just so intense because there's like so many people like
it was like a 10-kart train for the lead, and it was like really exciting.
And now you've caught everybody's attention in this paddock. So you're still relatively new to the British Kart Championships. What do you reckon you can do this weekend here at Larkhall? Another podium?
Hopefully, this is what we're aiming for. Hopefully, just we can be consistent and hopefully get another podium. Yeah.
And what's it like to race in the British Kart Championships? And who's helped to get you here as well?
It's really cool, and all my sponsors have helped me a lot, and my team, MJR, and yeah, everyone that's helped. Just yeah.
Well, Sawyer, best of luck for this weekend, and we'll see you out there on track.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Honda Cadet's third final of 2026 took place at Larkhall on Saturday. Another big grid, another opportunity for the drivers to make their mark on this exciting season. From lights out, it was Archie Loveridge who took the early lead of the race. A breakaway of 4 getting the gap to the rest of the field. He was joined by Sawyer Henderson, Harry Grant and Marcus Cooper. It was a classic Honda Cadet final, with big moves aplenty. Luca Bacocchi looking to get in on the action, moving up to second place with a nice move on Sawyer Henderson. The best move of all came on the last lap. Sawyer Henderson round the outside, getting both Bacocchi and Loveridge, and on to a maiden victory in the British Kart Championships. A big result, a much needed boost for the MJR Racing team.
Great to see Honda Cadet back out with us this weekend. Of course, they have another final today, another double-header weekend for those drivers. As you can see, the time is ticking down. But before we go on to the racing, let's hear a message from another one of our championship sponsors, Demon Tweaks.
Here at Demon Tweaks, you probably know us for our massive kartwear range. We've got everything from suits, boots, gloves and helmets from the biggest brands in the business. But we are so much more than that, because if you're looking for kart parts, well, we've got you covered too. We've got everything from Rotax parts, sprockets and chains, discs and pads, data loggers and dashers, fuel tanks, steering wheels, bead breakers and loads more. But of course, it doesn't just stop at the track, and if you're looking to build your skills in the sim, then we've got everything you're going to need to build the ultimate rig. So whether you're just getting started or you're already at the top of your game, Demon Tweaks has got you.
Welcome back once again, everybody, to coverage of event 4 of the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. We're continuing through our build-up show, our countdown of all of the classes in action here today in Scotland. Next up, IAME Water Swift Restricted.
That is correct. Another class we've seen some brilliant action from here at Larkhall throughout the years. They're not only excited about the action they have this weekend, but of course, the World Cup. Let's hear from a couple of our drivers, including our Wera Tools Driver of the Day.
It's the end of the day here for practice day. We're here with Patrick Wood. Patrick, really good race for you last time out at Wilton Mill. First podium in the British Kart Championships. Tell us a little bit about it.
Well, yeah, I saw that Ollie West got the penalty, so I thought to stay there. And then I thought I'll get third, but it's worked.
So I say
in my favour.
So that's the best result that you've had so far in your time in the British Kart Championships. Do you reckon you can go one further this weekend and take a win?
Yeah.
Now, talking of winning, we're asking the big questions this weekend. Who do you think is going to win the World Cup?
I don't know.
You don't know? Who'd you like to win the World Cup?
England.
You'd like England?
Yeah.
I'd keep that quiet round here, Patrick. You know, I know there's quite a few Scotland fans here. But in terms of this kart as well, how much do you enjoy driving it?
Lots.
What's your favourite part about this circuit as well?
This bit over here, it's just so much better. It's very tight and twisty.
So you like the tight and twisty, you like the technical corners. Yeah. Well, we'll keep an eye out for you in those corners, Patrick. Best of luck for the weekend.
Thanks.
We're back in the DK Academy tent with Ollie Woodall, our driver in IAME Water Swift Restricted. Ollie, you're a newer driver to this team. Do you like racing in this team?
Yeah, I really like it.
And you like your teammates, don't you? There's lots of good drivers here. Now, it's coming into a very important time of the year. It's the World Cup this weekend. Who do you think's going to win the World Cup?
Nah, I just don't like football.
You don't like football?
No.
You only like karting?
Yeah.
So, if it's karting that's the sport for you, what do you eat before you go karting?
Probably cottage pie with cheese, I would prefer.
Cottage pie with cheese? And that powers you to what? That makes you go quicker?
Yeah, I like the taste of it.
You like the taste of it. I'll tell you what, you're going to like the taste of this as well, because the public watching at home have voted you as the Wera Tools Driver of the Day from Wilton Mill. There is your trophy. How do you feel?
Really happy. I'm glad that I've got this trophy.
Fantastic stuff. Well done, Ollie. We'll keep up with you across the course of the season. Well done. Your Wera Tools Driver of the Day from Wilton Mill.
Thank you.
A cool, damp circuit greeted the IAME Water Swift restricted drivers for their first final of this Larkhall weekend. From lights out, it was Arthur Bowers at the front of the field, looking good for the BMR team through the heats and into the early stages of the final. The rest of the drivers fought for positions inside the top 10. Driver of the Day from Wilton Mill, Ollie Woodall, made a good run and took the race lead momentarily. Ollie West was also on the move, looking for a repeat of his podium last time out. Bowers and Woodall clashed at hairpin 2 with a few laps to go, before West then made the key move, taking the race lead ahead of Hendrix Fallat, who would lose out in the battle for second place with Bowers. Ollie West took the win. A maiden victory at this level for the number 4 seed from 2026, and a real opportunity for the top privateer to kick on from here.
An intriguing race there from our IAME Water Swift restricted drivers. Of course, they have one more final yet to go today. But let's switch things up a bit and hear from one of our seniors on how to construct a lap here at Larkhall.
Welcome to the Motorsport UK Race Centre once again. We're here at Larkhall, bit of a wet and windy Larkhall for us here on practice day here with Nat Johnston from Mick Barrett Racing. Nat, we're going to take an onboard lap with yourself. Talk us through this track.
It's a really great track. I love the variations. There's lots of fast flowing corners like this one you're seeing here. You've got to try and keep it pinned and carry as much speed as you can. Then here's a really interesting corner. So you've got to get it quite stopped, and you'll see in a minute I put a lot of lock on. Obviously it is first practice on Saturday morning, but it's a really great variation which you've got to get perfectly, because obviously you're coming onto a really long straight.
There's some real big curbs around this circuit as well, through this almost boot-like section, golf club-like section. There's some really big curbs that you don't want to be hitting. This long straight's another critical part of the circuit though, isn't it? Yeah,
100%. Well, I mean, if you don't come off the corner before as good, then it really messes you up. So you've really got to try and prioritise that exit. And then this is also a really interesting corner. It's quite a fast right-hander. And then you've got to sort of play with how much exit you can use. Because, I mean, at the club race last week, I wasn't here, but they were saying, oh, you can only use so much on the red and white. But this week, I think we've been allowed to use a bit more, which, you know, if you carry more speed. But it changes with how the track is. So it's always an interesting one there.
And I guess as well, you don't want to run out too wide, because the next couple of corners are real overtaking opportunities.
No, that's it. Yeah, 100%. So you've got 2 hard hairpins. The second, probably the more interesting, because it's so banked. So if I pause it here, you can really see how banked it is. So you've really got to try and get a good run up the hill to allow you to come off the corner nicely.
If we've got mixed weather this weekend, I think these 2 corners are going to be really exciting, because there's going to be all kinds of different lines, aren't there, especially in race trim?
100%, especially on the first lap, but it'll be exciting for sure.
Absolutely. Well, there is your lap of Larkhall. Before we let you go, Nat, I know you've got a lot of supporters, particularly in the on the live broadcasts. The nickname Nat Stappen, where did that come from, and what do you think of it?
I'm honestly not 100% sure. I think it came from when I was in Jamie Green Racing to the boys there. They called me Nat Stappen. It was always just a bit of a jokey name, but it sort of stuck. I mean, it doesn't really mean anything to me, but, you know, it's a nice joke to have.
Well, it's cheering you on.
Spirits, yeah.
Just cheering you on out there. Nat, thanks for your time. Best of luck this weekend.
Thank you.
Thank you for that, Andrew. Of course, some brilliant insight from Nat there about the lap here at Larkhall. More from our seniors this afternoon.
Absolutely, because we're going to go to IAME Water Swift next. 2 very dramatic race days for them last time out at Wilton Mill. A very close championship picture going into things here this weekend at Larkhall, but also some drivers starting to improve and come through the field here in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. Let's catch up with some of our drivers in IAME Water Swift and have a look at their highlights from Saturday's final.
I'm here in the Fusion Motorsport awning with returning Water Swift driver Alfie Davidson. Alfie, you've been deemed as one of the drivers to watch this year. You've had 2 solid rounds to start the year. How do you feel about that?
Very good, obviously, at Wilton Mill. We had 2 very good rounds. Feel confident going into Larkhall, obviously. We did really well in the British last year, so we've got high hopes this year.
Well, exactly. You're coming back as a seeded driver, that 5 seed. Do you feel more pressure this year coming back on that seed?
a little bit more pressure, obviously, that no one, obviously I'm the highest seed in Water Swift, which is pretty good. There's a bit of pressure on me, but I've still got it.
Exactly, and of course you're returning with Fusion Motorsport. This is now your 3rd year running with the team. We know the driver-mechanic relationship is really important. What's your relationship like with your mechanic to help you improve?
Yeah, obviously my mechanic, we've got such a good relationship. We have a laugh all the time. I get shouted at a few times, but we have a laugh with my mechanic. He's the best mechanic on the grid, really, and he's doing everything he can to make me win.
And that's what we love to hear. The good relationship is clearly helping you too, but what are his words for you this weekend then? What's his advice heading into Larkhall?
To win.
Is that it?
Pretty much. Simple.
Thank you very much. Good luck this weekend.
Thank you.
I'm here with Rudra Gokulnath. Rudra, this is your 1st year in the British Kart Championships. We've seen you in club championships throughout the years, and you've done well in Shennington, you've done well at Wilton Mill, but what has the transition been like for you into top national level karting?
So at first it's been quite rough. I mean, the practices we showed pace, but we were fighting with the top boys in the nation. So we always knew we're going to be a bit tricky. It's going to be a rough ride for this year. But we ended for the round 1. It's decent, top 10. Quali looked bleak. After quali, my mechanic wasn't happy. My dad was like, might as well just pack up the cart and go home. And then after quali though, heat 1, we showed we got up lots of positions for round 1, which was really good. Heat 2, we did same. And we started, I don't remember actually for round 1, but yeah, somewhere around probably 13th to 10th in that area. So at start, I actually been struggling with that whole weekend with a rib pain there. We didn't know what it was from. It was we changed seat, we tried to keep some padding, but yeah. So that final showed it quite badly. I got to a good position and then I was with the top pack, and then my rib just started to hurt so much and I couldn't push properly. It was quite tricky, but I managed to get some decent points and come home around I think 12th, I think, or 13th.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's a good thing to mention. You didn't have the qualifying that you wanted, like you said, but you were one of the top movers after rounds 1 and 2, and like you said, that has put you in not a bad position for a rookie in the championship. Do you think, like that, starting at the back and having to battle through, has your experience in club championships helped you with that a lot?
Yeah, a lot. We can see I had one club round, I think Wilton Mill. I went 20th to 11th, which was quite tricky. It was in the road tax though, so not the IAME, but yeah, and then in the IAME, I've had that help a lot in Shennington. I think Shennington's the most noticeable one. I've been able to go from back to the front, and penalties, I've been able to battle for penalties, and yeah, I think it's helped a lot, especially with driving in the British.
And we're here for another double header. Are you familiar with Larkhall?
No, last weekend was our first ever weekend, and yeah, we've been showing some promising results in the practices. We've gone from I think we're 12th, 13th, around that area, 11th, 13th, but I reckon we can get top 10 this weekend.
Thank you very much. Good luck, Roger.
Thank you.
Nerves ahead of the 3rd final of 2026 for IAME Water Swift. After the dramas of Wilton Mill, what would happen in the 1st final of the weekend here in Scotland? Mason Hibbert had a strong run through the heats and held the initial lead of the race ahead of the in-form Ilyas Sami. Here I'd say it also had a good start, but it was Alfie Davidson up from 8th place on the grid who really impressed in the early stages. LBJ Stubbs was on the move in his first weekend for the DK Academy. Davidson took the fight to Hibbert with a few laps to go. Ilyas Sami looking to get involved once again with the 2 fusions. The rain fell on the last couple of laps. This moment between Ilyas Sami and Alfie Davidson gave Sami the win on the road. A 5-second penalty post-race though would demote him to 5th. Davidson takes his 2nd win of 2026.
Another round complete for our Water Swifts, a class that never disappoints the last couple of years. But before we get back into some more action, let's hear quickly from another championship sponsor, Kart Sim.
What a start from the so hard. Heading up into the top section.
Welcome back once again, everybody, to event 4 of the Wera Tools British Kart Championships here at Larkhall. Not long to go before we get those all-important heats for today's round of action. Let's talk next about X30 Junior. Some great stories last time out for these drivers at Wilton Mill for event 2. They're ready to go for action once again here in Scotland. Let's catch up with some of our drivers from X30 Junior who did well last time out, and of course look at some of those highlights from yesterday. Luke and Arroway, welcome to Larkhall. Second junior appearance in the British Kart Championships here in Junior X30. Tell us about the season so far. It's been the big step up from the minis. How have you found it?
I'm really liking the juniors so far. It's been up and down really. We've had some good results in the club rounds. We struggled a bit in the start of the British at Wilton.
I mean, it's been some really positive results so far in this championship and the club rounds, as you say, building the pace all the time. But there's been some challenges off circuit as well, haven't there?
Yeah, I got diagnosed with SVT earlier this year, so it set me back a bit. But then I've got my operation next week, which will hopefully get rid of it.
I say you're going to come back fighting, aren't you, and keep your progress. And I believe you had a really cool message in the lead up to your surgery next week from Kimi Antonelli. Tell us about that.
Yeah, so I was actually out with my friends, and then I came back, and then my mum and dad surprised me with a message, and it was really cool.
I think your dad said it was about an hour and a half before he raced in a Formula 1 Grand Prix as well. So, you know, that must give you real confidence and real support going into this weekend as well.
Yeah. It's good to have support from people like Kimi Antonelli.
I'm sure there'll be plenty of people cheering you on at home, and we've got those big races on Sunday. Luca, best of luck, not just for the race, but for next week as well, and I'm sure we'll see you back out on track very, very soon. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
I'm joined by Junior X30's Jake Flewitt. Jake, we've seen you in the other half of the British Kart Championships, however this is your debut year in Junior X30. And you've had a brilliant start. Talk to us about Wilton Mill for starters.
Yeah, well, we've shown up on the Friday, not been to Wilton since, I think, back in 23. So we haven't had much testing, especially not in the X30. We've had literally minimum testing there. So to rock up Friday, I think it was sort of a day of learning. Saturday also a day of learning. We got off to a bit of a rough start. We had a few good heats, but in the final we couldn't really get the result. But then on to Sunday, we just gained so much pace out of nowhere. Then in the final we managed to win, which was decent.
Yes, we saw that was an emotional one for you and your team. Has that changed your view on the rest of the season going into this weekend at Larkhall, giving you confidence?
Yeah, 100%. Now that I know I can do it, I have the confidence and I have the knowledge to know that we can go forward in the race. Even if we have a bad qualifying, I still think we can get on that front row and win again.
But let's switch our focus to Jake Flewitt's mechanic. After a brilliant weekend for you two, Jake got a maiden win at Wilton Mill. You have won the Wera Tools Excellence Award. How do you feel? You two are a pretty new partnership. How's it been so far?
Yeah, good. We got off to we started the year quite strongly, doing a lot at PFI, and as Jake mentioned, not much at Wilton, and we've had no previous experience at Larkhall either. As Jake said on Friday, we had a bit of a rough start, but we knew what we needed to do, and Friday, Saturday we spent as a bit of a learning day, a bit of a test day if you would, and then Sunday we kind of put it all to everybody else, and we come out with a win, which is really good. So to kind of round it all up, I feel like we've had quite a strong start to the year, me and Jake.
And how great is it that you get all these tools from Wera Tools so early on in the season?
Yeah, I think it's very nice. It's definitely stuff I can. Well, it is. It's stuff I can put in my toolbox. You can't, as a mechanic, you can't complain about free tools. You know, your colleagues will steal them or things. So I'm happy. Yeah, I'm actually made up. So I need a torque wrench. So yeah.
Josh Howard, your Wera Tools Excellence Award winner for Event 2 at Wilton Mill.
A close championship picture, rain in the air. Plenty to be nervous about in the X30 Junior final. It would be the longest race of the weekend so far, and the initial stages would go the way of Aaron Richardson. George Edgar on the move, up to second place past Fusion Motorsports' Marnie Kira, and then for the race lead. Good driving from the Mick Barrett racing driver put him to the forefront of the field and driving away from the rest. There were some big moves in the midfield. Finlay Lyons, one of several drivers out of position at the start of the race, able to move up 9 positions across the course of the final. Likewise, Rocco Shenton also gaining positions across the course of the race. But it was George Edgar's Saturday, taking his first win of the season and putting himself in strong championship contention ahead of Sunday's final.
Interesting race there from the Junior X30s. It'll be interesting to see who can follow their strong suit into the rest of today's racing. However, let's talk Senior X30. Of course, Harrison Whitcomb clean swept Wilton Mill, but we've got the reigning champion Freddie Lloyd has returned to this Senior X30 grid. That is going to be a battle to watch for this weekend. We also caught up with Macy Hitter, a driver who is new to a national championship this year.
Here with Freddie Lloyd. Fred, welcome back to the BKC. In an IAME perspective, you've been very busy across multiple categories, running nationally, internationally as well. How's the season been so far for you?
It's been a great season so far. I've been doing some club races in IAME. It's been going well. Back to the British Kart Champs in X30, and I've been enjoying it so far. I always love doing the championship. It's always fun, it's great competition, and it's been going great so far.
Now the difference for this year, you've got that #1 plate. You are now the king, as it were, taking over from Gus Lawrence. Is that any extra pressure now that you're the man and everyone's out there trying to beat you?
I mean, not really. I mean, I'm still the same person from #2 to #1, so it's not much pressure. It's the same person. I'm still the same quick driver, so it's not much pressure.
Now, there's a good bit of news from earlier on in the season that when you raced on the European stage, Franciacorta, round 2 for that championship, you blitzed it, you took the win having not run in round 1. Bit of a similar situation here this weekend, particularly with your teammate Harrison Whitcomb having had such a good start to the season. Do you look to take that form on? Do you reckon that Franciacorta result is the blueprint for a strong result here in Scotland?
I don't see why not. I've been quick all year in X30 when I've been doing it, and all of last year I was very good compared to him, so I don't see why I can't be everyone else.
Now the plaudits of 2025 aren't quite done because we're very, very proud to award you the FIA President's Medal. I'll introduce Dan Parker in for the highest performance in senior categories across all of our British drivers. So Fred, how does that feel? Because these are the same medals that your Max Verstappen's, your Lando Norris's, everyone across all these different disciplines are getting, and you've now got one as well, an FIA President's Medal.
I mean, it feels amazing. I mean, to be ranked the #1 British driver is amazing. Like, it's a high honour, and I'm very proud to represent it.
Well, we're proud of you as well, mate.
With points from the Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championships, complemented by superb performance across Europe, Freddie Lloyd.
I'm here with Macy Hitter, Senior X30 driver. Macy, you're a driver who we've seen over the last couple of years, not quite in the British Kart Championships, but talk to us for starters a bit about your karting career.
Yeah, so I've obviously been in karting for around 12 years now, which is quite a long time. I've competed in a lot of club championships, tried a little bit of abroad as well, but this is my first season in the British Kart Championship.
And how have you found that transition from the club level? I'm sure you found it's helped you a lot with your experience and racecraft.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you're racing against the best, so it's been difficult, but really good so far, and we had a positive first round, so really enjoying it.
And what's the dynamic like between you and your dad, who's on the tools for you?
I mean, we've always been a family racing team, so growing up with my dad being a mechanic has been normal to me, and it feels good to have him back on the tools this season.
And you guys had a long haul drive here to Larkhall. What are you making of the circuit so far?
I mean, I have to say, I think it's actually my favourite circuit so far. I think from being in Norfolk, it's a bit different, the circuits there, so learning something new has been really exciting.
And of course, this year, with it being your rookie year in the British Kart Championships, what are your kind of overall goals to overseeing the year?
I mean, obviously, top rookie would be amazing, but I think ideally top 5 would be a really impressive first season in the British Kart Championship.
Well, thank you very much and have a good weekend.
Thank you.
The champ is back. Freddie Lloyd on pole position alongside teammate Harrison Whitcomb. All eyes on the premium karting duo in their first X30 final duel of 2026. The start not good for Whitcomb, down several positions as Freddie Lloyd immediately streaked away from the rest of the field. Outside of the top 3, Whitcomb knew he had to fight to continue his podium streak from Wilton Mill. Further down the order, Jack Buckley on his 18th birthday was brilliant on the attack, breaking up into the top 10. Whitcomb would catch and pass Joey Brown for P2.
Further down the order, Nat Johnson was the biggest mover, up 10 places across the course of the final. But it was always going to be the Freddie Lloyd show. Taking his first X30 senior victory of the year on the first appearance, the championship duel now firmly between the premium karting duo. There was your X30 senior final highlights from Saturday's action. That's all of our classes covered. Let's get into it then. Event 4, the Wera Tools British Kart Championships, day 2 of racing here at Larkhall is up next.
Hello everybody and welcome to a glorious morning here at Larkhall, which if you've tuned in on our build-up show, thank you for watching. It is a drastic change to what we've had so far this weekend, long may that last. You are joining in for event 4 of the British Kart Championships with our IAME, Honda Cadet and M1 Bambino's debut weekend. It is on for a stunning day here at Larkhall with all 6 of our classes. Let's head straight into the commentary box with Andrew Mather and Henry Beaudette.
Well, thank you very much, Ceol. And hello and welcome to everybody. I've been away from this paddock for 6 months. I turn up, there's Sky Sports, there's lots of activity going on. The Wera Tools British Kart Championship continues to raise the bar across the world of karting in terms of the coverage and exposure it gives to its customers, its drivers. Andrew Mather will be joining me very, very shortly. We are here. It's hard to believe that Larkhall, the only international circuit in Scotland, is over 1,100 metres because it is cramped. It is congested. It's very, very tight. There is elevation. And we have been here racing karts since 1961. Every single young driver since the era of Jim Clark has come through these gates into this tree-lined glen up in the beautiful, beautiful hills, valleys and mountains of Lanarkshire. Now, I would like to say that weather is wrong. Why? Because we have blue skies in the air and the temperatures, which yesterday were suboptimal. I won't say sub-zero, but suboptimal. Spring is in the air, which is good because Scotland collectively is rather hungover this morning after their 1-0 win over Haiti in the FIFA World Cup. Andrew Mather, do you want to know how old I was when Scotland last won a World Cup game?
I bet you were 21, Henry.
So nice to be loved and wanted back here in the commentary box, but I was 9. I was 9. And there, how many of the mechanics, how many of the dads in Water Swift Restricted were alive back then? I don't know. It's a beautiful day up here in Scotland. We had a great day of racing yesterday, Andrew, as you covered so expertly with Ceol in the build-up show. But this is round 4. Today, halfway through the championship in terms of point-scoring opportunities for the Hondas. Mm-hmm. The IAMEs, this will be, well, they've got 20-point scoring rounds. They've got 5 events, so a little bit further on. The focus, unbelievable focus, because this circuit, it's a real. Would you say it's the? No, we were saying it. I said it was the Monaco.
You said it was the Monaco. I think it's more like the Hungaro ring in that it's tricky to overtake, but you can.
Yes.
There's another circuit down south near Hoddesdon that I think is the Monaco of British karting.
And there's no casinos.
And there's definitely no casinos
lining the circuit. All there is trees, valleys, fields, wildlife, and when I went last night to get my deep fried haggis, a deep fried haggis supper, EB's Fish Bar, plug, had 12, I counted them, 12 different arrangements of iron brew, which was a beautiful thing to see.
Were all of them orange by any chance?
They were all orange, but they were different glass. There was glass bottles. There was lots. Now that is a beautiful thing to see, because that is the graphics kit of driver number 4, Ollie West. Privateer driver. Yes, there are shades of the Danny Curl, the DK Academy karts on there. The Pantano chassis of last year's, the last ever M1 Bambino Motorsport UK British champion, Hendrix Fallat. Hendrix, whose nickname is Jimmy Hendrix Fallat, spoke to his dad, got it cleared, it's okay. Logan Edwards, another of the Bambino graduates from last year, as we look across qualifying, Andrew Mather.
Yes.
We're going to be starting heat number 1. What, pray tell, happened in qualifying?
So the grid in front of us for this first of 2 heats for the IAME Water Swift Restricteds. It has once again Oliver Woodall on pole position. What have you spotted?
I spotted a Cold Trickle Days of Thunder graphics kit, you know, in memory of the late what was it? Harry Hyde, the Robert Duvall. Now there we talk about throwbacks. What a great scene! Danny Curl Academy, one of 3 teams to take their very first British Championship win last time out at Wilton Mill. There's Hendrix. Oh well, is he going to be walking all along the watchtower to the podium? Thank you very much. That Pantano chassis, it looks really smart. Tommy Wera racing. Gabby Wera, the only girl to ever win Kart Masters. She's here driver coaching. Jasmine Taylor, the youngest mechanic, the youngest female mechanic in the paddock. She's actually not mechanic this weekend. She's driver coaching the Pantano team. They got another podium yesterday, did they not?
Yeah, it's been a good season so far for Hendrix Fallat, and across multiple categories as well. So this is already the 4th event of the year that we've seen Hendrix in competition. I've been really impressed though with Oliver Woodall so far this weekend. He seems to have taken a big step forward. Your driver of the day, Wera Tools driver of the day from Wilton Mill, voted by you,
and
the great British karting public.
Change of team this weekend for Oliver Woodall, moving across from XL to the Danny Curl Academy. Yeah,
quite a few drivers joining the DK Academy team for this weekend. Dave Stubbs, another one of those from the IAME Water Swift category that we'll look at later on. There on your screens is Logan Edwards, one of the other runners in one of those Pantano chassis. We'll start in the midfield for this one, and keep an eye on Benjamin Schlivar as well. I think Benjamin, because we've talked about his stature in the karting, that he's a little bit shorter. What have you spotted?
Well, I've spotted Nathan Rawlings.
Yes.
Former team owner of SFR. Motorsport, RIP, the Red and Black Attack. Sadly no more. Good to see Nathan working with XL. Glad to see him still in karting. He's, you know, the amount of mechanics here that are half the size of what they used to be is remarkable. You know, there's Joe Bleakley with a BMR restart. Joe, former mechanic for Kai Clark in Rotax, now has moved across to Ben Platten's team. He is full-time working now for young Arthur Bowers. And Arthur Bowers has been knocking on the door of a race win, a podium, a championship leader coming into this weekend. Obviously, it's all changed yesterday, but Andrew Mather, can I say it?
Go for it.
It's time to go racing here at Larkhall.
Here we go then, first race of the day. Oliver Woodall will start on pole position for IAME Water Swift Restricted. Arthur Bowers alongside on the front row. Both of them had good pace yesterday. Patrick Wood and yesterday's final winner, Ollie West, will go from row 2. Caden Hakura and Hendrix Fallat go from row number 3.
Freddie Baker and Bobby Slater, the generation racer, on row number 4. Benjamin Schlever won the opener, and Logan Hodgetts on row number 5. Logan Edwards and Harry Murphy, another privateer, on row 6.
Row 7, Louis Wilson, improving all the time, starts alongside George Askew for this one. Riley Aston Wilkins and Noah Brad go from row 8. Max St. Hilaire and Cole Parrish on row 9. Completing the grid, Darcy Durford and Harley Hibbert go from row number 10. James Ferguson, the younger brother of IWF champion Daniel Ferguson, makes his debut this weekend in the British Kart Championships. Will start this race from the back. Has had a few technical problems so far this weekend.
And Harley, the younger brother of Mason
Hibbert,
who is indeed the son. He's the son of one, the nephew of the other, of Will and Tom Hibbert, former KZ2 drivers in the British Championship. Let's talk about this circuit. 1140 metres by track map, because this up the back straight now. This corner they're coming up to, this left-hander, there it is, very, very fast, Andrew. You set up a move. You can dive up the inside going into this corner, or you can set up a move coming out of this corner into the first of the switchback hairpins.
Quick rundown of the championship scores before we get going here today. So these are updated from last night, from yesterday's round. Bowers 367, West 365, Schlivar 356, Wood 348, Freddie Baker, your winner from the second round of the season at Wilton Mill, 5th on 339. So it's close, as we'd expect it to be in IAME Water Swift Restricted. With this group of drivers across the course of the early part of this 2026 season. Got to say, these are the best racing conditions that we've had so far this weekend. Those mixed conditions are away from us right now. Hopefully that is the case. There on the starting gantry is your race director once again for this weekend, Mr. Daniel Ashton. We are about ready to go then for the first race of the day here. Round 4 and event 4 of the Wera Tools British Kart Championships is underway. IAME Water Swift Restricted. Dive towards the first couple of corners for 8 minutes plus 1 lap, and it's a good start for Ollie Woodall. The number 40 straight into the race lead. Patrick Wood in that number 7 kart. He fancies England for the World Cup. Well, is he going to win this race? He's had a good move there up to second place out of the boot section. Here is where we're going to see a lot of changes, particularly in the cadet categories here today, as Bowers back up to P2. West on the attack as well, down the inside of Hendrix Fallat there for, what was that, around 5th place. I was very impressed yesterday with Ollie West's calmness at the wheel. He didn't start the final right at the front, but he picked them off one by one, timed his run to perfection as Benjamin Schlivar's down the inside of Freddie Baker there for a position through the banked hairpin 2. Keep an eye on West, because we saw yesterday his ability to just work these races through, always growing in his maturity as a driver.
Yeah, it's incredible. I mean, obviously he'd had podiums as a Bambino, but of course he's had in fact 2 wins as a Bambino. But of course that's in a different paddock, the Motorsport UK Bambino. This obviously the main series. So yeah, that first podium at Wilton Mill, it was just a stepping stone, I think. Now he's got the confidence, hey, I can finish the job. Patrick Wood has been incredibly impressive, that turquoise blue. Now on that kart, there are 2 drivers in this class. They're privateers, but they sort of set them a little conglomerate. They're called Good Times Racing. And I wonder if Patrick is one of those drivers. Maybe not. I'll have to look. I know Hugo Williamson is among them, but as they come out of that banked hairpin, that extended banked hairpin, you can just see how abrasive, how bumpy the tarmac is. Not every driver finding the apex there in the final corner, and then they burst into view. Coming through turn number 1, 3 kart breakaway, Woodall, Bowers, and Patrick Wood.
This is good stuff from this top 3 working together, breaking away from the rest of the field. Just a quick update of how things are going in the midfield. I was just about to say Louis Wilson has a really good start. We'll come back to that because Bowers is down the inside. That's a bit too close. Oof. Both of them running wide. Woodall not too happy about it. Wood takes advantage up to P2. Well, we saw a little bit of drama yesterday between Arthur Bowers and Oliver Woodall. in the final. That opened the door for Ollie West to snatch the win away from both of them. Is this going to be a new story for us to keep an eye on across the course of this season? We'll wait and see. But end of another lap, and across the line, Bowers, your new race leader from Wood and Woodall. This
Technical
is
flag.
First case of the commentary curse of the day in the mind. I was about to say that Louis Wilson had a great start and up 5 positions.
Yeah,
He's lost some of them, and now, as you say, Henry's got a technical flag.
Which he has. Louis Wilson, the third place, he finished third in the opening round of the season at Wilton Mill. He's got the Tim Wilson Motorsports graphics.
Yep.
I believe that's a family member.
It is.
You know, a family member. Now, Wood up at the second position. Again, that's not a good times racing graphics. They're just very nice colours. Look at the drivers in 4th and 5th. Ollie West and Hendrix Fallat. Closing in. Fallat is the only driver in this race who's got a Motorsport UK title to his name. There's Darcy Durnford in the number 57 making a move. On the 49 of Noah Brad. Noah Brad, Romanian roots for the Tommy Weir Racing team. And there is a very, very... that is the Drive... The DD, the Drive Academy colours of Darcy Durnford. Up at the front, Bowers. That was energetic, that move.
4th and 5th place drivers closing in on this top 3, Henry. This is really good work from Ollie West and Hendrix Fallat. And we said earlier, keep an eye on West in terms of timing and calmness at the wheel. This is another good example of it from the number 4 seed from 2025, of course. Apologies for that little error earlier on in the show. Wood has a slight look down the inside of Bowers, but thinks better of it. Still 3.5 minutes, or the best part of that, to play. Other overtakes further down the field. Benjamin Schlivar up 3 positions to 6th. Logan Edwards up into the top 10 as well. Max St. Hilaire also on the move in that modern McLaren style livery of the papaya and the black, is up 5 spots to 12. Make that 6 spots to 11th. Good work there. One of many drivers in this category this year, Henry, who are debutants. They're rookies to the series, but have been doing lots of club racing at circuits, mainly like the centre of England. So this is dear, it's out.
Brad.
It's Logan Edwards, the number 21.
Sorry, the other one. My apologies.
Other of the TW Racing entries. Meanwhile, more good news for that team further up the order. For a moment there, Hendrix Fallat had a go for 4th place there as Ollie West confidently points forward to say, let's keep working together. We could still gain some more positions with 2.5 minutes to play.
Yes, as one TW Racing kart stops moving, one of the others is on the move, on the march towards the front. 5 for the race lead, 2.5 minutes plus a lap to go. Patrick Wood. I mean, the first round of the season, we had a complete clean sweep of privateers on the podium in this class. That hasn't happened in the British Championship for some time. It's great to see it happen in a water swift stroke IAME class, I have to say, because this is the paddock where the perception is that privateers can't do well, because they're wrong. There's a move, Ollie West. I thought for a moment Oliver Woodall was going to get the right-hand side of his front nose cone just sort of caught on the rear bumper of West's kart. You said it perfectly earlier, Andrew. Ollie West, he takes his time, he manages the race and slowly makes his way towards the front. 90 seconds to go, and now he finds himself the highest he's been in this race, P3, waiting for an opportunity to arise. However, because of the narrow nature of this circuit, Andrew, opportunities, they do come knocking, but not with the level of sort of openness, as I steal your pen, excellent, that we are used to seeing at other circuits, just because it's cramped, Hungaro-ring-esque, as you said.
60 seconds to go then. Bowers, Wood, West, Fallat, Woodall. That is your top 5 right now, but now Bowers feels the need to defend, just subtly, into that long right-hander. Now we go into the really technical part of this course. This first hairpin, there's a move coming in from Woodall, and the young Leodensian loses the back end. Fallat is an innocent bystander in all of that. That leaves 3 of them at the front of the field. What a shame there for Ollie Woodall and Hendrix Fallat.
Yeah, Hendrix Fallat, the innocent party there. And, you know, he wasn't assaulted. Oh, and Wood gets the wheel out, gets a little bit of oversteer rather, through the final corner. Yeah, Woodall went for the move. It's so tempting to dive up the inside because you've got that little kink before the hairpin. Woodall was like, game on, and then it was like, no. And unfortunately, Hendrix had nowhere to go. Here we go. The clock strikes 0.
And we should note as well, because we have had a lot of on and off rain so far this weekend, the track isn't as rubbered in, well, it's not as rubbered in as, say, PF 2 weeks ago for Event 3 during the heat wave. Meanwhile, back at the front of the order here, down towards hairpin 1, that's good braking from Arthur Bowers. Good control off of the corner as well. Patrick Wood points forward to try and just assert himself with Arthur Bowers. I think they're very conscious of Ollie West there in 3rd place. Investigation underway involving the number 40. That will be for the incident that we saw at hairpin 1 lap ago. Out of the final corner, they'll take the last lap board this time around, and now Bowers is going to try and defend this one for this full 1,140 metre circuit. West is going to like this because there could be an opportunity for him later in the race. Hendrix Fallat also under investigation after this one. That's a good exit, Henry, for Bowers out of the what I like to call the golf club corner, because it looks like an iron from the air.
It does indeed. Now defending, not using the entire back straight, only the inside part of it, as Bowers now comes up through turn number 6 into the hairpin now out of 7 through this little kink at 8. Now Woods states his intention. He watched for Ollie West to try something. Bowers manages to hold on through the banked hairpin. Now the flip-flop through turn 10. 1 corner to go, Andrew.
Here we go then, last moments. Patrick Wood has a think about it, but just holds. That's sensible. This is a heat after all, and it's going to go the way of Arthur Bowers. Arthur Bowers opens Sunday's races with victory, continues the good form that we saw yesterday. Patrick Wood P2, Ollie West P3, Benjamin Schlivar fights through to 4th place. That was a good drive from the driver flying the flag for Bosnia and Herzegovina. That was a difficult one, but he picked up those places with others having problems. Caden Hakura up into the top 5. I want to say that is Caden's best result so far in a heat this season. Correct me if I'm wrong in the comments, but a good effort there. Freddie Baker 6th and Bobby Slater showing improvements as well to finish P7 in that one. Oliver Woodall, Hendrix Fallat and Logan Hodgetts make it into the top 10. Entertaining first race there, Henry. Good to see the IAME Water Swifts restricted drivers in good form.
Yes, and that cheeky little grin from Arthur Bowers extends. Well, this race doesn't extend his championship lead, because there's championship points are available at the end of the 2 heats. So the order in which the drivers finish the 2 heats on average is a championship points score as we look down. Sadly, Louis Wilson failing to finish, Logan Hodgetts failing to finish. Hello to everybody. We haven't got the online chat up in front of us, but hello to everybody on the live chat, whether it is on the Karting UK YouTube channel or the Alpha Live YouTube channel. There is. I've been in America for far too long.
Yes.
Because that's tech. It's not scrutineering, it's tech. But Ollie West goes through tech, and all is well.
Just to run through the rest of the order, if you're just listening to us, because I appreciate it's a very busy day of motorsport once again here today.
What else is happening?
There's some racing in Spain and France. But
right.
You want to keep with this.
I mean,
Harry Murphy was 11th on the road. Max St. Hilaire, Cole Parish Rally, Aston Wilkins and George Askew in the top 15. Darcy Durnford, 16th, up 3 places. In that one, Harley Hibbert 17th. No, Brad. James Ferguson, the last of the finishers. Logan Edwards actually did get back out on circuit, so whatever happened was repaired back out on track. We'll see the IAME Water Swift Restrictors again later on in the day for their 2nd heat. That is due to go out at 12 o'clock, but we shift our attention to the M1 Bambinos. Their 1st heat is up next. Here we go then for IAME M1 Bambino. Third heat of the weekend, first heat of this round. Presley Knight will start on pole position. George Miller alongside on the front row. Stanley Thurston and Shay Downey go from row 2. It's Oakley Rudman and Henry Exton going from row 3. Nicholas Anser and Shane Asgamy go from row 4. Jules Nash and Teddy Smith go from row number 5. Keep an eye out on Teddy Smith. He's been very quick here this weekend. Bryla Stevens, I believe, had some technical troubles in the qualifying, so we'll start this one 11th. 11 drivers in total for this first M1 Bambino heat of the day. If you're not familiar with this class, we'll have this class for a number of the IAME races across the course of the season with us, and a real good bunch. We've seen some of these drivers before. Some of them raced with us in the Mighty Bambinos event at PF last year. But I'd say probably 4 or 5 of these drivers we've seen before. The rest of them all new to this paddock.
Now, for those of you that like coincidence, statistics, and, you know, conspiracy theories, the last 3 divisions to be introduced to the British Championship, Micromax in 2023, Waterswift Restricted in 2023, and Mighty Bambinos in 2024, the very first final that they competed in was won by the driver that went on to win that year's Motorsport UK British Championship. Yesterday, Teddy Smith won the first final, but it will not be an easy path for Smith because issues in qualifying have relegated Teddy, back to 10th place on the grid. Hello to everybody on the live chat. Hello to Dirk, 19 hours in to watch the 24 Hours of Le Mans. So he's got 3 screens on.
Decent effort.
Yeah, decent effort. We'll wait because we do have a lot of drivers from the Modern Era British Championship racing at Le Mans and the Le Mans Cup. I want to say hello to them, but we'll focus on the racing first.
Standing start then for the M1 Bambinos. The lights come on one by one. When they go out, we'll be racing. Oh dear, I think the 44 might have moved a little bit too early there.
A little bit.
But it's the number 34 that breaks into the lead. So George Miller, like we saw in the final yesterday, like starting from that second place on the grid and has got the jump on Presley Knight down towards the section down in front of the cafe. Good start as well for Shay Downey. Shay was involved in a good scrap for 3rd place yesterday. Here they come towards the second half of this Larkhall circuit, and immediately going to the defensive side is George Miller ahead of Presley Knight there. Presley, if you saw the build-up show put out last night, you'll get another showing of it during the lunchtime. He wasn't too happy at times with how yesterday had gone at the start of it.
That's right. I had tried to block that out of my memory already. You go away for 6 months, and then you come back, and your first interview, the driver says, answers 1 of 3 questions, and it has to be bleeped out. Fantastic. Presley Knight. Let's hope that his engine, in the background there, the 32 of Henry Exton, getting sideways. I noticed Henry and his mum and dad and were out on the circuit last night. They've got a lovely paddock pooch. A brown Welsh farm Cocker Spaniel, which we didn't feature in the paddock show because after the stress of the Presley Knight interview, I was going to have a lie down and couldn't find any more Bambinos to talk to. We've got 6 Bambinos, all battling for the race lead. The number 44, that was our Turkish friend, Mr. Azomi. Well, if you're going to make a jump start, Syrian, then do it properly. Shayan Asgomi, sorry.
6 minutes of this race to go then. George Miller holding the lead quite nicely at the moment ahead of Presley Knight. There's a little look from Oakley Rudman. Oakley Rudman, the only driver here today in this class who is not a championship rookie, so he's got a little bit more experience, but that is nicely done by Teddy Smith to go up into 3rd. There is the number 18 that has had a notification for some penalties. 5 seconds for the number 18 of Jules Nash, 5 seconds for the number 44 of Shane Asgamy as well, not surprised. And Oakley Rudman's had one as well in the number 29.
Now, Jules Nash Jules Nash won the first round of the Mighty Bambino Championship. That's a Motorsport UK class. It runs as part of the Kart Championship, which is also coming on Alpha Live. And it was won at Warden Law earlier this year. Now, closing in, the RCE, they have got, well, there are 2, 4, 6, 8, 11 drivers in this race. 10 of them are on an RCE chassis. Although George Miller, who leads this race, so one solitary on the entry list, it says he's driving a Wright. My eyes, as old and decrepit as they are, still know what a Tony Kart graphics kit looks like. And that, my friends, is a Tony Kart graphics kit if ever I saw them. Whereas Corbett Corbett Racing in New Zealand saying I may head out. What time of the flight? Craig Corbett, number one, you haven't invited us to New Zealand. Number two, how dare you, sir? This is a heat race for the M1 Bambino Championship. Sit down this minute. Look at them, they're 3 wide.
Taking the lead then, Presley Knight to the front of the order then. George Miller running now in second place. Then it's Rudman, then it's Teddy Smith. Teddy Smith has worked his way up the order very nicely here.
Yep. There he is in the number 19 kart. Significantly, he has got the fastest lap of the race at the moment. Now, the number 16 RCE, Presley Knight. Well, Force Motorsport, Jordan Baines. I don't think your engines are what Presley said they were. He was joking, by the way, because Presley's being coached by Jordan's dad, Mark Baines, who was doing his usual, encouraging his drivers to
be as direct with their words as possible.
Yes, it's a very, very good choice of words there, Andrew. To be as direct and as blunt as possible. Blunt like a sledgehammer is Mark's usual raison d'etre. Here we go. Now, trying to go around the outside, the number 29, Oakley Rudman, now cuts underneath. You can see the treaded tyres on these M1 Bambinos. They've always used treaded tyres. We've got 5, nearly 6. Presley Knight, George Miller, Oakley Rudman, Teddy Smith, Stanley Thurston and Shay Downey in the number 51 kart, just about hanging on. Then we've got Henry Exton, followed by Nicholas Ansar. Now I'm trying to think, Nicholas Ansar, there was a driver in the Daniel Ricciardo series a few years back with the same surname. I wonder if there's a relation there. Brianna Stevens is 10th. Well, Cheyenne Asgomi started well, probably started the best out of everybody in terms of his kart was rolling before everybody else's. Haven't seen a jump start penalty come up on the...
There has been a 5, so I reckon that might have been.
Well, that would be 4 wheels out of the tram lines at the start. Anticipation is key, ladies and gentlemen. You can't blame the young lad from Turkey. They got stuffed by Australia. The Turks were stuffed and roasted by the Australians last night in the World Cup. So you wanted something for Turkey to cheer about this morning by getting a great start. Unfortunately, that great start was a little bit too great.
1 minute and 35 seconds remaining on the clock. Then Presley Knight still leads this race from George Miller, from Oakley Rudman. Then Teddy Smith there in 4th. And Stanley Thurston running P5. Jules Nash has had a nice run. It's got up 2 places so far in this race to P7. Briella Stevens also on the move. We spoke to Briella and her dad about what it's like to be running in the Bambino M1 categories and the Mighty categories.
Yes,
and Briella, she's moving up the field, now gains 3 positions across the course of this race and is up to P8.
And of course, you can actually become... Oh, there's a little move, a little nibble at the inside by the number 29 of Oakley Rudman, an all-black card on erstwhile race leader George Miller. Miller holds on and now taking advantage, not quite. I thought Teddy Smith was up the inside there. Mason Rudman, I knew I'd call him Mason Rudman at some point. Oakley Rudman holds him off. 30 seconds to go.
Yeah, this is a good breakaway now for Presley Knight. Scrap's going to be on for second place. Here comes Teddy Smith on the inside. No, thinks better of it. Just moves back into position behind Oakley Rudman. There are some of the Honda Cadet drivers watching on. They'll be out on circuit in the not too distant future. Over the line then, so there'll be 2 more laps of this one. There's still 10 seconds on the clock as they started this lap. Knight, little check over the shoulder. Looking quite calm at the moment here, Henry. Not looking flustered by this situation.
Yeah, no, I mean, this is, last in qualifying. Oh, that was Oakley Rudman just putting a send in on George Miller there down at, down at turn number 5. Yeah, the golf club. Now, Rudman got the momentum. Oh, here it comes. Well, do you know what, Miller? Treat my rival as they treated me, he says, as he just tries to feed him a wheel going into turn number 5. I made a first mistake. It's not Craig Corbett from New Zealand. It's Corbett from Scotland. Well, if you're going to leave, only come to the circuit. There we go. What time are the finals on? He wanted to know.
2 o'clock.
2 o'clock, Mr. Corbett. Well, we'll be looking to see you. I drink Iron Brew by the gallon, and Andrew, well, you could try some Iron Brew.
I could.
Yeah, not saying you've got to bring us any. No, I wouldn't say that at all as we start the final lap. But it would be good to see you here.
Final lap board has been shown then. Oakley Rudman starting to close on in. Teddy Smith helping with this attempt to bring the leader back in. And well, that attempt is pretty much done. It's the top 3 now fighting for the race win here in M1 Bambino. Presley Knight, though, keeping eyes forward. That is exactly what you want to do in this situation. He knows that those 2 rivals are there. He's covered off that move attempt as they run through turn number 6. Now towards the first of these hairpins. This is the tight one. This is where it can be very tricky. Look out for that curb on driver's right. They've all executed that brilliantly. Towards hairpin number 2 now. Round and through that banking. It's much steeper than it looks on camera. Drivers have negotiated it well. Oakley Rudman, is there a move on down into the final corner? No, I think Oakley's just a little bit too far back on this occasion, but that's okay. It's going to be P2 for Rudman, and it's going to be a win for Presley Knight, who celebrates over the line.
Yes.
Takes that one very nicely indeed. Knight, Rudman, Smith, your 1, 2, 3 for the first heat of the day in M1 Bambino.
A very good race indeed. Now, as they cross the line, George Miller, I think he is the chameleon of the M1 Bambino world, because the wagon he's driving is very RCE orange-ish. He may have a Tony Kart racer on. I think that might be a mum and dad livery. We need to see where our driver is. But George Miller, he's down as driving a right. The kart itself is kind of like an RCE, and he's got Tony Kart graphics kit on. Just to confuse us as you look at the results.
There is your top 10 from that race in M1 Bambino. Presley Knight, Oakley Rudman, Teddy Smith, George Miller and Stanley Thurston all in the top 5. Shay Downey coming home in 6th place, ahead of Jules Nash, Bryla Stevens, Nicholas Anser and Henry Exton. Shane Asgomi finishing there in 11th place. The M1 Bambinos will be back out for their second heat of the day at 12:15. And the drivers head into scrutineering. Chris Derrick there, big part of the team down in the garage for all of the classes once again here this weekend. And a nice calm race there for the M1 Bambinos. And did I say Presley Knight nearly having the biggest dramas there in the context of that whole race, just in the tech scrutineering area. I think he was trying to go and shake the hand of his fellow driver. There's Teddy Smith. There we go. There's a little bit of a sign of respect between the two RCE drivers. We'll talk more about the RCE drivers later on in the day, of course. Oakley Rudman there looks pretty content with that finish, that second place finish. And there are the Honda Cadets.
Yes.
The lovely rumble of the four strokes purrs over the pre-grid because it's time for their first heat of the day. Let's take you through the grid then for Honda Cadet GX200. This is their first heat, the 4th round for 2026. Yesterday's winner, Sawyer Henderson, starts this one as he finished yesterday on P1. Henry Colborne, great qualifying, second on the grid for this heat. Ben Bowers and Ceol Lynch go from row number 2. It's Jensen Kula and Mason Becker going from row number 3. Luca Picochi, of course, took that first Apollo win last time out at Wilton Mill. He starts on row 4 alongside the winner here last year at Larkhall, Archie Loveridge. Archie Cannon, no longer on the S plate, just to confuse us, he switched to the number 5 for this race meeting. Starts alongside Harry Grant on row 5. Bradley Sutton and Dino Rowlands start on row number 6. It's then a debutant in the shape of Tommy Burgoyne on row 7 alongside Freddie Drury. Ollie Knox and Marcus Cooper go from row 8. Phoebe Shelton has had a very strong set of performances so far this year on the clubby stage. Starts on row 9 alongside Rexy the Go-kart, piloted by Ali Saunders. Row 10, Luke Hamill and Edward Fry. Kyle Kerr was part of our track walk earlier on in the weekend. Starts on row 11 alongside Oliver Ratton. Archie Tosh and Ethan Bainbridge go from row 12. It's then Jack McGinn and Austin Dowell completing the 26-strong field here for Honda Cadet GX200. The 4th round of the season, their first heat of the day coming right up.
Do you know what the favourite thing that you just said there for me, Andrew?
Go for it.
Not about Rexy the go-kart, that's the second favourite thing.
Yes.
When you said the phrase 26 Honda
26
Cadets,
Honda Cadets.
the biggest field, equal biggest field here this weekend. It is fantastic to see. Sawyer Henderson, speaking of fantastic, what a start to the season for Sawyer Henderson. A double podium at Wilton Mill, breaking through for a maiden win here yesterday. Wins like buses. Do you get one done and then 2 come across at once? We're going to have the signal given. We wait for the lights. 1 light, 2 lights, 3 lights, 4 lights. No lights. We're off and racing in Honda Cadet. And coming across the pole man, the 27 takes the lead. The 75 from the outside of the front row, diving across, but everyone's safely through the first 2 corners. Down the golf club now. And moves going in the middle of the pack there, but 26 Honda started. I can still hear the joyous grumble and rumble of 26 Hondas coming up the back straight towards turn 5.
A good start for Henderson, good start for Colborne as well. Best result from last time out at Wilton Mill was P8. So with a good set of heats here, could well be on for a best result so far this year as Luca Picochi's out on that sausage curb. And you can see the effect of it there, loses a number of positions. Marcus Cooper is on the move as well. Harry Grant through the second hairpin. Keep an eye on Harry today.
Yes.
He pulled off an unbelievable send round the outside in the final yesterday.
It was outstanding. It was absolutely outstanding because we were watching from our vision point. Oh, that's not so outstanding. We know that's Archie Cannon because you just said he changed the number 5. And he did not give Dino Rowlands any thought of Dino sticking it around the outside of him. The Cypriot based, well, it's Cypriot based, he's based in the UK, but it's got the flag of Cyprus next to it. Does that mean all the book sales from him and his dad Chris go to Cyprus, I wonder?
Move for second place. Ben Bowers has gone up to second place. I think we can get an update from Ceol.
Thank you very much, boys. I am here after the start with Sawyer Henderson's mechanic and dad. You must have been proud. Sawyer had his maiden win yesterday in round 3.
Proud, yeah, really proud. He did amazing. So, yeah, really good.
And of course, that must be really adding to his confidence at the start of this race.
Oh, yeah, he's buzzing. Yeah, he's really looking forward to it, and yeah, he's doing all right at the moment.
What were your words for him at the start of this race? You got a good start on that outside row.
Just keep your head, just keep going, do what you're doing, and yeah, you'll be fine. Yeah.
Thank you very much. We won't miss more of the action. Straight back to the boys.
Thank you very much, Ceol. And right on cue, because here comes Ben Bowers down the inside, takes the race lead away from Sawyer Henderson. Also coming through, Jensen Kula, the first driver to represent Albania in the British Kart Championships, is up to 3rd place.
Yes, that very, very striking, like hot pink and turquoise number 28 kart of Ben Bowers. Looking back there, you know, best finish of an 11th so far yesterday in the final up until yesterday. So best finish of 11th at Wilton Mill. They got a 7th yesterday. Archie Loveridge trying, staying in Honda. Hopefully he, you know, the weight of is because he will grow. He is trying to beat Mitchell Gibbons. Mitchell Gibbons, the inaugural Honda Cadet champion in a year where there were 12 finals. He won 6 of them and is the winningest, because I've been in America, so I say these words now, the winningest Honda Cadet driver in the modern era. He's got 6 wins. Archie Loveridge, 5. Now, you know, whether he ends up being a Honda Cadet Motorsport UK British champion, the number 73, Archie Loveridge. If you were at Wilton Mill last year, you covered it, Andrew and Ceol, the first round this year, heartbreaking championship loss. Heartbreaking. And he's come back to that class. Whether he becomes British champion in this category or not, Archie Loveridge would desperately like it. I think it would be very, very fitting if he leaves Honda Cadet at the end of this season as the most successful in terms of wins and podiums Honda Cadet driver of the entire modern era. Will it make up for the pain of not winning a British title in 2025? No, but it will be there's a move for the lead. Sawyer Henderson for Martin Jackson Racing taking the lead, and I saw Martin last night. We saw him celebrate what is his team's 3rd win in the British Championship. Ronnie Jones and Ceol Lynch last year won a final each. Ceol, good to see Ceol back on the podium, now running as an independent. Always an incredibly astute, well-spoken interview whenever you put a camera on that young man, as Ceol did. Now there's a move. That is Jensen Cooler. Cooler, calmer, collected-er. Is that a word, collected-er? Well, it rhymes with cooler and calmer, so we'll go with it. He's up in the P2, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, Jensen Cooler's had some really good results on the club scene, particularly at Wilton Mill in recent meetings. Henderson continues to lead this race for now, at least. Oh, I thought Cooler was going to have a little look there. Archie Cannon on the move, gets through past Henry Colborne up to 5th place.
Colborne still trying to recover from starting on the outside row of the front row, which it's just as tricky in a standing start as a rolling start. But, Andrew?
5-second penalty for kart number 5, Archie Cannon. I would guess it's probably for that attempted overtake through turn 1 to 2.
When Dino Rowland ended up in Aberdeen on the outside of the track. I mean, he wasn't smashed off. He just ran. Archie was coming through, and they used all the curb and a lot more.
2 minutes of this race to go.
I saw Archie yesterday.
Yeah.
And he was so disappointed crossing the line because his race, he's so desperate for a win here. Archie Archie Cannon, a penalty, a lap penalty, 25th position eventually. This is a case of a driver wanting it so badly at his home circuit. Sometimes a driver can want something too much. He's got to dial it back a little bit. That was perfect. Aggressive, spot on though. That's a great move. Didn't cost him that much time either as he passes Ben Bowers to move to 4th position. There is Archie. Well, no, where is Archie Loveridge? Archie Loveridge.
He's just at the back of this group. He's always there in the blue and yellow helmet. Gets through past Colborne and up into 8th place. Cooper's had a good race in this one, hasn't he? Marcus Cooper in the number 56. Nice race number, that, number 56.
Well, it is. And he was busy using Mason Becker's phone to comment in the live chat. Not during the race.
No.
He hasn't stolen Mason Becker's phone. It is texting and driving.
Don't text and drive.
No, don't do that. But in the early stages of the live chat this morning, as we got 30 seconds to go, Sawyer Henderson. Again, I want to say, for the Martin Jackson Racing team, they lost the British Championship on account of scoring error. They're new. They won't make that mistake again.
Nope.
Because it was such. I watched the interview that Ceol did with. Was it you or Ceol that did with Ceol chicane?
It was myself.
It was yourself.
Wilton Mill.
Ceol Lynch, he said, that day at Wilton Mill, as the clock strikes 0, where he won, and because he made the pass to take the win, his teammate didn't win the British Championship. He wasn't to know that.
No.
The team had, and I'll say it, the team had made a slight mathematical miscalculation. And Ceol Lynch, he said, I was happy, and then I started crying because my teammate didn't win. He said, we're friends. Ceol Lynch got the... When Ceol Lynch said, I got the Driver of the Day trophy, I'm going to go and show it to Ronnie. Oh, I'm not sure that Ronnie would appreciate that. But it was, oh, look at this. Here we go. Now, I appreciate this. I appreciate 3 Wide Racing Marcus Cooper getting involved. Now it's game on. The clock has struck 0. Ben Bowers to the outside on the banking. And Sawyer Henderson. Right, you've won from the front. You've now got to win holding off this snarling pack because Sawyer made the move to take the win yesterday late in the going. Harry Grant not really happy. And already Henderson's lost the lead as we start the final lap. Jensen Kula. Are we going to get a win for Albania?
Round the outside
oh my goodness
goes
me.
Jensen Kula. Can he control the inside line? Yes, he can. Up comes Cannon into P2. Cannon's got to get as high up the order as he can. Try and stretch this field out over the remaining half lap. Because, of course, he's got that 5-second penalty from earlier on. Cannon down the inside. Kula holds the outside line. They touch a little bit. There's a bit of tyre smoke. Cannon hops across the curb. Here down the inside comes Marcus Cooper. Marcus Cooper could win this race,
He's going to win this race.
And out to the outside goes Cooper now.
What's
in
this?
P2. Here we go into the banking. This is where the Hondas can go for a real slingshot move around the outside. Still side by side between Cooper. Into second place there goes Cooper. It's going to be the number 16 of Jensen Kula taking the first heat of the day. What a final lap here in Honda Cadet. Kula takes it from Cooper. Henderson in third, Cannon fourth, Loveridge in the top 5. Brilliant Honda Cadet racing.
That's the first Honda Cadet race I have seen this year because we don't run Honda Cadets out in the USA or in the Middle East, where I have also been spending most of the first 6 months of the season. And I just think we should now take every other driver in every other class out of their current go-karts and put them in Honda Cadets and let them drive Honda Cadets. That is superb. Jensen Kula. Well, Albania don't have a final victory just yet, but they do have a heat win for the driver that came into this weekend. 10th in the standings yesterday. Yesterday's result for Jensen Kula was a 7th, so I think that would, and so he's a championship contender, is that young man there in the green and white and Alpine Stars race suit. Ben Bowers led and finished 10th. And looking at the gaps across the line, we had the top 12, they're covered by 1.8 seconds.
That's not good news if you're Archie Cannon, because that 5 seconds is going to convert through to quite a few positions lost. Where did we get up to? Top 10 for Ben Bowers, 11th for Bradley Sutton, Mason Becker 12th, Ollie Knox 13th, Luca Bacocchi all back down to earth with that one, P14 in the Apollo. Luke Hamill completes the top 15. Good drive from Phoebe Shelton, P16, Oliver Ratton, Carl Kerr, Freddie Drury and Ali Saunders all in the top 20. Tommy Burgoyne in 21st ahead of Archie Tosh, Edward Fry, Ethan Bainbridge, Austin Dowell and Jack McGinn. All 26 Honda Cadets who started that race, all finished after 10 laps. Great efforts once again from all of those drivers. Second heat for them will be at 12:30, all being well. Timetable is provisional, of course. But we'll look forward to that to see who will then qualify on pole position for the final later on this afternoon, which will be at 3 o'clock.
Oh, here we go. I have been away, which means I haven't been able to do this. Hello, Kathy Watson. I will say hello to John and Shay Watson. Kathy, I know. Tell us a little bit how, because you had a little procedure, I think, done. You've not been very well. Kathy, let us know how you are doing. Haven't spoken to you in a while, so I'll say hello to you now. Let's have a look. William Bennett Motorsport. Well, that's probably Mike. Hi, Mike. How are you? William hasn't made the trip to Scotland, but his championship isn't over because the joy. So here we go. This is Water Swift. This is where William Bennett would be. He's not, but we are.
Here's a grid then for the first heat of the day in Water Swift. Alfie Davidson has pole position. Ilyas Sami alongside on the front row. Mason Hibbert and Chester Fawkes form out row number 2. It's Harry Chapman, who's had a really good weekend so far. Starts on row 3 alongside Hero Tsay. Row 4 will be Dimitar Uzanov and Charlie Clough. Bodie Batch and Effin Owen go from row 5. Charlie Page is on row 6 with LBJ Stubbs. New colours for Stubbs here this weekend. Margaret Kovetskis and Hugo Torpy on row 7. Rudra Gokulnath and Oliver Tsay go from row 8. Ada O'Brien and Max Frisbee are there on row number 9. And then Hugo Williamson completes the 19-strong field. Quick update on the points after yesterday's racing. Mason Hibbert is your championship leader at the moment on 367 points. The advantage is 7 points ahead of yesterday's winner Alfie Davidson, who has now won the last 2 finals on the spin, and that is some good form for our pole sitter going into this race. Ilyas Sami is then a further 4 points back in 3rd. Dimi Uzanov a further 3 points back in 4th. Effin Owen on 342, Chester Fawkes on 340. So it's still very much all to play for. This Water Swift category so far this year, Henry, I've watched these drivers race a lot, whether it be in this championship or others over on the continent.
Yes.
It is so hard to predict race to race. It is once again, like we said last year, stacked, absolutely stacked with talent.
Absolutely. Yesterday, it was Davidson across the line from Hibbert and Uzanov. Alfie Davidson now has 9 British Championship race victories across 2 classes. He, of course, is the 2024 Water Swift Restricted Champion, 5th in last year's championship. Mason Hibbert has 9 podiums, but not a single victory. The record for the most modern era podiums without a win is 10 from Connor Duncan. That is not a record Mason Hibbert wants. He's made a good start, though, following in his teammates' wheel tracks as we go through turn number 1. Ilyas Effin Owen on the outside in the 127 machine, going very, very wide indeed. But all the Water Swifts safely through the golf club and up the back straight.
Checking over the shoulder there, Alfie Davidson. It's a breakaway of 3 with his teammate Hibbert and Harry Chapman there as well. His dad Mike on the tools as ever. Dimi Uzanov bowled down the inside, points forwards. That's a good start for Dimitar. There is Effin Owen in the middle of it all. Margaret Kovetskis as well in 152. Now with the BMR restart team after last year's run with the Apollo team. LBJ Stubbs with that graffiti style race suit. Having a bit of a tough time at the moment as loses out to Charlie Clough. Page on the attack. Charlie Page down the inside. Gets another position. So end of the first lap, it's Davidson from Hibbert, Chapman, Batch, Fawkes, Uzanov, Sami, Owen, Kovetskis and Page. Your top 10 as Bodie Batch goes on the attack.
I'm so used to seeing Charlie Page driving a kart with like luminous orange, luminous green on it. So all in black Charlie Page is going to take a little bit of work to get used to.
Now, the other thing you're going to need to get used to, my good friend, is the mix of an Argenti livery with a Fusion livery.
Yes, I was about to say that kart in 3rd place at the moment, that is, or is it 4th place?
3rd place now.
No, 3rd place, the Bodie Batch. That Fusion livery looks a little bit different to the others. That is the
Argenti Academy.
Well. No,
Fusion.
it is. But, you know, it's a mashup between.
It is a mashup.
A mashup between the two. Haven't heard the word mashup for a while in this modern society. That was a late 90s when you mixed 2 tunes together. It's a mashup.
6 minutes of this one to go then. Relatively calm at the moment by Water Swift standards, but that means it's probably about to erupt into an absolute classic any moment now. Hibbert has a check over the shoulder. It's a 1, 2, 3 for the Fusions at the moment, and the privateer entry of Harry Chapman running in 4th place, the former British Bambino champion from 2023. And that one at Warden Law. Here comes Chester Fawkes as well. Chester had a bit of a tough day yesterday. The E-plate, he's got that one for another month or so. Up to 4th place. Dimi Uzanov follows as well. And keep an eye on Ilyas Sami. Ilyas Sami actually took the final on the road, but had a 5-second penalty post-race that dropped him down and off the podium. But the form that Ilyas Sami has been in so far in 2026, very, very impressive indeed. The hard work that Ilyas has done, exemplary. The hard work that Danny Curl and the whole DK Academy team have done to train that driver who, let's be honest, 12 months ago was probably a little bit mired in the midfield, but is a proper, bona fide championship contender here in 2026.
Well, I mean, that's very diplomatic. I'll be sort of a little more blunt. He was mired deep in the lower midfield, Andrew, I think, which again is remarkable. The hard work that the drivers, the teams, the coaches have to put in. Not every nobody starts off by, going around at lap record speed. All these young drivers, they start at their own pace. Some of them pick it up quicker than others, granted. But yet they've all got to work incredibly hard. Chester Fawkes working incredibly hard to get to the inside of Mason Hibbert and pick up a position. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I know what you're all thinking. You're all thinking, Henry, you commentate now on 3 races this year, 2 of which have contained karts for the Danny Curl Racing Academy, and you haven't mentioned that the new Danny Curl Academy graphics kit is very, very similar to the 1985 Skull Bandit Ram Hart Formula One car. I know, ladies and gentlemen, how remiss of me to not mention Formula One car from 41 years ago. The graphics kit, though, very, very similar. And if you don't know what a 1985 Skull Bandit sponsored Ram F1 car looks like, then Google it. It is a thing of beauty. It was slow, but it was beautiful. The DK Academy karts are not slow and just as beautiful.
3.5 minutes to go then. Davidson leads from Bodie Batch and Chester Fawkes in 3rd place. Mason Hibbert trying to fight back. Fawkes has gone up to 2nd place. Batching holding on to 3rd. Batch now being mechanicked and coached as by Louis Diamond. Louis was on the tools for Riley Cranham last year and years prior. Riley is here this weekend. He's got taller. His voice has got deeper. He went, "Hello, Andrew."
Oh, no.
That's been driving those Ginettas, and it's changed him massively.
Yes.
But no, keep an eye on Bodie Batch, because when I spoke to Louis earlier today, he said, yeah, we had the pace, we just didn't have the look, the racing look yesterday, but they were quietly confident going into qualifying that Bodie could put in another big performance here today.
Now, last year, and there is Dimi Uzanov, another. Harry Chapman gets very wide coming out of the back corner. Last year, Bodie Batch flew the Austrian flag.
Yes.
This year, the British flag. Obviously, drivers are allowed. They're not sort of randomly pick what country they want to represent. It's got to be family related. But yeah, representing the UK this year, Fawkes in 2nd. It has been a while for Chester Fawkes. He's got 2 wins. They were both the Bambino. They were like several years ago now. He's on to 11 podiums and now has the race lead. 2 minutes to go. Here comes Davidson back to the inside, and now Mason Hibbert trying to pass Fawkes as well. Fawkes gets help from his fellow Argenti Academy driver. Same academy, 2 different teams, Bodie Batch, and suddenly, welcome to the party, Mason Hibbert, Dimi Uzanov, and is that Harry Chapman, or is that the 1-5? That's not Margaris Kvetskis flying into the picture like an absolute bad man.
Here we go then, 1.5 minutes to go. Ceol has got an interview lined up, but we'll keep with this because this is classic Water Swift now. Back and forth as these drivers have been fighting across the UK, across Europe, every single opportunity so far this year. Davidson in a bit of bother here. He's going to lose out 3rd place to Mason Hibbert. Dimi Uzanov could have a go as well to demote yesterday's winner down to 5th, and does. Meanwhile, at the very front of the order, Ilyas Sami there also on the move, gets down the inside of Margaris Kvetskis. It's Fawkes leading from Batch. Uzanov goes in on Hibbert. Hibbert's going to have to back out of that one, otherwise he's going to be on the curb. Gets a good bit of drive to go back alongside Davidson. Here comes Kvetskis as well. Ilias Sami cuts back to the inside, uses the banking quite nicely. That's all for 6th place. We've still got another 2 laps of this one, ladies and gentlemen, and this is only the first heat of the day.
Do not count out Dimi Uzanov. He has got the Alpine Stars race suits, the green, the white with the red flicks, his Bulgarian heritage, which he so proudly talks about. Yes, he is with the Jade Racing team this year on the Birrell ART. Bodie Batch is now your race leader. Uzanov, he's still got Jason Dredge working with him. That's the key relationship for Uzanov. He's on the same kart, that Birrell Art chassis. The Jade Racing team are running him, but his mechanic is Jason Dredge. So that is now Forks. Can he? Watch for Dimi Uzanov to the inside. Fantastic P2 for Dimi. Now we're coming to the last lap board, Andrew.
Good defence there from Bodie Batch, but he's going to have to do it all again. Oh, it's getting a little bit tight through the final corner. 3 wide between Hibbert, Forks, Davidson. Oh, they clash towards turn 1. Davidson has to back out of that one. That might actually be quite a good move from Davidson. Oh, all over the curb there is Hibbert. Batch is now having to work really, really hard. Dimi Uzanov all over the back. The rear axle like a rash at the moment of Bodie Batch. Towards turn 6 again. Big point forward from Uzanov. He doesn't want Batch to defend because he realises that, yes, he could win this race. He could also drop outside of the top 5. They're all still there. Hero Say coming up the order as well. Oh, it started to break down as they run through hairpin 1. That's not going to go well. Uzanov is out wide. Does very well to get back on circuit. Davidson up to 2nd place. Now Forks trying to go down the inside. That's not going to work. Here comes Kvetskis up to potentially 3rd place. It's all gone wrong behind Bodie Batch. But for Bodie Batch, we said keep an eye on him with the pace he had yesterday. Now he's got the results. Takes heat 1 ahead of Davidson, ahead of the rest. That is going to be a provisional result with a capital P-R-O-V. You get the rest.
I can't spell the rest. I'm glad that we got that far.
But Bodie Batch, he does the business there. That is a big, big change from yesterday's results. This is what can happen at a double header, Henry.
Yeah, exactly. But you know what? Bodie Batch, he was defending into turn 7. Turn 7, the switchback hairpins. Doing exactly what he needed to do. Behind him, everybody was either making moves, everybody tried to make a move on the driver in front. As a result, I could almost hear the nose cones being pushed back in that one corner. We'll see what happens in post-race scrutineering.
Well, we've got one already, plus 5 second penalty for the E-plate holder Chester Forks, and that's going to be costly. That's going to drop Chester from, at the moment, 5th place down to 16th. Oh no, that's not good news for Chester at all. Well, let's take you through, as I say, the order as they finished. Bodie Batch takes the win. 2nd place for Alfie Davidson. 3rd for Margaris Kvetskis. Good run there for the Lithuanian driver for the BMR team. Hero Say, Hero has been on it. An absolute hero as Hero. So the driver flying the flag for Hong Kong P4 in that one. Chester Forks will drop from that 5th place because we've already seen, as you can see at the top of your screens, plus 5 second penalty. Dimi Uzanov 6th, Harry Chapman 7th, Ilias Sami, Albert J. Stubbs and Mason Hibbert complete the top 10 on the road. Charlie Page 11th, Charlie Clough 12th, Oliver Tay finishes in 13th place ahead of Rudra Gokulnath, Ethan Owen 15th, Hugo Torpy, Max Frisbee, Ada O'Brien and Hugo Williamson all got to the end of that race. All 19 starters finished. Penny for the thoughts of some of our IAME Water Swift drivers. I don't think there's going to be too many smiles in there, apart from Bodie Batches. Bodie will be absolutely delighted.
He will.
Louis Diamond will be absolutely delighted.
He will.
They will kick on from this, I'm sure.
They will. That was correct. But look at that. You look at the second page of that result sheet. Ethan Owen. Ethan Owen was a podium finisher at Wilton Mill. I just checked, in the number 127 DK Academy kart. Because Larkhall is where it is, the teams aren't here racing every single month. So therefore, they have less data to fall back on. You're going to get a couple of situations where teams, drivers, they just miss it on a weekend. Not by lots, they miss it by maybe, you know, a tenth a lap. A tenth a lap suddenly becomes 5 seconds over the course of a race, you know, with all the others goings on. But we've had the cadets, now time for juniors.
Here we go then for X30 Junior. This should be another really entertaining race. George Edgar took the win yesterday and starts this one from pole position. Freddie Wood alongside on the front row of the grid. Max Endicott, the IWF champion in this category from 2025, continues his good form, starts on row 2 alongside Finley Lyons, who had an absolute stormer of a final yesterday from the second half of the grid. Sukmani Kira was back on the podium yesterday for the first time since Three Sisters 2024. She starts on the inside of row number 3. George House completes the top 6. Aaron Richardson and George Clark will go from 4. Rocco Shenton excelled in slippery conditions at the start of the final yesterday. Starts this one from row 5. Is joined by Archie Rogers-Tyler, Jacob Backler, and a wild card for this weekend. Colby Patterson starts on row 6. George Quinlan and Katie Donaldson go from row 7. She is Scottish, but this is actually the first time Katie's been here at Larkhall since Honda Cadet days when she was 8.
Wow.
Jake Flewitt, winner from Wilton Mill, starts on row 8. Was strong yesterday. Harley Musk completes that row. Orion Meta and Adam Bourne go from row 9. Esteban Roche, welcome to the British Kart Championship, starts this one from row 10 alongside Lucian Smith. Luca Narroway and Zach Burke go from 11. Alex Riley and Ollie Brunt start on 12. Jack McLaughlin completes the 25-strong field.
I have to make a personal apology to Rocco Shenton. Because we were talking about how good Rocco was going to be in the final yesterday, starting down at the back, on wet, but it was slippery on a wet track. You know, they had to delay the start.
Yes.
Because the ambulance couldn't get in.
Yes.
Because there were cars blocking the road.
Yes.
I'm driving a hire car. Didn't hear it called, it was me. I was in the white BMW, but I was a second car. So I want to apologise to Rocco, because by the time they got the ambulance in, the track had dried a little bit, negating some of his advantage. It's
all your fault.
It's all my fault.
Here we go then. Second race day underway then for X30 Junior. They stream through the first couple of corners and George Edgar leads this one in the early stages. Problems
Sorry, Andrew. There was a driver there, the Fusion driver. That could have been Sukmani Kira, who was sideways facing the wrong way going into the corner. And
Harley Musk in trouble in the 221. Another one of the Fusions, the 267 of Alex Riley was the driver slow off of turn number 1. So some dramas in the early stages here in X30 Junior. Edgar family having a good weekend. A win yesterday. Things were going well when we came on the air for another member of the Edgar family in France.
Yes, really?
Don't put any spoilers in the chat, folks.
No.
So we want to watch how that race finished later on today. Move for fifth place, Aaron Richardson has got ahead of Sukmani Kira. Swap between the two teammates. They battled over second place yesterday in the final.
Sukmani Kira, 4 British Championship podiums. Max Endicott, the reigning IAME World Finals Junior X30 Championship in second. George Edgar. I'm looking at the stat. There are 4 Georges in this race. George Quinlan, George Clark, George House, and of course, George Edgar. Just spelt slightly more cosmopolitan.
Katie Donaldson on the move. Katie up to 12th place, I think it is now. Katie's been having another driver having a very good season on the club races, whether it be at PF, seen the race at Shennington as well. Now has moved into the MDL Motorsport team. And looking pretty confident so far here this weekend. So 6 minutes of this race to go. It's Edgar from Endicott, Lyons, Wood, Richardson, Kira. That's your top 6. Shenton 7th, George House in 8th, and Backler and George Clark P10. And he's on the move again. Jake Flewitt, the star in this class of Wilton Mill, up to P11. That's a gain of 4 places so far in this race.
Johnny Edgar, no, George Edgar. There I are, get it wrong. That was a move. That was George House on Rocco Shenton. Well, Rocco had a bit of box office put on him because that was You know, a starring move, and now George Clark gets a bit of a nerf from behind by. Let's see, was that? It wasn't Jake Flewitt. Jake Flewitt has dropped back a little bit. George Edgar, 7 wins now in the British Championship. He's got 15 podiums to his name. He's closing in on that, the highest sort of, you know, Macaulay Bishop, Kai Hunter, that sort of territory in terms of number of podiums. The latest, what is he, the latest member of the Edgar Racing dynasty? No, he's not, because there are more Edgars coming to play.
All for future days, of course. Here's a battle between the two fusions, Freddie Wood and Aaron Richardson. And Aaron Richardson has worked his way through past Freddie Wood. This isn't necessarily Freddie's favourite kind of circuit. He more tends to look towards the fast-flowing circuits, the Euro-style circuits.
You either love Larkhall or you cannot wait to get down the M74 south afterwards. It's one of those tracks. It is so technical, so bumpy. Well, it's not bumpy, but it is bumpy, so narrow. I mean, you're looking at the, I mean, I love the low angle shots here because you can see the drivers. Certainly the middle of this corner, there is a bump in the middle of this corner there, just as you sort of turn in, not before you get to the curbs, because obviously there are bumps there, but there's a good, clean move by, what were we saying about Freddie Wood not liking this track?
This may not be his favourite track,
but he's good
round here. He was in the top 10 consistently yesterday. Aaron Richardson having some struggles, has lost position to Sukhmani Kira as well.
We're looking at the 244. Now that timing screen on the left-hand side of our, does that bear any relation to the positions on the track? No, I didn't think. I thought that something had paused. Something had sort of, so we're looking at our timing screen. Is those positions locked in?
They're good.
So Max Endicott still is in P2.
Yep. Finley Line's still running in 3rd place. Here's the battle for 8th place, Rocco Shenton. There is Colby Patterson, the young man from Halifax. Gets through past Jacob Backler. Backler's going to give it back.
Straight away.
And here comes Jake Flewitt. Different livery this weekend. The full global karting livery for Jake Flewitt here at Larkhall. That didn't quite go so well as it did at Wilton.
Well, he was trying to go up the inside. That's why it didn't go well. He was trying a traditional method of overtaking. Does not work at all as they come through there. Now, Colby Patterson, enlighten us, the collective. The 624. That means he is a
wild card, not counting for championship points at this point of the season, at this in this race.
So, if he then decides to come back and do more races, do his points from Larkhall suddenly become championship points?
I believe if you then pay the fee to become a full championship entry, yes, your positions would then count for championship points. So we'll leave that one to Ian Rogers and the Motorsport timing team.
When that happens, Ian Rogers' head explodes.
Yes.
Okay, fair enough. So Colby Patterson, multiple race winner in the British Championship leads. Now, Rocco Shenton, he's up against it in this race, is box office. He's now got George Clark to deal with. You have to please ignore the timing and scoring pylon. Yes, what has happened?
Sorry, Henry. I think I know why this is. Black flag for Harley Musk, and I think this is because Harley didn't serve a technical and mechanical flag. Because that was shown at 11:24. Black flag now shown at 11:26.
He was, when we saw him spin or get involved at Golf Club on the first lap, there was a bit of plastic not attached to the kart, which he needs to be attached to the kart in order to allow him to race. And he has chosen, well, Harley Musk woke up this morning and chose defiance. He's now going to choose, well, not choose, he's now going to be invited to an audience with the stewards, possibly.
1 minute and 15 seconds to go. Apologies for the technical issues with our timing tower. George Edgar does lead this race from Max Endicott by 2 seconds. Finley Line's 3rd, a further half second back. Freddie Wood 4th, Sukhmani Kira 5th. Aaron Richardson, George House, Rocco Shenton, George Clark and Jacob Backler all in the top 10 as things stand. Jake Flewitt up 3 places. Is up to 12th place. Lucian Smith having a good race, we should note as well. He's currently one of your biggest movers, up 6 spots to 14th. Luca Narroway If you saw
Luca.
the interview with
Yes.
him earlier on in the build-up show, it was a great time to catch up with Luca, having a really good one here, up 5 spots to 16th. Your biggest mover, though, Jack McLaughlin, the Irish driver, privateer, up 7 places to 18th. 25 seconds to go, Henry.
George Edgar away at the front. He has put a stomping on the field here. This is the battle for 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th and 14th. I have to say, good drive for Lucian Smith. Not a class that we're used to seeing him in. Rocco having a nibble at George Clark. And sideways going that first hairpin. There's Finley Lines. Well, Finley having more than a nibble on Freddie Woods. He was having a full-on bite and takes the position for that premium karting team. It just been premium karting, you know, I joke about top table of teams. 3 years ago, not a top table. Somebody's had a spin in the
It's Rocco
background. It's Rocco's
and
off.
Backler. Shenton and Backler out of this race. And in the wall, there's another involved, Jake Flewitt.
Jake Flewitt. Premium karting are now one of, I mean, they take the fights to Fusion and Mick Barrett Racing every single time they're on the track. Make no mistake about it. Premium are here at the very, very top of British karting. Speaking of the top of British karting, the Edgar name has been at the top of British karting for decades, and it continues to be.
Well, George Edgar likes the month of June. He had a great run at GYG 12 months ago. Could today at Larkhall be a similar story? George Edgar wins the first heat of the day in X30 Junior, continues the great run of results here in Scotland. The rest of them over the line. There is Rocco Shenton, who does not see the finish of this race. One of 3 drivers to sadly not see the end of this race. Jacob Backler, the other one. And of course, we saw Harley Musk with effectively a disqualification for a black flag.
Yep.
I can also see Jake Flewitt returning to the pits.
Minus
with
a rear bumper or a rear bumper hanging off.
It's a very non-factory spec angle. So I think that will be a scratch from the race result as well.
Gotta say that we saw Rocco Shenton walking out of Parc Ferme. That's possibly a sensible thing.
Yeah.
If you're in a mood, you've got camera on you, let's just walk away. Let's just, you know, have a moment to think, to count to 10 before, so we don't say or do anything that we may regret. That is a mature move from box office.
George Edgar takes the race win then from Max Endicott and Finley Lines. Sukmani Kieran, Freddie Wood inside the top 5. George House, Aaron Richardson, George Clark, Colby Patterson and Lucian Smith all in the top 10. Smith up 10 places in that one. Good drive from Katie Donaldson, top championship rookie in 11th. Up 3, Archie Rogers-Tyler, Luca Narroway, Orion Meta and Jack McLaughlin in the top 15. McLaughlin the joint highest mover there. With 10 positions as well. Adam Bourne, Zach Burke, Ollie Brunt, Esteban Roche and George Quinlan all inside the top 20. Alex Riley, P21, and there'll be 4 drivers who did not see the checkered flag after 11 laps. Jake Flewitt, Rocco Shenton, Jacob Backler and Harley Musk. It's hotting up in the X30 Junior point standings. Richardson's lead at the start of the day, 13 points over George Edgar. If George Edgar can do what he's just done there again in heat number 2, he could be nicely chipping away at that advantage. We're going to take a short break here on the comms. Next up after this, bit of seniors. Here we go then for the first heat of the day in X30 Senior. This is, of course, a brand new championship round for them, but it could be a familiar story once again here today. Freddie Lloyd back in action in the IAME categories in the British Kart Championships. Won yesterday, starts this one from pole position. Nat Johnson was your biggest mover up the field in the final yesterday, starts P2. Max Ewell and Harrison Whitcomb mean it's a share between Premium Karting and Mick Barrett Racing across the top 2 rows. Tyke Buckley and Morgan Moore form up an all-Irish row 3. Joey Brown and Sam Lewis go from 4. Scott Riley continues to impress as a championship rookie there on row 5 alongside seeded driver CJ Bennett. Theo Lestrange and Jack Buckley, 18 years of age yesterday, go from row number 6. Levi Sangera and Alexander De Benedictis go from row 7. Tristan Powell and Dylan Patel on row 8. Alejandro Ramirez goes from row 9 on debut here in the British Kart Championships. And Freddie Farrell also there on row 9. Good to see Freddie on the grid. Had a really, really scary shunt yesterday. Jamie English and Alfie Gallagher go from row 10. Luke Taylor and Macy Hitter, who impressed at Wilton Mill, start on row 11. Timed qualifying problems for Lewis Bird. Had a mechanical flag, so starts from the back in this one and is not the only big hitter towards the back end of the field. Aaron Brown makes it 2 seeded drivers on row 12. It's a 24 strong field here today in Senior X30. And I feel for Lewis, because that's not the first time this season that's happened.
Yes.
That he's now going to have a bit of a job on his hands of getting back through the field through these heats.
Yeah, I hope Bird isn't a turkey, because last night Turkey got stuffed. Now, let us see. That's a football analogy. That was. It was a cheap gag, and I'm back.
He's here all day, ladies.
He is here all day. I'm here at the next one as well. Next one's where are we going in July? Kim Bolton. Yes, cannot wait. I go from here to I have a couple of meetings off from Zwartkops, South Africa, to Kim Bolton in the space of 5 days, from the highest of the high on Table Mountain to the highest of the high in British karting, Hunt's Kart Club. That's next, though. This is now, and this is Freddie Lloyd. Freddie Lloyd, 9 victories now, tied with Alfie Davidson for the most wins of the drivers in this paddock. Here we go, in the tram lines. Lloyd gets a great start. It was too much of a great start. The outside drivers, that looks like a false start. That is a false start. We saw yesterday, you do not want to be on the outside of row number 1. You do not want to be on the outside of row number 1 at one of these starts. Harrison Whitcomb found that out to his disadvantage, his displeasure yesterday. Joey Brown, first British Championship podium yesterday. Well done. That means that we've got nearly half the drivers here have at least one British Championship podium in the modern era, which is remarkable. There are 20, well, coming into this weekend, there were 26 different race winners. Do we have any new race winners? Yes, of course, with Teddy Smith and Ollie West won for the first time. So we've now got 28 race winners.
Sawyer Henderson,
29 of the 126 drivers that are here, 29 have at least one victory. Lloyd has 9 on the outside of row number 1. The 315 of Nat Johnson has yet to open his victory account, and he's not going to open his victory account in this race, and that's a big crash. Oh my goodness, that's a full 720. Oh, Tony Hawk, take a bow, son. Everybody missed the Mick Barrett Racing kart. That is incredible, and it's game over for Ty Buckley. But game over for this race. If anybody had hit that kart when it was broadside of the turkey, that could have been game over for the day.
Bit of a slide there for the 355. And it's all getting a little bit messy. Dylan Patel's involved. Alfie Gallagher as well is not going to come off well in all of that.
Yeah, Alfie Gallagher, when he was a Minimax driver, he would raise money he would go round and he would collect old tyres and sell them second hand. Very enterprising young man is Alfie Gallagher. He's at the back of the field, so he's going to have to sort of work his way up. He would have been helped by that first lap menage of destruction there at the first switchback hairpin. Now, Joey Brown, you called him a gunslinger at Wilton Mill. That's a good description of Joey Brown, because he can be very, very quick on the draw sometimes, and yet he can also misfire other times. He runs hot and cold as Joey Brown. That is what Fusion have to iron out this year. So there's no more cold days, only hot days, if you catch my drift. Now, looking down, things have calmed down. Lloyd leads by a second over Brown. Max Ewell up into third place. Morgan Moore. It's going to take me a while to get used to Morgan Moore not driving for premium karting. He's moved over to Fusion now. Sam Lewis, who effectively has joined premium karting. And as there is the aforementioned Mr. Lewis passing what would have been his teammate last year. Here's Harrison Whitcomb, now with a driving licence on the road as well. Lock up your daughters, Whitcomb is on the road. Don't say that to his mum, Donna, because she'll get upset. Hi, Donna.
5.5 minutes of this race to go then. Lloyd leads by 1.2 seconds over Brown, Ewell, Lewis, Whitcomb. It's a difficult weekend, this, for Harrison Whitcomb,
yes.
because after the great performance last time out at Wilton Mill, and it was a great performance yesterday also, the trouble was Freddie Lloyd was just that little bit better, if not a lot better, in terms of just being at the front, hitting the laps in, almost running these like glorified very fast test sessions, because he's been unable to match the performance, as there's a change for second place as Brown and Ewell go wheel to wheel. But yeah, I do wonder how is Harrison Whitcomb feeling this week, because he's having to work very, very hard for his results, whilst Lloyd is scoring points aplenty.
Well, we're going to find out how Harrison Whitcomb is feeling right now, because Ceol Lynch has found Harrison's mechanic, Liam Smith, down in the paddock. And tell us Harrison's state of mind. Go on, Ceol, take it away.
Thank you very much, boys. I'm here with Harrison Whitcomb's mechanic. How are you feeling so far? We know it was a bit of a bittersweet day for you guys yesterday after a clean sweep.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't a bad day. Like, it's good points. I don't know what Lloyd's continuing if he's doing the whole championship. So for us, it's just getting as many points as possible and extending our lead, really. And that's exactly what we did. So good day yesterday and all.
And he's going so far well today. Probably didn't start exactly where I wanted to. What has been kind of your advice going into this round?
The aim for today was like an inside start for the heats. We did exactly the opposite with a 4 and a 2, but it is what it is. Like, we just got to get on with it and again keep consistent and score as many points as we can.
How do you think his head's feeling so far? Do you think he's got his head down, confident?
Yeah, I think he's in a really good headspace at the moment, definitely. Like, Friday was a bit up and down, but then we come out the blocks running Saturday with the P2 and quali, really happy with that. So I think we're good. I think we're good.
Thank you very much. That's good to hear. You can get back to the race.
Thank you.
That's all from now. Let's go back to racing.
Thank you, Ceol. As big send down the inside from Tristan Powell on Morgan Moore. So Powell up to P6, although front fairings looking a little bit
wibbly wobbly.
Wibbly wobbly indeed. There is Lloyd. I think Lloyd's just pacing himself at the moment. I don't think he's at 100%. He doesn't need to be at 100%. Investigation underway for the 314 of Alfie Gallagher. Just to update you as well, the 355 of Levi Sangera has got a +5 second penalty. The Canadian currently running 8th on the road, up 5. Lewis Bird on the charge as well. Up 12 places so far in this race to 11th. Aaron Brown, the other seeded driver who started at the very back of the grid, has just set the fastest lap of the race, up 11 places to 13th. Here is your battle for second place.
It is. And of course, you know, Liam Smith saying about Harrison being in a good headspace. I'm glad to hear that, because Harrison Whitcomb, yesterday we spoke about this. He was exactly where he was most of the day at Wilton Mill.
Yes.
That is about 10 kart lengths in front of everybody else. The problem that Harrison had was that about 20 kart lengths in front of him was Freddie Lloyd. Now, there was a deliberate reason why Freddie wasn't at the first round.
Yep.
They're obviously, Team Lloyd are working on a calendar, a schedule of events to try and maybe take not only 2 British titles, but obviously something else in Europe as well, one would think, why Freddie wasn't here. So the emotion that we're seeing out of Freddie is because they bet the house this year on
They've gone all in.
mistakes. That's the key. The pressure on Freddie Lloyd is greater. Now, there's 20 point scoring opportunities in this championship for Senior X30. You count your best 15 scores. He lost 4 scores at Wilton Mill. So basically, across every set of heats and final for the rest of the year, that driver number 1, cannot make more than 1 mistake. He has got 1 race to drop. Everything else has to be perfect. That's pressure. He knows he's under it. He knows he carries that number 1 plate. Gus Lawrence carried that number 1 plate for 3 years. Oh,
Whoa.
and there's Joey Brown. Is that a mechanical issue? That is a mechanical issue. He's off. Oh, and you can see the frustration. New steering wheel, please. The Fusion awning.
Yeah, that's such a shame for Joey, because he was racing really, really well up to that point.
How many times have we seen Joey Brown take himself out of contention?
That wasn't on that occasion.
No,
wasn't
that
the
was
case on
he
that
put
occasion.
himself into contention, and then she broke. Quick finishing thought on Freddie Lloyd. He knows he has to be the man.
Yeah.
In British karting, yes, we have the KZ2s, yes, we have senior road tax, but Senior X30, the Senior X30 British champion, is the driver that, outside the sport, outside British karting, is seen as the man, or the driver. The driver who has to carry our sport on the back and represent British karting. Gus Lawrence and Danny Curl, 2 of our previous champions, did that in an exemplary fashion. Now Freddie Lloyd, I think, has realised, I got to grow up. I've got to be the man, both on track and off track, because he represents British karting in the eyes of the wider world. And I say that in the FIA world, at least.
Good scrap going on with Levi Sangera trying to hold on to 9th place. We're on to the last lap here. Aaron Brown. We're all still getting used, aren't we, to someone other than Gus Lawrence sitting in that PF International machine. But here is Freddie Lloyd. This is going to be another comfortable victory for the reigning British champion. And just to add to what you've said there, Henry, you're right, he's doing this all-in approach. This is already, this performance this weekend is reminding me of Franciacorta in the IAME Euro Series earlier on in the spring, where he's also not got many drop scores, if any at all, to play with. This is 10 out of 10, once again from Freddie Lloyd, who starts Sunday very strongly indeed. Takes the first heat in the Senior X30 category by 1.5 seconds, 1.6 seconds rounded to the nearest 10th. It's a premium karting 1-2-3 as well. So once again, the premium karting team doing a fantastic job, whether it be here in the UK or overseas as well. They are quite the force to beat in this Senior X30 category. And there is your provisional results from the 3rd heat of the weekend, the first for this new round of the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. Lloyd from Lewis from Whitacombe 1-2-3. Max Ceol for Mick Barrett Racing Home in 4th. Good drive from Tristan Powell, up 10 places in that one to P5. Morgan Moore, Nat Johnston, Theo Lestrange, Levi Sangera and Lewis Bird, your equal biggest mover in that race, all inside the top 10. In 11th place, it was Aaron Brown, also up 13 places, like Bird. CJ Bennett 12th, Scott Riley and Macy Hitter, all in the top 15, completed by Alejandro Ramirez. Good drive there from Hitter, up 8 places. Jack Buckley, won't be happy about that. He had a good day yesterday on a run to the top 10 of the final, but P16 for Jack Buckley in that one. The Brennan Tech team, Jamie English, 17th in that one, a gain of 2. Alexander De Benedictis for the SWRD, 18th. Luke Taylor and Dylan Patel in the top 20. Alfie Gallagher, 21st. 3 retirements in that one. Joe Brown, Freddie Farrell and Ty Buckley.
This is important. Let's have a look. Just, there we are. Team dynamics. Yes, they want to get on, but they know they are the most fierce rivals of all. A 1-2-3 for premium karting. Now, none of this would be possible without our sponsors and partners. You see Wera Tools there. There are plenty of others. So we're going to take a very short break. It's not just going to be 12 minutes of adverts. No, 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 ladies and gentlemen, because Nat Stappen was kind enough to give Andrew Mather a guided tour of Larkhall behind the wheel, and Andrew and Ceol have been very, very busy interviewing lots of other drivers. So we'll have a quick commercial break and then some features. Then we'll be back for the second round of heats here at Larkhall, Event 4, 2026 Wera Tools British Kart Championship.
Wera, what a start from the hard. Heading up into the top section.
Welcome to the Motorsport UK Race Centre once again. We're here at Larkhall, bit of a wet and windy Larkhall for us here on practice day here with Nat Johnston from Mick Bout Racing. Nat, we're going to take an onboard lap with yourself. Talk us through this track.
It's a really great track. I love the variations. There's lots of fast flowing corners like this one you're seeing here. You've got to try and keep it pinned and carry as much speed as you can. Then here's a really interesting corner. So it's you've got to get it quite stopped, and you'll see in a minute I put a lot of lock on. Obviously it is first practice on Saturday morning, but it's a really great variation which you've got to get perfectly because obviously you're coming onto a really long straight.
There's some real big curbs around this circuit as well, through this almost boot-like section, golf club-like section. There's some really big curves that you don't want to be hitting. This long straight's another critical part of the circuit though, isn't it?
Yeah, 100%. Well, I mean, if you don't come off the corner before as good, then it really messes you up. So you've really got to try and prioritise that exit. And then this is also a really interesting corner. It's quite a fast right-hander. And then you've got to sort of play with how much exit you can use. Because, I mean, at the club race last week, I wasn't here, but they were saying, oh, you can only use so much on the red and white. But this week, I think we've been allowed to use a bit more, which, you know, if you carry more speed. But it changes with how the track is. So it's always an interesting one there.
And I guess as well, you don't want to run out too wide because the next couple of corners are real overtaking opportunities.
No, that's it, yeah, 100%. So you've got two hard hairpins. The second, probably the more interesting because it's so banked. So if I pause it here, you can really see how banked it is. So you've really got to try and get a good run up the hill to allow you to come off the corner nicely.
If we've got mixed weather this weekend, I think these two corners are going to be really exciting because there's going to be all kinds of different lines, aren't there, especially in race trim?
100%, especially on the first lap, but it'll be exciting for sure.
Absolutely. Well, there is your lap of Larkhall. Before we let you go, Nat, I know you've got a lot of supporters, particularly in the on the live broadcasts. The nickname Nat Stappen, where did that come from and what do you think of it?
I'm honestly not 100% sure. I think it came from when I was in Jamie Green Racing to the boys there. They called me Nat Stappen. It was always just a bit of a jokey name, but it sort of stuck. I mean, it doesn't really mean anything to me, but, you know, it's a nice joke to have.
Oh, it's cheering you on.
Spirits, yeah.
Just cheering you on out there. Nat, thanks for your time. Best of luck this weekend.
Thank you.
Joining me here in the former W Series headquarters is circuit manager Angus Moulsdale. Angus, it's great to have you with us this weekend. Obviously, your family took over this circuit in 2019. Tell us a bit about that.
Yeah, so we've been involved here the last 7 years. It was a great opportunity to develop karting within Scotland. We've had Larkhall circuit here for over 60 years. Very many famous drivers from Lewis Hamilton, probably the number one in the world. Been here. We've got all the F1 drivers of today, thanks to the British Championship, have raced at Larkhall. And we've also created a lot of our own Scottish drivers, like David Coulthard, Paul de Resta, and many, many more today. So we've been loved to be involved. We've put a lot of investment and effort into this facility, and we're actually really, really glad to have this in Scotland and try and develop young drivers today as well.
Well, that's right. And you recently got it FIA graded in the last couple of years, which is a brilliant step. This is the only Scottish circuit that is FIA graded to this date. And let's talk about the circuit, though. What do you think brings a specific challenge to the drivers?
Yeah, so I think it's the mix that we have here. So we've got some very, very tight stops, and we have a lot of fast-flowing sections as well. So I really think having that mix, we've got some interesting camber as well. On some corners, we've got a bank corner. Last corner is slightly off camber. We have lots that kind of makes this a really, really technical, difficult circuit to drive.
Yeah, for sure. And let's paint a picture for the fans, the viewers who might not be here today. If you could watch from one corner around this circuit for the rest of this weekend, where would it be?
I think actually the banked corner. So you get a great view down the end of the straight. Yeah, lots of overtakes there into the tight hairpin between post 6 and 7. So yeah, I think the visibility that you get at the bank corner, looking over a good part of the infield of the circuit, is fantastic.
I think many would agree with you. And of course, our IAME classes haven't been here since 2023. So I know there's a buzz for all of them to be back. But is there any specific races the British Kart Championships have joined you for years now that you find memorable in particular?
Yeah, I think so. Particularly the seniors. When we had Rotax a couple of years ago, great moves in the last lap, last corner of the senior final. But yeah, no. Very, very high standard of drivers here in the British Kart Championships. So yes, always exciting to watch.
Well, thank you very much for joining us, and we'll see what action holds this weekend.
Thank you.
We're back in the DK Academy tent with Ollie Woodall, our driver in IAME Water Swift Restricted. Ollie, you're a newer driver to this team. Do you like racing in this team?
Yeah, I really like it.
And you like your teammates, don't you? There's lots of good drivers here. Now, it's coming into a very important time of the year. It's the World Cup this weekend. Who do you think's going to win the World Cup?
Nah, I just don't like football.
You don't like football?
No.
You only like karting?
Yeah.
So, if it's karting that's the sport for you, what do you eat before you go karting?
Probably cottage pie with cheese, I would prefer.
Cottage pie with cheese? And that powers you to what? That makes you go quicker?
Yeah, I like the taste of it.
You like the taste of it. I'll tell you what, you're going to like the taste of this as well, because the public watching at home have voted you as the Wera Tools Driver of the Day from Wilton Mill. There is your trophy. How do you feel?
Really happy. I'm glad that I've got this trophy.
Fantastic stuff. Well done, Ollie. We'll keep up with you across the course of the season. Well done. Your Wera Tools Driver of the Day from Wilton Mill.
Thank you.
I'm here with Macy Hitter, Senior X30 driver. Macy, you're a driver who we've seen over the last couple of years, not quite in the British Kart Championships, but talk to us for starters a bit about your karting career.
Yeah, so I've obviously been in karting for around 12 years now, which is quite a long time. I've competed in a lot of club championships, tried a little bit of abroad as well, but this is my first season in the British Kart Championship.
And how have you found that transition from the club level? I'm sure you found it's helped you a lot with your experience in racecraft.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you're racing against the best, so it's been difficult, but really good so far. And we had a positive first round, so really enjoying it.
And what's the dynamic like between you and your dad, who's on the tools for you?
I mean, we've always been a family racing team, so growing up with my dad being a mechanic has been normal to me, and it feels good to have him back on the tools this season.
And you guys had a long haul drive here to Larkhall. What are you making of the circuit so far?
I mean, I have to say, I think it's actually my favourite circuit so far. I think from being in Norfolk, it's a bit different, the circuits there, so learning something new has been really exciting.
And of course, this year, with it being your rookie year in the British Kart Championships, what are your kind of overall goals to overseeing the year?
I mean, obviously, top rookie would be amazing, but I think ideally top 5 would be a really impressive first season in the British Kart Championship.
Well, thank you very much and have a good weekend.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everybody, to live pictures here at Larkhall, event 4 of the Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championships. That's the first round of heats done and dusted, and we're about ready for the second set of heats to commence. Andrew Mather and Henry Beaudette on commentary duties for you here today, with Ceol Lynch down in the pre-grid area to give us insights as to what is going on out there. Weather conditions, I've got to say, well, I might be about to curse it, the most stable that they have been so far this week. I have lost count, Henry, of how many times it's been raincoat on, raincoat off. Hopefully this is going to be the case for the IAME Water Swift Restricted drivers. Their second heat is up next. Here's your grid then for IAME Water Swift Restricted. 21 of them ready to go racing. Ollie West starts on pole position. Freddie Baker alongside on the front row. Oliver Woodall and Patrick Wood go from row number 2, and then Arthur Bowers and Benjamin Schliver go from row 3.
Row number 4, Hendrix Falat and Caden Hakura, Logan Hodges and Bobby Hodgetts and Bobby Slater, Logan Edwards and Louis Wilson next. We've got George Askew, Riley Aston Wilkins, Cole Parrish, Harry Murphy, Noah Brad, Max St. Hilaire, and still they come. Harley Hibbert, Darcy Durnford, hello to Mum Susan, how are you? And James Ferguson round out the field.
I like that. That's a new nickname, isn't it? The Weapon.
The Weapon. Well, it can that is a good nickname. It can go one of two ways, however.
True.
Must be careful when choosing son or daughter's karting nickname. But hopefully it'll be a weapon in a good way. Now, Ceol Lynch has made a fatal error.
Uh-oh.
She's new to
she's
this.
she's learning.
She's learning, bless her. She's left her tropical peelers sweets here on the sofa in
Ceol.
the commentary room.
Ceol, you're not getting them back.
Well, you are. You'll get the
bag.
Yeah, you'll get the bag back. Yeah. I'm just going to live taste test everybody. This is a watermelon flavour peeler.
Oh, he's going to do his ASMR again.
It's very nice.
So,
yeah,
if you weren't with us earlier, the race result from the first heat: Arthur Bowers, Patrick Wood, Ollie West. You're 1, 2, 3. Ben Schliver 4th, Caden Hakura 5th, Freddie Baker 6th, Bobby Slater, Hendrix Falat, Logan Hodgetts, and Harry Murphy all in the top 10. And once again, this is a case of the intermediate scores carrying over into this one. This race will then determine, and not quite yet, because we're going to go around again for another formation lap. So if you are new to karting, you're new to this kind of heats system, this race will have its result combined with the result from race number 1. If you've got the lowest number of points, not the highest, the lowest number of points.
0 points for a win.
0 points for win, 2 for second place, 3 for third, etc., etc. Low is good in this scoring system.
How low
if
can
you
you go?
If you are the lowest score, you get pole position for the final. There was James Ferguson at the back of the field, kart's number 51.
So if you score 0 heat points,
yes,
which means you've won both heat races, you score 65 championship points, which is the maximum that you get. So it's 65, 62, 60, 59, 58, 57, etc., etc. That's why the championship positions are so close. At the moment, Bowers is on course to extend his championship advantage. We will see. He's got his work cut out in this one from row number 3. Lights are out. We're off and racing.
Here we go then for the second set of heats. IAME Water Swift Restricted have a good start. Harley Hibbert running a little bit wide there. Quite a calm one. Oliver Woodall on the attack and has got the race lead. Louis Wilson had a moment indeed there, out onto the back straight and up towards turn number 6. Who is going to emerge in the lead in this one? It is Woodall to the front, and Arthur Bowers going in there as well, taking P2. Freddie Baker with that bright start, and that bright helmet is running P3, then West, then Falat. Wood loses out there to Benjamin Schliver, so it's all the usual contenders, Henry, coming to the front of the field.
Yep, and there is Wood passing Schliver. Benjamin Schliver's mechanic, Lewis Malin, became a dad for the first time earlier this year. 8-week-old daughter. I believe it's a daughter. It's an 8-week-old baby. I know that much. It is a baby, and it's 8 weeks old. And it was about this time when my son, who's now 17, when he was 8 weeks old, Lewis Malin's dad said, "Come on, Henry, you've got to put the newborn into a go-kart." Sat him in Lewis Malin's Minimax kart at Landau International Raceway, global home of motorsport, birthplace of champions. And it's one of my favourite photos of all time. It still gives me a lump in my throat thinking about it now. So yeah, and now it's time for Lewis Malin's dad, older and greyer and balder, hello Mr. Malin, love you, to put his grandson or granddaughter, it's a baby, I know that much, into Benjamin Schliver's kart and create another set of lifelong memories for Lewis. There is the number 21 kart. Now, Logan Hodgetts has some work to do.
It does indeed. Hodgett's currently running in 15th place. Here's a fight for the race lead. Woodall and Bowers once again here at Larkhall. Ollie West just waiting in the wings at the moment, running there in 3rd place. Then Baker, then Fallard. That's your top 5 as they run through turns 3, 4 and 5 out onto that back straight once again. And Woodall, just the composure that Oliver Woodall has behind the wheel this weekend, looking really, really good. Bowers having to defend or subtly defend to make sure Ollie West doesn't throw one in there from 3rd place through the tight hairpin once again, just looking further down the order. Who's on the drive up through the field? The Fusions are on the move. Bobby Slater up 1 position to 9th place, just behind the privateer Tim Wilson Motorsport liveried cart of Louis Wilson, up 2 places now to 10th. Logan Hodgetts has got past Riley Aston Wilkins for 13th.
But 13th is Aston Wilkins. 3rd is Ollie West. Now, we spoke to a mechanic mid-race. How about we speak to a dad mid-race as Arthur Bowers takes the lead. Ollie West is up into P2 and Ceol is speaking to Ollie's dad down on pit wall.
Thank you, boys. I have managed to tear away Ollie West's dad for a minute from the race. Let's talk about yesterday for Ollie. He had his maiden win.
Yep.
That must have been such a proud moment for you.
Oh, mega, absolutely unbelievable. He drove his socks off in the final, really calculated, waited till the end, and then just sent it and did it. It was just brilliant driving for such a young child.
And the team here in the championship know how hard you work on that car. I'm guessing moments like that make it all worth it.
Definitely so, yeah. I mean, as a privateer, it's really hard with the big teams, but yeah, we're doing really, really well.
And I spoke to Ollie just before that one. He's more riled up than ever, isn't he, for today?
Yeah, he can't wait. He's just going to go out there and do it and hopefully come, somewhere near and be ready for the final.
Thank you very much. I'll let you get back to the racing. Let's head straight back to the boys on track.
Thank you very much, Ceol. The whole Ollie West crew,
yes,
really, really trying to stretch him this year. So they've done a bit of racing in Europe as well, trying to give him as many positive experiences as they can. And it's working. It really, really is working in terms of getting that consistency up. And this is smart play as well. West, we were having to discuss back at the Airbnb last night. Other brands are available for your overnight accommodation. About the tactics here, particularly in cadet racing at this stage of the race, and what West is trying to achieve with Arthur Bowers at this stage with 3.5 minutes to go.
Yes, and I picked this up from Caleb Vieska. This is Ollie West pushing Arthur Bowers out into deep water. And in about, we've got 3 minutes plus a lap to go. In about 2 minutes, 45 seconds, Ollie West will keep pushing Arthur Bowers away. And when we are at its deepest, when we're talking Mariana Trench deep, Ollie West will put out alongside Arthur Bowers and he will pop his water wings. He's going to go there and he's going to say, OK, Arthur, can you swim? Now, let's dance. We're in deep water. Ceol Lynch returns to the commentary box to retrieve her sweets. Clever girl. As we watch Ollie West. Ollie West, I've got to say credit to his dad. That's the first mid-race interview I've heard with a dad without a swear word in it, which is very good considering that Ollie was battling for the race lead at the time. Moves happening further back as Benjamin Schliever passes Oliver Woodall, I think that was. Caden Hakura, he's got Mr. Excitement, Reggie Dewey on the spanners for him, running in 8th place. 2 seconds separate the top 8 with Bowers, West, Freddie Baker, this year's Rotax with the trophy champion. Going to the grand finals for the first time, trying to make it to a British title in Water Swift Restricted. Up the hill we go. Baker, not in his usual RCE attire, but he's with the XL Motorsport team. It's, we're looking at this. This is a Water Swift Restricted race, albeit, yes, but look at that. Have we got a Fusion cart up near the front? No, not at the moment. Good bunch of variety. There are teams in this sport who are taking on the Fusion juggernaut for the past 20 years.
So Baker through there with that move into the first of the hairpins, up to 2nd place now. That's brought Fallat back into play and Wood back into play. Just under 90 seconds to go then. Probably still, 3 laps in this one. As our colleague has just made it clear to Mr. Beaudette what...
She doesn't appreciate me stealing her sweets. I have two. And I was even grateful to say that Ceol Lynch has good taste in sweets because they tasted very nice. I shall refrain. Here comes the Fusion Freight Train. Well, only one of them. It's the number 99. Caden Hakura passes round one winner, Benjamin Schliever. 48 seconds to go. Well, Bowers, has rebuked the attack from Ollie West, who's now side by side with the XL number 92 of Freddie Baker. Here comes the Pantano Kart. Tommy Wera racing Hendrix Falat.
Good move.
Not named after Jimi Hendrix, although his nickname now is Jimmy for the rest of the year. So Jimmy Falat up into third position and closing in. There is an excited mum, which is always good to see.
10 seconds to go. Patrick Wood has a look down the inside of Freddie Baker, thinks better of it, stays there in 5th place. And you mentioned the Fusions, say two very new drivers for them at this level, but it is good to see Caden Hakura improving. We've not seen Caden necessarily this far up the order before in the battle for the major placings. As Patrick Wood and Freddie Baker have a moment. Caden Hakura, and there we go. Well, Caden, that reaction sometimes happens. Chain reaction and hit by the commentary curse.
Yep.
We're sorry.
2 for the price of 1. Get it all out of the way right now. But that happened because he was on the outside. There was the move that happened inside, and that forced Oliver Woodall to suddenly jink to the outside to avoid getting into a collision. And unfortunately, Hakura was on the furthest outside, and was a passenger, nowhere to go. He's back in the race. He was dropped down a few positions. This is the final lap. Bowers has got to fend off West Falat, and look at Patrick Wood, just loitering in the background.
And this result could be key for the championship at this stage of the season. Ollie West coming in, trying to find a way through, but thinks better of it. Bowers, if he can hold on to this, will be on pole for the final. It'll be 65 championship points. Falat's getting in there for P2, runs a little bit wide. West will draw back alongside and get his nose ahead, but the trouble is the next corner is right-hander. West's done really well there to get back ahead of Falat. This is similar to the final yesterday. Wood's still there in P4, but Arthur Bowers down the hill towards the final corner is going to make it 2 from 2. This is a big result. Arthur Bowers over the line, takes the race victory, and for the 3rd time this season has a maximum score in the championship. Will extend his live championship point score by 3 in this one. Ollie West with that 2nd place will join Bowers on the front row for the final later today at 2 p.m. Hendrix Falat 3rd with that one. Patrick Wood's 4th place in that race means that Patrick will start on the inside of row number 2. Not a bad place to be.
Significant indeed. Arthur Bowers, are we going to see British Championship final win number 1 for Arthur Bowers? 2 seconds, 2/3. How about making it a famous 5 with a win later on? The next time we'll see the Water Swifts will be in their final. West, Falat, Wood, Woodall, Schliever, Wilson, Slater, Hodgetts and Edwards. George Askew, Harry Murphy, Caden Hakura recovers to 13th after that. Freddie Baker also down at the order after we lost him as he was battling for the podium positions. Hello to Alistair Campbell on the live chat. Hello to Race Fan MX, M3X. Hello to, well, we've spoken to Mike Bennett, to Gillian Bennett, no relation. Gillian Bennett is Aaron Richardson's auntie. I know this is not the other paddock, and the other paddock we speak to Auntie Babs. I will be there at the next Rotax round, but Auntie Babs, one of our community, and I say our community as in the British karting community. We love having you all on board. The names that people are commenting, it keeps us, keeps us part of the same firmament. We want to talk today to Babs Lapper, Nanny Babs lost her husband over the winter, but he was able to see Albie Lapper finish on the podium in Bahrain. Here we go. It's race 2 with M1 Bambinos.
Second heat of the day then for the IAME M1 Bambinos. Here is their grid on pole position. It's Presley Knight in the number 16. George Miller has had good launches from second on the grid so far this weekend. We'll be looking to do so again in this one. Stanley Thurston third and Oakley Rudman fourth. They go on row number 2. It's Shay Downey and Henry Exton on row number 3. Nicholas Anser and Cheyenne Asgamy go from row 4. Jules Nash and Teddy Smith go from row 5. Bryla Stevens completes the 11-strong field. Little interesting fact about Nicholas's dad.
Yes.
Nicholas is a first-generation driver. Doesn't come from a motorsport and racing background.
Okay, so the
loves
other
Lewis Hamilton.
The other answer is not a relation then that I got the comment that raced in the Daniel Ricciardo series. That's one thing to tick off my list.
So Nicholas in full purple and yellow Lewis Hamilton setup.
Yes.
I was having a chat with his dad. I was like, well, what about you? He's like, works in film and television, works on Disney and Marvel films.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean, I'll call my agent now because I think at this point in my career, it's our time I moved
into
the
new Avengers movie.
If I was in the new Avengers movie, I would be the Hillman Avenger, the very old car that's not made anymore. Yes. Great to see a new class. These are the first 11 that have taken the plunge. Presley Knight, George Miller on row number 1.
Presley Knight will be on pole position for the final. If Presley can win this race, we're away once again in M1 Bambino. It's a pretty even start across the front row. It's Knight who takes the early advantage. Miller on the second phase of the start has a look, and here comes Oakley Rudman as well, settling into third place. So all 11 underway. There is Nicholas Anser in the replica Sir Lewis Hamilton helmet from a couple of years back in his Mercedes days. Yep. And will look to move up from 11th place. Bryla Stevens already up 1 position. Here back at the front of the field. Change for second place. Was that Oakley Rudman going round the outside? Yes, it was. Oakley Rudman up to P2 then in the early stages of this race. A couple of the RCEs going wheel to wheel, including... oh no, has Teddy Smith got a problem? Teddy Smith slowing down, hand in the air. Not sure what's happened there to yesterday's winner.
The Road Championship glory is not without its potholes. And sadly, Teddy Smith, Now, oh dear, you try and pull off at the side of the circuit and you realise the curbs are quite high and he's beached it. He's trying to get the marshal to help him. I think the marshal's best thing to do is say, Teddy, out of the cart, and I will help that cart into a safe spot. And look at that. There he goes. I mean, I think that those are Marvel characters on his crash helmet. Well, unfortunately, not even Iron Man can help you now, Teddy. You might need some new iron underneath him as the go-kart gets fixed.
6.25 minutes to go then. Knight from Rudman, Miller, Thurston. That is top 4. As things stand, Jules Nash has had a good start, up 3 places. Biggest mover in this race so far. Driver of Kart number 22, Bryla Stevens. You can just see her at the back of this group. But has gained 4 places, up to P7 already. Bryla, one of the drivers of this group who were with us at PF International last year in the Mighty Bambino guest race that we had as part of the Wera Tools British Kart Championships paddock for that one off.
And I'm pretty sure it's Bryla Stevens' dad I just saw. He's happy because he's got to wear shorts today because it's more summery. So Bryla is also enjoying the hot weather as she moves up top 7 behind Jules Nash. Jules Nash, who I said he won the opening round of the Mighty Bambino Championship at Warden Law. Not in this paddock, in the Kart Championship paddock, but it is an official Motorsport UK class. Look at these front 4. Knight, Rudman, Miller, Thurston. Here, and look at Bryla Stevens go. I've watched Bryla race now for 2 years. This is the best race she's had in a long time that I can remember seeing. She is flying. She's just past Shay Downey, and now she is sitting right behind Jules Nash. There she is, number 22. Flashing through your screen there. Only 2.5 seconds behind this battle for the race lead with still 4 minutes to go. Any kart on the screen now can win this race. There is Briella, and I said, sometimes it just clicks at different ages. These drivers are 6, 7, and 8 years old. You know, at the age of 6, I was learning to tie my shoelaces. At the age of 45, finally got it done.
This morning.
You develop at different stages, ladies and gentlemen.
4
By
minutes.
the time I'm 55, I'll be able to spell my own name.
4 minutes of this race to go. Presley Knight still has the lead, but Oakley Rudman's looking pretty quick at this stage of the race. George Miller still there in third. And then Stanley Thurston, who has done the fastest lap of the race so far. How would this affect things for the grid in the final? Well, Knight would be on pole position. Miller would be alongside on the front row. And as mentioned earlier, quite likes going for second place.
I didn't realise that Presley Knight's helmet was made in Wales. Look at the name on the front of his crash helmet.
Your eyes are better than mine.
Well, I mean, but no. When you have a look, when we see them coming towards there, that blue and white crash helmet. Just look at the brand name on the front of that crash helmet. There it is. It's Welsh. How do I know that? Because it's RI. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
He's here all afternoon. Oh no! As there's a near moment with Oakley Rudman. Gets back on terra firma, but now has to deal with George Miller going round the outside, and here comes Stanley Thurston. Stanley Thurston with a really good run towards turn number 6 and through into third place. Oakley Rudman fighting back, trying to retake that third place. Next up is the hairpin, and through goes Oakley Rudman. That was a near moment for Oakley Rudman and for Presley Knight.
It's cost them time. It's cost them time. And look at the number 18, Jules Nash, being pushed along by the hot pink wheel rims attached to the tyres on kart number 22. Briella Stevens. Still 2 and a bit seconds separate the top 6 with 2.5 minutes to go. In the background, Shay Downey doing his best to hold on. Here we go. Briella. We're learning. We're always learning. Now, again, there are still going to be mistakes. There are still going to be days where, and do you know what, when you're 7, sometimes you just don't fancy it. Sometimes you just don't fancy it and you'd rather go and play with toys. But today, Briella, she wants to try and get onto her first British Championship podium. And if this were the final, Briella would be about 1.5 seconds away from it. I want to know who that character is, the back of her crash helmet. I have known before. It's we'll find out. We'll find out if Dad will come and tell us. It's great. All the youngsters, you look. They put on this show, and it is a show. They drive with such incredible. There is Finn Leslie doing a lot of driver coaching. Ex-British touring car driver, ex-Kart Masters champion, Finn Leslie.
There's something else we should note about Briella's day so far.
Art, there we go, sorry.
And say for Teddy Smith in heat number 1, people may ask, well, what happened with Briella in qualifying? Is this a big turnaround in terms of pace? It's like, well, maybe not pace, but Briella's kart had a problem with the exhaust this morning, so that's why there was a scrutiny of non-compliance, which can be really hard for the drivers at this age, because they're new to the sport. They maybe don't fully understand and appreciate the mechanical side of it, and sometimes the mechanical bits break. So the fact that she's bouncing back from this after such disappointment, drove her heart out this morning in qualifying and then had all those times taken away, because them's the rules, folks. This is an even more impressive run from the driver there in number 22. Also impressive is how this top 4 are racing. Knight, Miller, Rudman, Thurston, in that order. And it'll be close, but I reckon they'll get across the line with some seconds remaining. So it looks like we're going to have 2 more laps after this one into the final corner. Presley Knight looking really good as they come through the sweepers and down the hill there, Henry.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, Jordan Baines at Force Motorsport probably listened to his interview and heard what was said. You won't hear what was said because we bleeped it out. That engine has got waft in it. There is George Miller. to the race lead down at Golf Club on the penultimate lap. Rudman and Thurston sit, watch and wait. Now, in Bambino, look at that. You can see there around the outside, can Presley Knight, even with the help behind, he has to try and do the crossover. This could be a great move from Presley Knight. He's going to get squeezed onto that curb, makes the move stick, now
Brilliant.
comes across, defends. Excellent move, set up to perfection from Presley Knight.
That is a really, really good piece of racing from Presley Knight, but I think he's going to have to do it all over again here, because this is not the last lap yet. They'll come down through the sweepers, see that last lap board, and still have another 1.1 kilometres to go in this second heat for M1 Bambino. As things stand, Knight would still be on pole position for the final. Miller would be alongside on the front row. Thurston and Rudman would be on row 2. The top 4 covered not only by not a lot of time in this race, but covered by only 10 points. As all round the outside goes George Miller.
Outstanding Slim Shady.
Brilliant move from George Miller to take the lead of this race. But now is he going to be a little bit vulnerable as they go towards turn number 6? This is where, on the previous lap, Presley Knight was able to set up that crossover. He's
Presley.
trying to do it again. Oakley Rudman there in third. That's well covered off by George Miller.
He's not
He's
gonna
got
do
down
it.
the inside, though, this
Superb.
time, and has got the race lead once again. Brilliant stuff from Presley Knight. Little bit of a bump there between Miller and Rudman. That may be the key moment that gives Presley Knight the win in this race. They're through hairpin number 2. Nash and Stevens are looking to get involved late on in this one. Down the hill once again. What a turnaround this has been this morning and through the early part of the afternoon. After troubles yesterday, Presley Knight wins Heat 2. Will be on pole position for the M1 Bambino final later here today at Larkhall. George Miller P2, Oakley Rudman third. Henry, that was a thoroughly entertaining finish.
Yeah, I mean, George Miller, the move that he pulled at this corner on the last lap was good enough to win any British final you care to mention. Presley Knight, even though he's 7, went, hold my beer. Then 2 corners later, okay, he set him up going through turn number 6, but then through the kink to run on the run down turn number 7, using the outside line to make the move and then defend that position. Excellent. There's one name that we're not seeing, the name of Teddy Smith, yesterday's race winner, the championship leader coming into today. Why aren't we seeing it? Well, that's because we saw Teddy pull over and retire his RCE kart, which was already not behaving itself because he was starting at the back.
Was indeed. So that result of Knight, Miller, Rudman, Thurston and Nash in the top 5. Stevens, Downey, Asgamy, Exton and Answer in the top 10. Teddy Smith is the one retirement. Leaves the intermediate points looking like this. This will be your grid for the final, at least provisionally, and also the order in which the championship points will be handed out later on after the lunch break for these efforts through these heats. Peter Knight first, George Miller second, Stanley Thurston third, Oakley Rudman fourth. Shay Downey will start at the inside of row 3 with 5th, Jules Nash 6th. Teddy Smith gets points for 7th in the intermediate classification. Briella Stevens 8th. Henry Exton at P9. Nicholas Answer will be there in P10, and Cheyenne Asgamy will get points for 11th place across those 2 heats. M1 Bambino final will be at 2:30 today, all being well, and we'll catch up with them later on in the day. Right now, though, Henry, we're going to turn our attention back to Honda Cadet.
The National sponsorship symbol associated with the late, great Ayrton Senna. 32 years on from Senna's death, and yet you still, at every kart meeting, see a replica Senna or a helmet that pays tribute to Senna in every single kart paddock every weekend around the world. Such is the man's legacy.
We had a chat about that, didn't we, on
We did.
on the Bump Draft podcast recently.
Yes,
and,
which you can watch if you're a Slipstream member
yes.
on Alpha Live, and I thoroughly suggest that you do subscribe and become a member so you can watch not just that, but lots of other cool karting content.
So this will be another 8 minutes plus 1 lap race. Remember, the results from Heat 1 carry over into in terms of the points for this race. We'll update you on that in a moment. Amber light there at the bottom of the pre-grid indicates that we've got less than 30 seconds before we go out onto the formation lap. There is the green. We're ready to go racing. Honda Cadet, heat number 2, up next.
Amber Light, is she a cousin of Presley Knight?
Maybe.
Maybe so. Here we go. Sawyer Henderson and Ben Bowers on row number 1. Mason Becker and Ceol Lynch on row number 2. Archie Cannon, Henry Colborne go from row 3.
On the 4th row of the grid, we find Jensen Kula and Archie Loveridge. Harry Grant and Luca Bikoki go from row number 5. Dino Rowlands, Bradley Sutton, they're on row 6.
Freddie Drury and Phoebe Shelton on row number 7. Luke Hamill and Ali Saunders, row number 8. Marcus Cooper and Ollie Knox on row number 9. And there are more.
Edward Fry and Tommy Burgoyne go from row 10. It's Oliver Ratton and Carl Kerr on 11. Ethan Bainbridge and Jack McGinn go from row 12. Archie Tosh, who helped us out on the track walk, the ever-changing weather track walk on Friday evening, starts on row 13 alongside Austin Dow. Result from the first race was this. If you don't want to know, close your ears. Jensen Kula took the race win. Marcus Cooper, in the end, was classified second, up 14 in that first race. Sawyer Henderson third, Archie Loveridge fourth, Henry Colborne and Harry Grant up next, fifth and sixth. Sheldon Stricanton, Dino Rowlands, Ben Bowers and Bradley Sutton completed the top 10. Archie Cannon dropped to 13th as a result of the 5-second penalty. All of those results and statistics available on www.motorsport-timing.co.uk, and then click on the pages for the British Kart Championships.
I noticed one thing. Edward Fry is on a BRK chassis. Chris Hawes still building the British Racing Kart machine. They are very, very, very quick indeed when you get the sweet spot. As they're going to go around again. Looking at now Archie Tosh, number 83.
Youngest driver on the grid.
And I am looking at that wagon. He was entered on an MS kart. That isn't an MS kart, which means, ladies and gentlemen, and please, please don't think that I am trying to say anything remotely connected to a wider political situation. But that means with Archie Tosh on a zip, 26 drivers, 26 go-karts, all made, manufactured, produced in the UK.
Is indeed.
I think that Motorsport UK and many of the motorsport engineering courses, what a fantastic opportunity it would be for any aspiring racing car designers, aerodynamicists, technical bodies, getting their degree from university. Look at the Honda Cadet regulations. There's an opportunity here to exploit and to promote young British engineering, because you've got the Apollo kart made at Karting Northeast, Warden Law. You've got the Project One karts coming from Bayford Meadows down that way. The Zip karts as well, Silverstone based. The BRK chassis as well. So there's 4 different British chassis designs that you're looking at now.
And they're about to go racing. Thumbs up at the back of the grid indicates that we are good to have those lights come on one by one for the second heat of the day, 4th of the weekend for Honda Cadet. We are racing. It's a good start for Sawyer Henderson. It's a good start for Ben Bowers. Likewise, are they all going to get through the first couple of corners? Archie Loveridge runs out a little bit wide over the curb there, but apart from that, we're all good down towards turn number 4.
Archie Loveridge in the number 73 car. I believe that crash helmet, his man Sam won in a competition for, I think it was £1. there or thereabouts. You spent in a karting competitions-based website that I might be involved in. Not allowed to say what it's called, but it's a karting competitions-based website.
I see where you're going here. Should note as well, in this category for Honda Cadets,
yes,
the team at Project One,
yes,
are offering
yes,
once again a prize worth £500 to a privateer. If someone who's a privateer
on a Project
One wins a final,
okay,
like Archie Loveridge did back at Wilton Mill for round 1,
yes,
they get a prize worth £500. I'm saying a prize worth because I can't quite remember whether it's £500 cash or £500 worth of kit and
yes,
vouchers for running a Project One. But what a great initiative once again from the guys down at Bayford Meadows.
That is a Gerard Cox initiative all over. The late Gerard Cox. And you know what, Harold and Maria, watching, I've still got Gerard's bucket hat, which you gave me. I still proudly keep that in my collection of, you know, my personal karting memorabilia that I've been lucky enough to acquire. I've been given over the years. And Gerard would always, when he came to the Welsh Championships year after year, why, I don't know, but he brought his team, he would always bring an RI crash helmet, a Welsh crash helmet, obviously RI, and that would be a prize for somebody, and he would put £100 in the raffle for the prizes. Wouldn't take a ticket, but put £100 in. 5-second time penalty for Ollie Knox. He's obviously knocks somebody into a barrier and gets a penalty. But yeah, it's great to see Project One. They're keeping the spirit of... Oh no, and that is the number 47 of Austin Dowell out of the race. But they're keeping the spirit of Gerard Cox alive by offering... Again, that's money out of their profit.
Yeah.
That's money out of the Project One Racing bank account. But they're doing it for privateers at a grassroots level, you know, or, you know, privateers, this isn't a grassroots level, this is the British Karting Championship, always supporting the have-nots as opposed to the haves, which is a testament to Gerard and the team. It's so fantastic to see them here. It's so fantastic the Project One name on a wagon as well, and they're fast wagons. Well, Sawyer Henderson, he is driving a Project One. That's the Martin Jackson Racing team. He leads this race. In fact, Ben Bowers, number 28. Hang on a minute. We got a Project 1, 2, 3. It's been a while, so I'll be able to use that gag, ladies and gentlemen. But there it is.
4 minutes and 35 of this race to go. Move for 4th place. Ceol Lynch down the inside. Gets that one ahead of Archie Cannon. We've been talking about the IAMEs and how they haven't been here since 2023. The Hondas, a lot more recent. They were here last July for a single round, not a double header.
This is the first double header they've ever had at Larkhall.
It is, yeah.
They've been coming here every single year since 2021, the Hondas. They've done more races at Larkhall, or they've been to Larkhall more times than any other class in the modern era. However, despite the large number of Scottish drivers, they've only taken Scotland. They've only taken one win in Honda Cadet at Larkhall. That was Cole Denham back in 2022. However, there's been at least one Scottish driver on every Honda Cadet podium at Larkhall since that day in 2022. 2021 was the first year that they came here, no Scots. Since then, there's been at least one Scottish driver on every final podium. And yesterday, until yesterday, Sawyer Henderson, that was broken.
Have you just realised something?
That broke
the
record
run
yesterday. So that was, I mean, that preamble is now falling a little bit flat, ladies and gentlemen. Scotland have had one driver on the Honda Cadet podium every weekend. They've been here since 2021. There we go. That's how we get around that one. Semantics, ladies and gentlemen.
3 minutes and 15 to go. Henderson from Becker, Srikantan. Srikantan in the final here last year was outside the top 10. So this again shows how much Ceol has improved as a driver over the past 12 months. Is a race winner, of course. Won the final round of last year's championship. There's a move from Archie Cannon down the inside of Ben Bowers. Back up to 4th place for the Apollo team. Kula running in 6th place. Harry Grant there in the bright orange helmet, trying to improve on his best results in this championship so far. He's been knocking on the door of a podium for a while. That will hopefully come for him today in the final. But first, he's got to get through this heat. 5-second penalty for the number 14, the Boom Racing number 14 of Kyle Kerr. This result at the moment, if it stays like this, is really going to mix it up for the finals grid. Henderson would be on pole at the moment. Cooler alongside on the front row. Canton and Cooper on row 2. Loveridge and Becker would be row 3 with it all to play for, Henry.
Looking there, Ceol Lynch in third position. Now, the white, the green and the black, you know, everyone wants to see... Danny Curl's onto something here with his livery. I've got to say, Ollie West's privateer kart has similar colours. So does the Ceol Lynch privateer kart. There's Archie Cannon. Archie, three runners-up, 2 third places, yet to win a British Championship final. And you can see, I think, in the first race, desperation took over. He wants it so badly. Look at how differently Archie is driving now. Cool, calm, composed. Waiting, a minute to go, and yet he's not panicking. He is not panicking. Now, I'm not saying he's going to win this race, but certainly he knows I have to simply maximise my finish. He'll work with Ceol Lynch now. Watch Shrikanthan at the inside, Cannon following him. There's no point battling now, as I say that. What do I know? Now he's made a mess of it. Now, I mean, he hasn't made a mess of it. That's unfair. He dove in, possibly a bit early, and has managed to maintain third place by virtue of then getting his elbows out, but all chances of victory have gone. Timing is everything. Oh, and Ben Bowers just mistimed that one. Up and over the back of the number 16 car. Jensen Cooler, whoa, cats, pigeons thrown amongst the round. That the Heat 1 winner will not finish this race.
And unfortunately, we'll drop down the intermediate classification as a result of that moment. We've got this lap plus 1 more to go. Here's your fight for third place. Archie Cannon, Archie Loveridge. Loveridge nicely picking his way through some of the moments here, like he did when he took the final victory here at Larkhall in 2025. Trying to do a bit of a switch back there as there's Marcus Cooper. Marcus Cooper's race pace is very, very good here today. This is another great drive through the order from the number 56. Here are your leaders. We're not quite on the final lap yet. Loveridge has got third place off of Cannon. Now trying to consolidate it. That could open the door for Cooper and Bukoki as well. Bukoki is moving back up the order. Edward Fry's had a warning in the number 26. Here comes Bukoki down the inside. He's been on the brakes really, really well so far this weekend. We're on to the final lap now here in Honda Cadet. This is still anyone's game. Harry Grant's getting in the mix as well. Freddie Drury's up the order as well there in another of the Apollo karts. Back with our leaders, Henderson and Becker. Henderson's got a 3-point advantage at the moment in these intermediate points, Henry.
Yes, indeed. Up the hill towards turn number 6. Final lap. Henderson versus Becker. Through into the hairpin. The first of the switchback hairpins. Mason Becker's going to have to do something pretty spectacular here to deny Sawyer Henderson. But I think Becker, well, we've still got the last corner to go. Hello to Helen Godby. Always nice to have people that want to see what's going on right now. Well, right now, Mason Becker has taken the win. What a move at the last corner of the race. Ironically, that I was saying hello to somebody who was moaning about us not commentating on the race, and then as I'm mentioning her, something happened to the race. We got you covered, Miss Godby, both historically and currently.
There we go then. Mason Becker takes the race win of the second heat. It does not change things in terms of the final. Sawyer Henderson, with those results, will be on pole position, all being well, with post-race technicals and such the like, and 5 points from the heats in the intermediate classification. That will, of course, also transfer through into 65 championship points. We'll keep you updated on the points as and when we receive such updates. It's close. It's really close again in Honda Cadet. Becker from Henderson from Loveridge. Cooper and Bikoki in that top 5. Ceol Lynch from Canton in the mixed P6. Freddie Drury, Bradley Sutton, Harry Grant and Archie Cannon all in the top 10 for that one. 11th through 20th, Colborne, Rowlands, Hamill, Shelton, Bowers, Ollie Knox, 16th, Oliver Ratton, Ali Saunders, Tommy Burgoyne and Carl Kerr in the top 20. Edward Fry, Archie Tosh, Jack McGinn, Ethan Bainbridge, Jensen Kula and Austin Dowell. And again, all 26 drivers who started that race finished it. Grid order provisionally looks like this for the final later on today. The big race. Henderson and Cooper on the front row. Loveridge and Becker, row 2. Shikanton and Grant on row 3. I love that on the back of Mason Becker's helmet.
Well, that is what Mason Becker has just said to the rest of the field. Make the move and wave bye-bye. Humour is great. More people should have it. Yes. The Honda Cadet drivers now have to go back to their awnings, and it's easy for these drivers who have just finished the podium to say, cart's good, let's not touch it. You've got to adjust it. You've got to account for the temperature change, the air pressure. We've got heat number 2 for the Water Swifts coming right up.
Let's take you through the grid then for the second heat today in Water Swift. Ilias Sammy and Chester Fawkes will start this one on the front row of the grid. Harry Chapman and Alfie Davidson on row 2. Mason Hibbert and Dimi Uzanov go from row number 3. It's then Bodie Batch in good form today alongside Hero Tsay on an all-Fusion Motorsport run row 4. Efan Owen and Charlie Clough complete the top 10. Charlie Page and Margaret Kovetskis go on row 6. Albert J. Stubbs and Hugo Torpy with work to do from the midfield there on row 7. Rudra Gokulnath and Max Frisbee go from 8. Hugo Williamson and Ada O'Brien. Brian starts on row number 9. Oliver Tay completes the 19-strong field. Very quickly, just to bring you up to speed on what happened in heat number 1.
Or in 2021?
Not in 2021, in 2026. Intermediate classification looks like this. Bodie Batch took the win in heat number 1. Alfie Davidson alongside, sorry, not alongside, just behind P2 in that first race. Margaret Kovetskis 3rd. Hero Tsay 4th. Dimi Uzanov, Harry Chapman, Ilias Sammy, Albert J. Stubbs, Mason Hibbert and Charlie Page all in the top 10 from that first race, and therefore in the top 10 in the points heading into this one. We did say that there was potentially going to be some ups and downs in that one, and I'm now just looking to see. We'll give the technology a whir to see. Yeah, we had okay, not as many as maybe I thought. Chester Fawkes, we know, had a +5. And Oliver Say had one as well.
The mechanics have had the nose cones out, baking in the Sunday morning Scottish sunshine. Rudra Golkunath, hello, supporters tuning in from Karting North East at Warden Law. Edgar does. Not quite sure what Edgar does, but he does make comments that are welcome. And watch karting. Hello to Edgar. Good luck to Owen and Efan Owen and Charlie Clough.
Rudra undefeated in finals at Shennington Kart Racing Club so far this year. It's
Which
been
you
running
have been
very,
on.
very well.
Yes,
so
very
far
good.
in 2026. Right.
Ilias Sammy, slow down, slow down, slow down. Everyone else goes, oh, okay, well, we're going quite slowly as it stands. Watch for Harry Chapman.
Big race this, Henry, for Chester Fawkes in terms of championship. Needs a good result in this one, having been classified towards the bottom in heat number 1. We're away in racing then for heat number 2 in Water Swift. 8 minutes underway, and it's Sammy who takes the initial lead. Harry Chapman up to P2 in the yellow and black. One of the Fusions up to 3rd place. That's going to be Mason Hibbert from that side of the grid. It's the pole side of the grid that has had the best start. Bodie Batch is up to P4. Did I just see Charlie Page up to P5? No, it's Efan Owen up to P5. So basically, if you started on the odd side of the grid, you had a good time. If if you're on the even side of the grid, not so much. Chester Forks shuffle down the order to 6th place.
Yes, indeed. Side by side now between Batch and Chapman. Chapman still has third in the number 132 kart. Move from Chester Forks. Tyre smoke as well as the left front of Forks' kart just scrapes the right rear of the kart in front. Battle for the race lead. More wheel banging as we cross the line. Mason Hibbert had the lead briefly, but Ilya Sami on the inside line. Mason gets the crossover. Hibbert back in front. And Chapman and Batch now go side by side. And look at that. Oh, the door opens and F&O Owen in his best North Wales accent where he goes, thank you very much, Diolch yn and he goes through.
He does indeed. It's a good piece of driving from F&O, and Bodie Batch immediately on the counter-attack, gets back down the inside, retakes 3rd place. Once again, everybody getting involved. F&O checks to the inside. Timmy Uzanov a little bit slow off the corner there. Alfie Davidson at the moment, marooned down in the midfield. We said that Walter Swift was unpredictable. You can go from winning one race to being down the order in the next. There's the 123 of Oliver Say trying to move through. Albie J. Stubbs takes the grass a little bit of rallying out of hairpin number 2. 6 minutes to go. End of lap 2. Hibbert from Sammy, from Batch, from Owen, from Chapman is your top 5. Here are the drivers fighting for 4th place. And Margaris Kvetskis again fighting his way through. Henry having a good day aboard the BMR.
Yes, he is. BMR restart. Margaris Kvetskis, kart number 152. There he is, bearing down on these 2 karts. Harry Chapman and F&O Owen. So that's 4th, 5th, and then Kvetskis in 6th. 7th is Dimi Uzanov for the Jade Racing team. Meanwhile, back at the front, battle is still on for the race lead between Hibbert and Ilya Sami. Bodie Batch watches. He watches, looks at the clock, realises 5.5 minutes to go. No need to extend myself any further.
Let's head down to trackside. Ceol Lynch, what do you have for us?
Thanks, boys. I'm down here in the pit lane, and it is just as close as it looks on your screens right now. Early lead for Ilya Sami, which is what he would have wanted after yesterday's on-track win, but of course got it removed later on then. Looked behind him, though, quite a bit on that first lap, which I think hindered him to Mason Hibbert. Those two are setting off, though. I think this is a battle to watch between these two for the rest of the race. Let's head back to the boys, because we've got no time to spare for this one.
Indeed, though, the battle for the lead looks calmed at the moment, maybe just trying to reduce the numbers and stretch this one out with some good lap times at the front of the field. Just looking into the midfield, who's making good progress. Hugo Torpy's up 3 spots and up to 11th place. Oliver Tay up 4 places to 15th.
Hugo Torpy.
Yes.
That is kart number 116. I'm wondering, any relation to Harry Torpy, who drove, Wilton Mill drove the British Championship. Sometimes I wonder if he's a much younger brother or potentially a cousin. I shall find out. There's Charlie Page, his mechanic, watching on. Let's see. Charlie is, where is the number 4 car?
14th.
He's in 14th. He's just behind Albie J. Stubbs. Interesting little snippet. Albie J. Stubbs, he's got his graffiti race suit on, his Sam Pollock Racing KR graffiti race suit. That doesn't match the kart he drives in the UAE Championship. So, Charlie Page lent Albie his race suit. His Team UK race suit, nonetheless, no less, for half the season. When Charlie did half the first half of the Team UAE, I know he had to come back, and I know that Page and his family are okay. They had a death in the family over the winter, I believe. And so I hope that their mum and dad are both doing all right. And Charlie obviously is, because he's there, he's giving the signal. Don't show Piers Pryor that. I think it's very good on Bump Draft, unpopular opinion. Have a little look. Chime in. It's really good that we want to get, the British karting community's thoughts on the Bump Draft podcast, which is generating an awful lot of global interest. And of course, we can talk about these drivers a lot more because, again, they're on the Alpha Live screens as well.
2 minutes and 50 seconds of this race to go. Hibbert, Sammy and Batch keeping things calm at the moment. At the present time, scores for the grid in the final looking like this. Batch would be on pole position. So this is one of those scenarios where right now in the wider context of the round of the championship, Beaudette Batch does not need to attack right now. He's got a quite nice advantage. He's 5 points ahead of Margaris Kvetskis, who is 5th in this race. So Margaris needs to work with F and Owen to catch this top 3. Sammy would be 3rd, Hibbert would be 4th. So that's the main battle, not just within this race, but also within the intermediate scores here today. If Sammy could find a way through past Hibbert, that would switch round who would be on pole position later for the final.
And this result does, if things stay as they are, and with 2 minutes to go, they won't. But if they do, as we look at things that have got a habit of changing at the next corner, Hibbert would actually extend his championship lead over Alfie Davidson by, I would say, 260, 59, by a point. By 1 point. 1 point could be very, very critical. Every position counts.
Ilya Sammy having a little dance around the rear axle there of Mason Hibbert, just trying to feel where Mason Hibbert is potentially a bit vulnerable for the latter stage of this race. Owen and Kvetskis are doing a great job here. We said they needed to work together. They have. This is going to be a 5-kart scrap for the lead with 1 minute and 10 to go here at Larkhall for the second heat of the day. Up 7 places so far is the 152 there of Margaris Kvetskis. Ben Platten and the BMR team are going to be very, very pleased with this run so far. 60 seconds to go on the clock, so this won't be last lap board this time around. Hibbert covers off any kind of move into hairpin number 1. Sammy's in a really tricky place here because he could easily lose this position if he gets it wrong. But at the same time, Beaudette Batch, again, he doesn't need to attack right now. He doesn't need to go all in. He's got the points. He's got the advantage to take pole position later on today. This is another, as we're seeing a lot in 2026, very tense. Tense is the word I'll use to describe this Water Swift heat. Dimi Uzanov also starting to come into play. Is running there in 6th place as, again, defensive shape from Sammy.
You're seeing a different style of racing. Tense is the right word. 2nd place about to change hands. Beaudette Batch to the inside. No. Ilya Sammy closes the door. Why is it tense? Well, in years gone past, there was a season where we had 26 drivers on the Water Swift grid. It was called IAME Cadet back then. 24 of them were either from Fusion or Oliver Rowland Motorsports, with Luca Narroway on a Croc and 1 privateer. And that is another move for 2nd place. Batch gets it from Sammy. Mason Hibbert is now going to win this race.
And I tell you what, that's really good teamwork between the Fusions, because that move will protect Mason Hibbert now. Mason Hibbert goes up to 3rd place in the intermediate classification. It also helps Alfie Davidson. Alfie Davidson, who currently is not having the best of his races so far this year, currently running down in 8th place, is now on for the 2nd row of the grid. I know it's still early in the season, but these are all critical moments in terms of a point here, a point there in the story of this Water Swift British Kart Championship. Ilya Sammy trying to find his way back through. Kvetskis could still be getting involved as well. In fact, he will get involved down the inside for 3rd place. Brilliant move from the former Honda Cadet round winner. Final lap for Mason Hibbert, who's going to win this race. The question is, who's going to be 2nd? Ilya Sammy trying to go around the outside. Oh, he finds himself in the same spot Alfie Davidson was yesterday in the final and loses out. Here comes Mason Hibbert. Hibbert's going to be on the 2nd row of the grid for the final later today. Beaudette Batch will be on pole position. What a turnaround from 24 hours ago. Over the line come the rest of them. Water Swift final later today has potential to be one of the highlights here in Scotland, and it will start with the front row of Beaudette Batch and Margaris Kvetskis. Kvetskis with that 3rd place, doing a brilliant job there, Henry, getting one of his best spots on a grid for a final ever in his time in the British Kart Championships.
He watched as Ilyas Sammy, you talked about it, Andrew. You said that Sammy could lose out big time if he gets his track positioning wrong. And well, it started off, Ilyas went for a move, left the door wide open. Margaris claimed that. And then, of course, that put Ilyas in a on-track position where he could get squeezed out on the banking like we saw. There is your top 10. Hibbert, Batch, Kvetskis, Owen, Uzanov, Davidson, Sammy, Chapman, Page, and then Hirotse, just in front of Chester Forks down in P11. Charlie Clough, Hugo Torpy, Roger Kulkunath, Oliver Tse, Albie J. Stubbs, Max Frisbee, Hugo Williamson, and Ida O'Brien. Is it Ida O'Brien? Ada O'Brien. I know relation to Dara O'Brien, possibly. Possibly not. Probably not. Who knows? But we can just tell the audience they are and make it up. That'll be something. Look at all those. Now, obviously, you have a look at the crash helmet design there. Now, all the sort of these sprockets and the various rings on the back of crash helmets of Margaret Kvetskis. It's always hard to then move your cart. I've just finished a race. My hands are sore, my adrenaline's going, and I gotta try and put the cart in a different angle.
Challenge for remote camera op challenge.
Okay, yes,
in
please.
the scoop on the NASA panel for Hibbert's Fusion, and many of the Fusions are running this. The sticker for Will McIntyre in support of Get Well Soon.
Will McIntyre.
I don't think it's on that one. It's on the number 8 of Hibbert.
It's not on the mashup between Fusion and Argenti. Yes. It's just on the traditional Fusions.
To have a little look in the scoop on the front, because I know Will and the family will be watching.
There they are. Team Will.
Absolutely, and we'll get more news from the Water Swifts as and when we receive it. We've got to move on though. Junior X30 out next. Let's take you through the grid then for the 4th heat of the weekend. Second today, second of this round. George Edgar and Finney Lines will go from the front row of the grid in this one. It'll be George Edgar on pole, Lines second. Freddie Wood and Max Endicott go from row number 2. Aaron Richardson and George House complete row number 3.
George Clark and Jacob Bashler are on row number 4. Sukmani Kira and Colby Patterson, the guest driver, on row 5. Jake Flewitt. Rocco Shenton goes from row 6, sorry.
Katie Donson and Archie Rogers-Tyler are on row 7 for this one. Adam Bourne and Ryan Meta start on row number 8. Esteban Roche and Harley Musk go from row number 9.
There's Luca Narroway one day before he goes and has a heart operation. Good luck to Luca. George Quinlan, Lucian Smith, Ollie Brunt, Zach Burke, Jack McLaughlin. Strong Alex Riley, another one of the strong contingent of Irish drivers. There are more Irish drivers here this weekend than I've seen in a long time at a Vera Tours British kart paddock. Speaking of Ireland, I was speaking to Charlie Eastwood earlier this week, who is one of, let me count them, he's one of 23 ex-British Kart Championship drivers currently racing at Le Mans.
Yes.
Not all of those drivers are modern era drivers, but between the Le Mans 24 Hours and the Michelin Cup, the support race for GT3 and LMP3 cars, I want to say a big hello to Alfie Briggs, Hayden Chance, Leo Robinson, and Theo McCorris. They were all racing in the Michelin Le Mans Cup. A bigger hello to Oliver Gray, Ian Aguilera, Ed Pearson, Tom Fleming, and Jack Doohan, who won a round of the British Championship. He's ours. They are the 5 modern-era British drivers who are currently competing in the main event in the Le Mans 24 Hours. Please, no spoilers in the live chat. Thank you.
8 minutes plus 1 lap then. Second heat of the day for X30 Juniors is not quite going yet, so we'll go around again.
Looking at the championship standings, Andrew, can we have some live on-air mathematics?
You can give it a go.
Okay. Now
we can give it a go.
The Junior X30 title started with Aaron Richardson, George Edgar, number 1. Edgar won this heat. Aaron Richardson finishes 7th in the first heat. The differential in points between them is 3. Is that correct?
Yep, will be.
Is my math mathing?
It is.
Excellent. I'm glad the math is mathing. Therefore, what does Aaron Richardson need to do in this race, Andrew, to maintain his championship lead coming out of this set of heats?
He would need to score.
He'd need to win to start with, I think.
He would, well, in terms of I reckon he would need to be around in the top 10 because at the moment he's got a 13-point lead ahead of Edgar. So, assuming Edgar gets the 65, which is
it's a fair shout.
A fair shout, but not guaranteed.
Finley Lyons got something to say about it, but
will.
A fair shout.
So if Richardson can keep himself in the top 10 in the intermediate classification, I reckon he'll hold on to the championship lead, but much diminished potentially. Here we go then for this one, and no, we're not going to go around. We are going to go around again. That's good because we can do more maths.
Yes, Aaron Richardson currently seventh,
which would be a 56.
So he needs to finish in the top 8 then.
Yeah.
If George wins this one, and George wins the set of heat points, maximum heat points, to maintain the championship lead, then and already Corbett Racing, that number 2 looks lovely. Well, Mick Barrett Racing, I don't think in the history of karting, Mick Barrett has ever put a kart down on any grid that does not look spotless. It's time, ladies and gentlemen, for the first edition of Dan Ashton Plays Shut Up and Listen.
So, right, we've seen his top half.
Yes.
Look at the shoes. Look at the shoes, everybody.
His mum's done well there, buying him shoes.
This is one of the biggest developments of the British Kart Championships here this weekend.
Oh, he looks 5'3" with those massive heels as well, bless him. His mum hello to Linda Ashton. Dan's doing well. He almost got in to a fairground ride because those heels mean that he's not too short now. He's above the height regulation. Now,
he's like,
ladies and gentlemen,
he's like Tigger out of Winnie the Pooh now. He's just bouncy.
This is a simple game, ladies and gentlemen. It's called Shut Up and Listen. What will happen is Dan Ashton, there, standing next to Ceol Lynch, just being told, no, you do not want to put a microphone under my nose. Paul Klassen is there. Dan Ashton will invite the front 2 drivers. In fact, he's inviting just George Edgar at the moment for the game. The game is this. Dan will tell George, shut up and listen. George has to shut up and listen. Dan will explain how he wants the start procedure to go. And then he will say to George, you have one more opportunity. If you don't get it right, you win a star prize. And do you know what that star prize is?
Is it a place at the back of the grid?
It's a free trip. It's a free place at the back of the grid. Use a free trip towards the back of the grid. Ceol Lynch has got some news for us. Ceol, we saw you chatting briefly with Dan Ashton. What was the outcome of that conversation?
Thanks, boys. As you can see behind me, not the end to the heats that we wanted today for the seniors. Of course, getting told off right now from Dan Ashton, the juniors, sorry. Of course it's the juniors, but we're going to have a chat quickly. They'll be held for a short amount of time, and then we're going to hopefully get underway with this racing. Let's head back to Andrew and Henry, and hopefully we'll be underway shortly.
Yes, indeed. So if you're just joining us, we're just under red flag conditions at the moment for the X30 juniors. Coming up after
there
this.
We go. Now, so that driver there, the number, sorry, Andrew, that driver there, Alex Riley, and the number 283 of Zach Burke. Zach Burke's mechanic this weekend, Tom Longfield, ex-KZ2 British Championship runner-up. Now, of course, that race never happened. Drivers that had their nose cones brackets pushed in can now reattach those brackets. There is another guest driver. That would be Esteban Roche from Mexico. He's now saying, I need help. We say it in sort of Spanish, but he needs help. He says, Andale, the bracket is no good. It's no good. The bracket is no good. Dan Ashton saying, I can't help because I've got Heelys on. And there we are. There is said Mexican mechanic. Watch the Paddock Show, and I will reference a song that Chris Simpson also... me and Chris Simpson, Mexican Radio by Wall of Voodoo. Chris Simpson showing his knowledge of 80s music by even referencing the lead singer's name, which is Stanard Ridgway, by the way.
Coming up after this one, you've got one more heat for Senior X30. Then we'll have the lunch break. Well, you'll be able to see the Paddock Show. from yesterday. And then from 2 o'clock, we get those finals going.
If we were playing Kart Mechanic Bingo, which we're not, because it's not Kart Masters.
It's not Kart Masters yet.
But ladies and gentlemen, it's pretty good effort there by the XL Mechanic. Kart Mechanic Bingo. He had all the tools. His trainers weren't quite as colourful as and he didn't have an apron.
And he didn't have any sunglasses.
No, he's let himself down there.
We are in Scotland.
Yes, there is Freddie Wood. A traditional style crash helmet design. Amen. The new ones, they look fantastic, all the intricate details, but when 50 of them flash past at the same time, the ones with lots of basic blocks of colour, like a Mondrian paintwork, are great.
And no Dayglow yellow.
No Dayglow yellow.
Not a spot of it. Right, okay, we're under formation again for X30 Junior. George Edgar has gone off for a pretty quick formation lap. He hasn't been moved away from the front of the field. There he is, really getting on with it. Finlay Lines will start this race from P2. Max Endicott may have a bit of a difficult start to this race because he's going from grid 4.
I don't think George Edgar will bring them to the line very, very slowly now. That could work in the favour of those on the outside row more than usual. Don't forget, George Edgar is under threat of, he played the game. He did what Dan asked him to do, shut up and listen. But he doesn't want to risk winning the star prize. He will bring them to the line. He will not pick up the pace until they are halfway down the tram lines at least. That could give Lines and Endicott a bit of a chance. Here we go. For the 4th time, now the lights are out. Let's have a look. Does the outside line lose out a little bit? Not too badly though. Lines down to 4th, possibly 5th. Endicott and Lines, 4th and 5th. So the pace to start didn't really matter. It's just being on the outside that sucks.
Good start then for Edgar. Good start as well for Freddie Wood. Aaron Richardson up to 3rd. So the big players already coming to the front of the stage. Rocco Shenton's had a difficult start to this race. Has been shuffled down the order a little bit. Out of hairpin number 1 they go and towards the banking now. And Edgar already feeling the need to defend. Endicott down the inside of Finlay Lines. These two know each other very well, and that's a good move from the IWF champion in this category. Up to P4. Let's count them through the end of this first lap, as wide there goes the number 3 of Richardson. Endicott up to 3rd now, so Edgar, Wood, Endicott, Lines, Richardson. That is your top 5. Backler running in 6th place. Backler now trying to find a way through past Aaron Richardson. Aaron Richardson looking a bit vulnerable at this stage of the race here, Henry.
Yes.
This is reminding me of what the scene was for Richardson through the final, where just didn't quite seem to have the front end of the kart for me. And it was costing him half a tenth here, half a tenth there. It was a big part of how Sukmani was able to catch and overtake for 2nd place. I fear it may be happening again at this stage for the current championship leader.
It goes back to what I'm saying, as there is the move of number 276. George House picks up the position. Set change for 2nd place down the final corner. Max Endicott's back into P2. And because the big teams aren't here month in, month out, it's easier. Oh, there is that wonderful crash helmet, Freddie Wood, up into P2. It's easier for somebody in the main team, in one of the big teams, for example, to just miss the setup. Just unable to get their head around, find the sweet spot, because they don't have a huge bank of data to fall back on. Maybe we say with the persistent understeer, maybe that's what Aaron Richardson is having the problems with, although he's hanging in, and this is good enough to maintain his championship lead here. 5th would put him, he's actually 5th in the points now. He needs to finish the top 9 in the points, not 9 in the race, top 9 in the heat points to maintain his championship advantage. Here comes Finlay Lines having a look. That was more defence than offence, as the race leader George Edgar up the road and new fastest lap.
Yeah, but Freddie Wood's not given this up yet. Freddie Wood is looking good at this stage of the race has got a gap of around a second over Max Endicott in third. Here's a move from Aaron Richardson. That's more like it from the championship leader. Bowl down the inside. Lyons has to deal with the exit curb and will lose out to George Clark. Loses out to Jacob Backler. Fights back down the inside, does Finlay Lyons. Biggest mover in the final yesterday. In is coming Colby Patterson as well, the wild card on the 6:24. And Sukmani Kira, Sugars on the move. She featured in a big YouTube video earlier on this week.
With
on
Will
the
N.E.
Will N.E. at PFI. But right now, she's focused on getting more good points in this championship fight. Just over 4 minutes of this race to go. At the moment, Edgar would be on pole for the final. A 5-point advantage is his right now over that young driver there. Max Endicott running in third.
Yes, of course. Sugars, Sukmani Kira, one of 5 drivers, all of whom were British Championship regulars and champions. Ethan Jeff Hall was among them, Josh Cook, Jensen Darlow, Felix Tandy, and Sugars. They all comfortably beat Will N.E., who I've got to say did a really good job driving it round PF International. Coached by Max Futrell. I would think that, watching Max in the kart, I would think that Josh Cook, Sukmani Kira's, Felix Tandy and Ethan Jeff Lloyd probably would have done a good job coaching Max Futrell. Good in the car was Max. Less so in a go. Hi, Max. I have to say, Will N.E., if you're watching, yes, I'm sure he is.
He's a good lad, Will.
Judging by how he drove a kart, Will N.E. has driven karts before. He has in the Silverstone 24 hours
and the Buckmore 24
and the Buckmore
hours.
24 hours. Sorry, he knows. So he likes karting. He's one of the very few YouTubers that I have to say makes really good content that I enjoy watching with my teenager.
Good moves coming in from some of the XL Motorsport drivers. George House being one of them as Sukmani Kira goes down the inside. Through is coming George Clark as well. George Clark trying to run around the outside. That got pretty close. 3 minutes of this race to go. George Edgar leads by a second. Freddie Wood 1.9 seconds clear of Max Endicott. Aaron Richardson has consolidated things. Will still have a good amount of points in his back pocket for the championship lead. You're probably wondering, why is this the case? Well, look through the results from earlier on in the season. The main point at which Edgar is having the deficit, well, it's the number of 65s that Aaron Richardson has got on the board already so far this season. He went for a hat-trick of them at Wilton Mill. And this is the difference between where winning these stages for the championship makes such a difference. That 65 to 62 can quite quickly get a driver, 10, 15 points ahead in how these championship points work.
Yes, indeed. Down the hill towards the golf club. Luca Narroway running P20. He is on the Falcon car. The only driver on a Falcon here. It's a Paralin, but just different. It's a bit like an OT, like you've got the OTK family of karts. We've got the Paralin family of karts. Speaking of family, Max Endicott, who became an uncle 2 years ago now. He is fending off Finlay Lyons. Speaking of the Lyons family, a big happy birthday earlier this week or last week to Stuart Lyons. Finlay's dad, and that is the 242 George Clark. Well, namesake or not, George gets into George. Coming into the final corner, one of the Georges might get a little bit of a review on that move, maybe, we think.
Jacob Backler running 5th place. I've been really impressed with Jacob so far this season. He's taken a big step forward. However, right now he's having to deal with Finlay Lyons. Lyons goes through and into 5th place. But I'd keep an eye on Backler in the final. Go back to Franciacorta in the IAME Euro Series. Had a really, really good run in that. Clean sweep from the BMR team. Through goes Sukmani Kira. +5. Yeah, you were spot on, Henry.
Yes.
I thought that was coming as well. +5 second penalty for George Clark. For misdemeanors out there. Oh, as Colby Patterson throws it in on Jacob Backler, who I think I've put the curse on because he's now going a little bit backwards in the latter stages of this race.
But Andrew, that was actually smart from Jacob, because if he hadn't opened the door, and he would have been going backwards literally into the tyres, because the move, Mr. Clark was coming. He was en route at a rate of knots. And there is the 242 of Clark going back in on Bachelor. Rhythm upset. Tyres, maybe the pressure's slightly the wrong way, because I'm feeling a warmth on my Cilla Black from the commentary box. The sun is shining. The track has heated up during the course of this race.
Great move there from Sukmani Kira. I've got to say, Sukmani's racecraft has taken a big step forward so far this year as Finlay Lyons has a look down the inside of the 244. Kira's able to hold onto it. Here comes Colby Patterson once again. Round the outside looks George Clark to the inside.
Oh,
great racing. That's much better. That's much more like it from George Clark, who, mustn't forget, is also in his first year in the juniors, which is not an easy time for any karter. We are on the final lap. The race winner is once again going to be George Edgar. Clark defends into hairpin number 1. Rocker Shenton might be looking to gain positions on Katie Donaldson in the latter stages, but here comes Edgar. This has been a perfect start to the day and a perfect run through these heats. Edgar wins, takes pole position for the final, but more importantly, I would say, Henry, takes a 65-point maximum score in the championship. Freddie Wood second, Endicott third. They will flip those positions for the start of the final. Endicott will be on the front row. Wood will start on the inside of row 2, and I must say Freddie Wood's confidence seems to be growing as well across the course of the day. We say this sometimes with the double headers. The first day gives the drivers a chance to reflect and bounce back on day 2, and that is some really solid work from all of those top 3 drivers here in the morning and the early afternoon. Richardson 4th, Kira 5th. They will be a big part of the final, I'm sure, later this afternoon.
And Aaron Richardson, with that 4th place finish, takes 6th in the intermediate classifications, maintains his championship lead, but that driver there, George Edgar, on course. If the form book goes to plan, or goes to its current plan, we could have a new championship leader in Junior X30 by the end of this day.
Unofficial maths from the DDMM spreadsheet says that the lead in the championship is trimmed to 5 points.
That is the difference between first and third in a final. Producer James Finchus asked me to go and speak to him. I think I might be in trouble.
Okay.
I think it was because of the sweets.
Oh, maybe.
I'll go and tell him.
You go do that.
I'll go and do that. You do the next bit.
All right.
Okay.
So the Junior X30s, they will be out at 4 o'clock. They'll be the penultimate race of the day. You'll be able to watch that here on your Alpha Live broadcast. And don't forget as well, we've got another programme on Sky Sports F1 coming up with all the highlights from the finals. And do tune in for that if you've got the channel and all of that business. This class will be on all of our classes here at Larkhall today will be on the programme. Just the seniors to go. Ooh, now, is there a little bit of a... okay, no, I thought for a minute there was going to be a reweigh of Max Endicott's 218, but no, just doing a little bit of manoeuvres. Quiet, very quiet in the scrutineering area. Let's try and listen in. Yeah, pretty content with the work there. Max Endicott on the left and Freddie Wood on the right. They'll go to battle again later on today. But as we say, one more heat to go for this part of the day. Senior X30, they're up next. Let's take you through the grid then for the last heat of the whole weekend here in Senior X30 and across all of the classes. It's the same front row that we had yesterday in the final. Freddie Wood and Harrison Whitcomb for Premium Karting Lockout Row 1. Tyke Buckley will hope for better things in this one. Will start alongside his Mick Racing teammate Nat Johnston on row 2. And it's another MBR runner on row 3. Max Ewell will share that one with Morgan Moore, who was second in the club final here last week. Sam Lewis and Joey Brown, they go from row 4. It's Scott Riley and Jack Buckley completing the top 10 for the start of this race. CJ Bennett and Levi Sangera will go from row number 6. Freddie Farrell and Theo Lestrange will look to move up from row number 7 at the start of this one. Jamie English and Alexander De Benedictis
the Englishmen go from row number 8. Well, English and Italian driver there in the 3-4-6. Luke Taylor and Alfie Gallagher up next on row 9. It's then Dylan Patel and Tristan Powell on row 10. Alejandro Ramirez goes along row number 11 alongside Macy Hitter. It's then Lewis Bird and Aaron Brown once again starting this one from the back of the field as they did in heat number 1. They had problems in qualifying. Best conditions of the weekend so far here at Larkhall. We haven't had any rain so far today, I say timidly, and hoping not to change things with the commentators' words. 17 degrees air temperature right now up here in the west of Scotland. Just about 25 minutes away from Glasgow. And we've even got some animals coming to watch the action here with us today. Don't put a close shot on that one. Normally when there's close shots involving my commentary of animals, we have things happen. Anyway, Senior X30. Second heat of this 4th round of the championship. They've gone through the motions of heat number 1. Just to run down your order, Lloyd, Lewis, Whitcomb, 1, 2, 3 in the standings from the first heat. Ewell, Moore and Lestrange, 4, 5, 6. Powell, Johnston, Bird and Aaron Brown completing the top 10. Into the tram lines we go then. Are we away at the first time of asking? The answer is yes. We're racing once again in Senior X30 here at Larkhall. It's a bold start from Freddie Lloyd. Oh, and there's an incident again. Sam Lewis straight into the grass, will recover. But that was another airborne moment, Henry, through turn 1.
I mean, I know we talk, and there is a Fusion kart that's very badly damaged. I've got to say that a couple of years ago, that would have been a much, much bigger accident. But luckily, I mean, the investment here at Larkhall from the Optical Express Group and the incredibly hard-working team that own the place has allowed, you know, the circuits longer. The paddock is more well-finished. The barriers just that little bit further back, and that saved Sam Lewis because, of course, this is the premier kart circuit in Scotland, and luckily they've got an incredible group of volunteers who help run the club, and those marshals will need to be running onto the circuit because those 3 karts are all intertwined with themselves.
In trouble on lap 1. Morgan Moore was the Fusion that we saw running with the broken NASA panel. Sam Lewis was involved in that incident on turn 1. Sam Lewis is actually the first one of them who's come back over the line. Jack Buckley, Alfred Gallagher and Dylan Patel were the 3 locked together off of hairpin number 1. 6 minutes and 40 seconds to go. Brilliant work. Absolutely fantastic work here from the West of Scotland Kart Club marshalling team.
Yep.
They have got that one cleared out of the way of the leaders. Under 60 seconds. We don't have to go to slow procedure. We can keep racing. And I tell you what here, Henry, Tyke Buckley is giving Freddie Lloyd something to think about. This is 2 international level stars in Senior X30 going wheel to wheel here at Larkhall. Now, of course, Tyke Buckley, fresher tyres. Did not run that many laps in heat number 1 after his Tig Airlines moment in the first race. Freddie Lloyd can be quite calm, I think, in this one. He doesn't need to win this race necessarily.
Nope.
As long as he stays ahead of Harrison Whitcomb, he should still be on pole for the final. He's got a 6-point advantage over his teammates.
Yes, indeed. Max Ewell sits in 4th position. Ewell for the Mick Barrett Racing team as we head through the new extension, the new extended part of Larkhall, which has taken it up to full FIA international standing. And that is
Dylan Patel.
Dylan Patel out of the race. And of course, this circuit, there's one of the extensions that we've got here. It is a fully FIA accredited international kart circuit. It has got the Champions of the Future Academy coming here next week. It's what this club and this venue richly deserve. The whole crew here at the Summerlee Raceway. I did say, I was talking about, obviously I wasn't fully aware that there's a huge rental track business here as well that helps keep the facility, you know, looking so pristine as Scott Riley goes in. But the volunteers behind West of Scotland Kart Club, when you come to these traditional kart clubs. So much work still comes down to the people who, for decades, in some respects, have come here, the Orange Army behind the scenes, to make these, to make the clubs, because for some clubs you have successful periods, and then you have dry spells, and it's those volunteers that sometimes literally keep the clubs afloat. And you do see that more than most places, I have to say, at Larkhall, the hard, same familiar faces who year on year help put on the best show. And of course they were helped by Optical Express Group, who have made the investment into this paddock possible. And I've got to say though, the FIA and the CIK and the FIA, they're going to love Scotland. They're going to know this. It's a proper throwback circuit. It's a proper throwback paddock. Glen around it, tree line. Who's going to be monarch of the Glen? Well, Freddie Lloyd in this race already has a commanding lead. He's edging ever further away. There's the 316, Andrew. What's the matter?
I just want to say, this is a brilliant drive from Freddie Farrell. So for those of you who are not here at the circuit, probably not aware, Freddie had a very worrying crash in qualifying yesterday. And it was one of those that on my initial thought of like, oh no, I'm not sure this driver's going to be competing the rest of the weekend. He went through the medical checks.
Yes.
Brilliant response once again from the medics here, and the race control and the marshals went through the processes. So the fact that Freddie is now running in the top 10, has gained 4 places so far in this race, full credit from this commentary position to Freddie Farrell. I had a little chat with him during the lunch break, just said, are you okay? It's like, yeah, bit shaken up, but has got back on the wagon and is performing absolutely brilliantly in this race.
Well, getting back on the wagon is always better than falling off the wagon, or falling out of the wagon, which is even worse. Here is the number 9 of Tristan Powell. CJ Bennett. I do apologise. Bennett for the MDL Motorsport team.
2 minutes and 20 seconds of this race to go. All in Freddie Lloyd's control at the moment. Now, we should remember, in terms of the championship scores, Lloyd isn't really going to fully come up the order till much later in the season, because he enters this weekend with 0 points, having not raced at Wilton Mill. Well, he's got a lot more points than the United Kingdom normally do in Eurovision.
Exactly.
Already going into today's racing. This result would give him another 65, and in terms of trying to get the points on the board, I think the aim for Freddie Lloyd is match the score, at least, of Harrison Whitcomb at the start of the weekend. Now, it's out of the race is the DK Academy run 374 of Luke Taylor. Luke gets back on the road, but falls down to 20th place. That's not good news.
Yeah, Luke Taylor, new to the championship this weekend. Now, remind me, why do we have, obviously Jack Buckley, Ty Buckley, neither of those two, and Jamie English, who's Irish, racing in Scotland. They weren't at the opening weekend, but obviously they've still got a chance to compete the whole championship. Here comes Harrison Whitcomb, just from, he's going back in front of Scott Riley, one of our Irish contingents. Looking at that, we have 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 Irish drivers in the senior X30 class.
Scott Riley's as in goes Johnston. Nat Johnston with his teammate Max Ewell loses out in that one. CJ Bennett trying to take advantage as well. That was a bold one from Nat down the inside into the final corner. I just want to say, Scott Riley's really impressed me. Now, yes, I know, folks, he's not a novice. No one's a novice. He's a rookie for the championship. I know there was a couple of comments last time off the back of the junior race. If they're one of those drivers with the black number boards on our timing, they are a rookie to this championship.
And there's different ways. If you have competed in under 3 rounds of a British championship in years previously, you maintain your rookie status. So Scott Riley, his name has appeared, I think once or twice before. He's a regular at Kart Masters, but he is never done. And there is Riley back on the inside of Harrison Whitcomb. Whitcomb has got to have his wits about him here, because, has he maintained? Max Ewell is the nearest threat to Harrison Whitcomb, both on the road and in the standings. Freddie Lloyd is going to take maximum heat points. Whitcomb's got to stay ahead of Max Ewell. If he wants to minimise the damage done by Freddie Lloyd in the points, Whitcomb has to maintain third place.
But he's got to be careful. He's had a warning already, which may well be for over-defensive driving. We're on the final lap. Freddie Lloyd is going to... Oh, it's off the road. There goes CJ Bennett. And was that Johnston involved as well? Yes, it was. The checkered flag is out. Freddie Lloyd is going to come over the line. Lloyd, pole again for the final this afternoon. Ty Buckley in second place. Scott Riley third. Harrison Whitcomb fourth. Will be on the front row as well for the final later today. But on the outside... Same as 24 hours ago, and he had a difficult start to the final yesterday. This is going to be a nail-biter later on this afternoon. Lloyd and Whitcomb making a premium karting lockout of the front row again. It'll be Max Ewell and Ceol Lynch on the second row. Ceol Lynch sixth in that race. Riley and Johnston row 3, Brown and Powell row 4, Lewis and Bird row 5. How about that job from Lewis Bird from the back of the grid, makes it into the top 10 for the final.
Excellent. I was thinking about Harrison Whitcomb there, and I was thinking he might actually letting Max Ewell go might have.
Yeah.
Well, Harris, any time Harris would be thinking, look, a P2 is better than a P3 on the grid, but this realistically, a P3 is actually better than a P2 on the grid here at Larkhall.
Quick run through your race classification then. Lloyd, Buckley, Riley, Whitcomb and Ewell, your top 5. Lestrange, Brown, Johnston, Farrell. Brilliant drive there from Freddie Farrell. And Lewis Bird up 13 places again in that race into the top 10. Aaron Brown was your biggest mover in that race, up 17 spots into 7th place. So tremendous work from him as well to recover from that poor qualifying. 11th for Tristan Powell, Joey Brown 12th. He was involved in the race start. He also had a 5-second penalty in that one, so not a good day so far for Joey Brown. Levi Sangera 13th. Macy Hitter looking to maybe get another top 10 later today in the final. She was up 8 spots in that one to 14th. Alexander de Benedictis completes the top 15. Ramirez, Lewis, English, Taylor and Gallagher, the last of the 20 finishers in that race. 4 retirements, Bennett, Patel, Moore and Buckley. Morgan Moore is having a really difficult season, whether it be in this championship or on the continent.
Yeah,
I hope for him that it can get going at any point. He's definitely got the talent to do so.
And he's got the smile as well, because he's always such a happy person in the paddock. I wonder if that smile is being tested ever so slightly.
Right, we'll take a break here. We're going to go to an ad break, then up after this, the paddock show from yesterday.
What a start from the so hard. Heading up into the top section.
Welcome everybody to the Paddock Show. It's a little bit chilly here today at Larkhall. Myself, Andrew Mather, and Ceol Lynch with you to take you through what's going on in the paddock here today. And I tell you what, I think I'm going to go for a very early lunch break, Ceol, because he's back. Henry!
Ha-ha! Hello! Right, I forgot. Which way do I hold this? Is it this way? It's been a while. I forgot. Hello!
Well, let's welcome Henry Beaudette back to the British Kart Championships paddock.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much. I just realised something, that this is the end of sort of the first 6 months of my season, and I did some calculations. 23 events, 6 different countries, 16 different circuits, 15 different championships. But it's good to be home in the British Championship paddock, and good to see some fresh faces and some not so fresh faces, but we love Andrew and Piers. Yeah, round 4, round 3, event 4, rounds 3 and 4 of the IAME classes and the Honda class. Now this is 126 drivers. It's the first time it's been a double header for the Hondas. They've had a round here every single year since 2021, but it's the X30 classes where, this is their third visit, 2019, 21, third visit. So, the pressure's on. This is going to be an anomaly. Not all the big teams come here regularly and race. So you're going to get some surprises. You're going to get a load of local drivers, Scottish drivers, and especially in Honda Cadets that are going to do well. And then in the other classes, you're going to see some of the big guns just miss the setup. It's very tricky. Speaking of big guns, let's start with the biggest gun of all. It's Fusion. Now, if you remember a song called Mexican Radio by Wall of Voodoo, then well done. That makes 2 of us. Why am I mentioning Mexican Radio? It's because Fusion Motorsport have got 2 Mexican drivers. Where are our Mexican drivers? Not Lucian Smith. He's certainly not Mexican. We've got our Hong Kong drivers, the Says, and the Mexicans. Has Ceol found any Mexicans? Where's she gone? Oh, you see, I come back for 5 minutes and it's all like herding cats, ladies and gentlemen. Don't fill my bald spot, but Jonesy. Right, Mexico. We've had several drivers compete for Mexico in the British Championship before, Ian Aguilera being one of them, and he's racing at Le Mans this weekend. But here is the Mexican connection. How's your Spanish and Portuguese, Ceol? See?
It should be better. That's
It should
what
be
I'm
better.
Say.
Well, no, I'm going to speak to some of our Mexican friends. You've got someone else lined up. See. Excusez-moi. This is Chris Rogers. Hi, Chris. Oh, he doesn't want to be on camera, does he? So, our 2 Mexican drivers, Mr. Roche and Mr. Ramirez. You are Mr. Ramirez. How are you, sir? Say hello to the Paddock Show.
Hi.
First of all, welcome to Scotland.
Thank you.
How much Iron Brew have you drunk?
Nothing.
No Iron Brew. It's made for girders, man. Have you learnt much Scottish? No.
Little words.
Little words. Okay. This track, I imagine, is very, very different to anything that you race in Mexico, correct?
Yes, completely different.
Is that the narrowness, the bumpiness, the fact that it's all corner after corner after corner? It's quite intense, isn't it?
Yeah, well, first of all, you need to take into account the climate. Mexico, we are used to race in temperatures up to 30 degrees.
And the altitude, because even though it's high in Scotland, it's not quite as high as Guadalajara and Mexico City, is it?
Mexico City, we race 2,100 meters above sea level, so it's quite different driving here than driving there, but that's why we're here, to learn and to be better.
Excellent. Well, there we go. There's our first Mexican of the weekend. Ceol has found a non-Mexican driver.
Thank you very much, Henry, and his learning of languages. But I'm here with a driver, Lucian Smith, for, once again, Fusion Motorsport. How's your weekend going so far?
Good. We're making lots of progress, and hopefully by the end of the weekend we'll be up there at the front. So, yeah, it's a good progress.
And we spoke a lot about this circuit. Not a lot of drivers are that familiar with this circuit because of where it is. Of course, we're here in the north, we're in Scotland. Do you think that's going to add an extra challenge for the weekend?
Yeah, for some people they're still learning the track, but I think by now we've all learned the track and we're ready just to fine-tune.
That is correct. Now, let's show our paddock show what treats we have this weekend. In Scotland, there is only one thing to do, and that is to bring out the Scottish goods. Wera Tools, of course, is going to bring us the Scottish goods, and Lucien is going to be the first one to choose what he wants. So go on, take a dig out of the bag. We've got some Wera treats also that are going to be... Oh, look at that. He's got the biggest treat already.
Yeah, they look tasty.
Have you had them before?
Yeah.
Have you chosen a good Scottish good then?
Hopefully the best, I think.
Well, thank you very much. Hopefully these make you faster.
Thank you.
Have a good weekend. Come on in, Henry.
I've got to say, I love a Telux tea cake. It wouldn't be my first choice of Scottish food and drinks. Let's have a little look. Now, this is being filmed lunch break on Saturday, so we've had qualifying in heat number 1. The drivers are getting set to go out for heat number 2. That's Water Swift Restricted. Championship leader Arthur Bowers taking the heat win this morning. New name in the paddock, TWR. Pantano Racing, Tommy Weir Racing with the Pantano chassis designed by ex-World Karting champion Giorgio Pantano. He is the hardest working team. He's the hardest working child in the paddock, ladies and gentlemen. Are you a teenager? No, you're only 11, aren't you?
12.
12, that's right, because I bought you a cowboy hat in Texas for your 12th birthday. This is...
Reese Richardson.
Reese Richardson, effectively, sorry Dave, but he runs RCE. You are effectively sort of team manager, aren't you? Joking aside.
Sort of, yeah.
Sort of. You do a lot of the legwork, a lot of the logistics, a lot of making sure that everybody is supposed to be where they're supposed to be.
Yeah, definitely, yeah.
And now RCE have got a whole bunch of karts out in the new Bambino class, haven't they?
Yeah. Hopefully we can win this weekend.
Hopefully win. They won last year's Micromax Championship with Dian Singh Bahal on the only British-built go-kart in the class. Well done.
Thank you.
All the way from Coventry. Now, this year, Honda Cadet is actually chock full of British-built karts. You have got 26 karts on the grid, and 25 of them from Project One, from BRK, from Apollo Karts, and what was the other one? Zip, are all built in Great Britain. Now, I think Honda Cadet could be marketed as the technical generation's tomorrow's stars. Why do we get some universities involved? They've got motorsport clubs. Why do we get them to build, design a Honda Cadet chassis? Right, Ceol, you found a Honda Cadet driver. Woo!
Thank you very much, Henry. Speaking of the Honda Cadet chassis, we've got Mason Becker, who's brushing his lunch off him by the looks of it. As you know, it's lunchtime here Saturday for us. Mason, how's your weekend going so far?
It's all right. Qualified P10 in qualifying, and then for the second heat we're going to start P9. We finished 3rd in the first heat, but got a 5-second penalty, so then we finished 7th or 8th, and then we're going to hope to get a better result in heat 2.
And what are you making of these conditions, because they are ever changing here in Scotland?
Yeah, they're changing. It's a bit up and down, and so hopefully it stays dry for the rest of the day. That'd be nice, and if it goes well, it'll be interesting.
Now I have a question. Do you know any Scottish treats? Do you have a favourite?
No, not really.
Okay, well, now's the moment. I'm going to introduce you. Wera Tools is treating you once again with a Scottish treat. So put your hand in the bag and choose, anything you want. There you go. There you go. That's a good one.
Ooh, iron brew.
Actually, hang on. Whoa. I don't think that you need to be drinking that, racer drivers and all that. I'll just borrow that lovely bottle of, the amber nectar. And I'll tell you what, it's good for you. You'll go quicker. Made for Gerdas. There you go.
Make sure you're allowed to drink that before you open that bottle. Any last words before heading into the racing this weekend?
Go fast and win.
Great. Thank you. Good luck, Mason. Let's move along. Great to hear from one of our Honda Cadet drivers. It's always good to have the Hondas with us. One class that we also have with us this weekend on their debut weekend
Yes.
is the M1 Bambinos.
Yes, now, this could be a significant weekend. It is obviously for the class, but for whoever wins. The last 3 new classes to enter the British Championship, Water Swift Restricted and Micromax in 2023, and the Might E Bambinos in 2024, the driver who won the very first final in each of those classes in their debut year went on to win the championship. So, this weekend could be very big. I spy with my little eye an M1 Bambino driver. First of all, hello, young man. This is driver number 30. Now, I've been away some time. What's your name? It's Mr. Ansar, isn't it?
Yeah, Nicholas Ansar.
Nicholas Ansar. Right. Tell me a little bit about your Might M1 Bambino. Almost said the E word there. Tell us a little bit about your go-kart.
It's a IAME M1 Bambino.
It's fast.
Yeah.
How fast is it compared to the other M1 Bambinos? Where are you at the moment?
I'm not sure.
You're not sure? Where do we finish heat number 1? Let's have a little. Let's do live results check, like on CFAX. This is nope, can't find my phone. Where did we finish, Dad? 9th, P9. So a top 10 on your Motorsport UK British Championship debut. Happy?
Yeah.
Excellent, and that's quite a nice, pretty colour as well. Who designed the wagon paint scheme?
So my dad said once I went to a track and then I came second, and he said he'll wrap it as the same colour as my helmet.
Excellent, there we go. Bribery always works. Well done, smart looking go-kart there. Right, they brought the Scottish weather with, well, I didn't bring the Welsh weather with me. It's nearly the middle of summer. That's why we're shivering. Grey skies.
I'm not going to lie, I've been hiding from the rain, so didn't get any further with our paddock show.
Well, the thing is, though, at Larkhall in the summer, when it's really hot, the bug life is exquisite. That big. Mosquitoes, just gnats.
Have you come across any so
speaking of
far?
Gnats, hi Mark, how are you? How's Benidorm?
Better than here.
Oh, there we go. Exclusive. Benidorm's weather is better than Larkhall. Yes, there we go. So Mark Bain's helping out. Who are you helping out, Mark?
Presley Knight.
Presley Knight, one of our M1 Bambinos. Speaking of Presley Knight, Presley, can you do an Elvis impression? Use an Elvis Presley. Go on. Is he ever this quiet? Go on then. One. Nope, we're not going to do that. I'm sorry. There we go. How are you doing, Presley? So good. He's stunned into silence. Where did we finish heat number 1? Last. Well, why did you finish last? No. Whoa, hello. I've been back on the paddock show for 12 minutes. Congratulations. First bit of editing for producer James. There we go. Well, you know what? Out of the mouth of babes, the truth out of the mouth of babes. Gotta love the cadets, haven't you? Right. Where are we going? We're going to see some square
Do you know where we are going to head, Henry?
To refuel at Larkhall Circuit, officially international.
That is the one, as it's lunchtime, where we're going to find most of the paddock today.
Well,
it's going to be the
sheltering out of the summer weather.
That is correct. Let's go and see who we can... Oh,
there we go. That's all right. Just want to say hi.
Only a hello from Alfie Davidson, not quite just yet. He's the driver who we heard from earlier in the weekend. You'll see his interviews streamed, talking on the great start to his year so far. Let's have a look. Who've we got,
Square
Henry?
sausages.
We've got
Hello.
some more. Oh wow, this is intense. Look at this. Who should we go to first? Oh, Henry's absolutely gone.
Oh, right, okay. This is my favourite part of the track. It's warm in here. So, what is Scottish cuisine? Iron brew, square sausages. We need to find out why we have square sausages. Let's find...
I know who to ask.
Let's go find a Scottish person to ask. Why not?
I thought I had her. She's ran from the camera, but we're going to go find her anyway. I'm seeing Marnie Kira hiding in the background. She's still running.
Oh, this is... Right. Look at all these drivers. Hello. Archie Leveridge, how are you?
Good.
Excellent. Random driver interview. Oh, here we go. Hello, young man.
Yeah, hi.
Hi. Oh, Aaron, hello.
Hi.
Sugars, how was filming with Will Ennie and Quadrant for the YouTube video?
It was really fun.
Excellent, excellent. There we go. Oh, hello, nice hair.
Cheers.
Oh, yeah, very much. I'm just jealous, that's all. Yeah. It's only Enam Ahmed. It's only ex-British kart champion, world junior champion.
Oh, that was a long time ago now.
So the day you won the junior world championship, Lando Norris won the senior.
Yeah.
You know I love you, but you're sat at Larkhall and Lando's the current Formula 1 world champion racing in Barcelona. Where did it all go right?
Well, I think I like curry too much and got a bit too fat.
Well, no, Enam Ahmed is one of the best spokespeople for karting I've ever heard. He's an absolute gentleman. We've got the T family. You're coaching them now, aren't you?
So we've got Ollie and Hero.
Hello, Hero.
Hi.
Hello, Ollie.
Hi.
Now, you've got three brothers racing, yes? You two have got the flag from Hong Kong, and has your brother got the Japanese flag?
Hong Kong flag.
He's got the Hong Kong flag as well. Ian Rogers made a mistake. Sorry. Welcome to Scotland. Do you like it?
Yeah, a lot.
You like Scotland? Oh, hi, the new.
What?
Oh, hi, the new. Yeah, no, that's exactly, I mean, sorry. That's what they say when I talk. Anyway, Ceol, who have we got?
Henry, we've got the Orange Army, some marshals. Come on, guys. So for starters, you guys are mostly local. Is the weather always like this?
Yes.
So you guys just get soaked every day?
Pretty much.
And have you found the racing so far this weekend?
Yeah, it's been pretty good. It's been pretty intense. We're not used to seeing the IAME is pretty new to us, to be honest. We only get them once a year, so it's good to see some racing at a high level. So a little bit more contact out there than we maybe thought we were going to see today, but that's probably down to the conditions. But the racing's been good. It's been good to watch.
And any Scottish foods, treats, places to recommend while we're here?
He doesn't like food.
Apparently someone doesn't like food. You don't like food? Not even the Scottish foods?
I do love food. He just thinks I don't like my food touching.
He doesn't like when they touch, and I think that's weird.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. You guys enjoy the rest of your weekend. Henry, come on.
Isn't it amazing? I've got to say, the most important people in all of motorsport. How much time do you spend, on average, how many weeks a year do you spend working at this track?
Well, quite a handful of us are full-time employed here, so all of them. But then the rest of the time, whenever there's a big event, we're here. So at least once a month, usually for our club rounds, and then all the rounds. We got 3 big events this month, so it's been back to back.
Scottish drivers, we've had 7 Scottish wins here, by 5 different drivers.
All right, well, welcome back to Larkhall. It is time for round 4 for our Water Swift Restricteds. We are down on the grid now and the time is ticking down. So let's talk to your pole sitter who's getting a quick pep talk and some information sent to him by Dan Ashton. This is Arthur Bowers. Arthur, you were consistent at the first doubleheader we had. How are you feeling here at Larkhall this weekend?
Good.
And come on, starting on pole position, are you confident?
Yeah.
What has your mechanic, what's he told you ahead of this one? Has he given you any advice?
Yeah. Try and push away from the field and try and keep calm.
Well, good luck.
Thank you.
And let's talk to then who's joining him on the front row, someone who was very happy yesterday after a win, for his first ever win in the British Kart Championships, Ollie West. Ollie, how are you feeling after a brilliant day for you yesterday?
It was amazing yesterday. It was probably one of the hardest races I've ever done.
You've been consistent in these heats so far. What's your game plan heading into this one?
Just push with Arthur and get out the pack, and then on the last couple of laps, just fight.
Thank you very much. Good luck.
Thanks.
Well, there it is from your very focused front row. Let's go back a bit though. I want to hear from Oliver Woodall. Let's see if we can get a word. Where is he? He is going to be all the way back. Oh, here he is, right here. We've caught him. Oliver, I've got to hear from you. We heard from you yesterday. I need to know what you ate before this race.
Probably some cottage pie again.
I knew it. You heard it here first. If you just watch the paddock show, you'll know why I'm asking. And what are you going to eat after if you do well in this one?
Probably some pasta.
And you're not going to watch any football, are you?
No, I don't like football.
He doesn't like football. Well, good luck.
Thank you.
There you go, Oliver Woodall, another driver to watch out for in this one, who's been consistent so far this weekend. Led some of the heats earlier on today, but it is nearly time. Let's head back to the box with Andrew and Henry. Let's get underway.
Thank you, Ceol. Yeah, back in the box here, ready for these finals. 21 drivers ready to go, Henry, for their 4th final of the year. And this developing championship picture as well in the Water Swifts. Big thanks to the Motorsport Timing team, Ian Rogers and co. 5 points the gap between Bowers and West heading into this one. Both of them on a run of not being outside of the top 3 in each of their last 4 scores. That goes back to the Sunday final at Wilton Mill. This one's hotting up, isn't it?
It is indeed. 3 finals, 3 different winners. Benjamin Schlevar, Freddie Baker, and yesterday, Ollie West. And Oliver Woodall has got Woody the Woodpecker. Is that Woody Woodpecker?
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is. I was thinking, there's Cole Trickle's, well, inspired by Cole Trickle, Days of Thunder. You know, I'm going to pass him on the outside, Harry. We've given you some new tyres. I wonder if that driver, number 46, Riley Aston Wilkins, I wonder if his dad sits in the garage looking over the car going, I'm going to make you smooth. You're going to fly through the air like a bullet.
So 12 minutes plus 1 lap for this race. Same front row as yesterday. What we're going to see in this one, let's get ready for it. The IAME Water Swift Restricted Final. Here's your grid then for the final at Larkhall for round 4 of the championship. Arthur Bowers and Ollie West on the front row. Patrick Wood and Benjamin Schlevar row 2. Hendrix Fallat and Bobby Slater with his best grid position so far in the BKC start on row 3. Oliver Woodall and Caden Hakura go from row 4. It's Logan Hodgetts and Freddie Baker on row 5. Harry Murphy and Riley Aston Wilkins go from row 6. Louis Wilson and George Askew have work to do from row 7. Max St. Hilaire and Cole Parrish go from row 8. Logan Edwards and Darcy Durnford start on 9. Noah Brad, Harley Hibbert and James Ferguson complete the 21-strong field. So the points at the start of this one then. Bowers 4:32, West 4:27, Schlevar a little bit further back 4:15. Patrick Wood and Hendrix Fallat with good results here today could propel themselves right into the title picture. Henry Beaudette.
Yes.
Our first final of the day and good conditions for the drivers. It was quite mixed yesterday. I think the drivers are going to enjoy this one.
Yes, they will. The weather is set fair. A high blanket of white clouds surround the opening here on Meriton Road in Lanarkshire. Behind us, the railway line, which is the main London to Glasgow railway line. And yes, we are in a glen. You can see the new pit garages. Optical Express Group have invested into this venue over the last 4, 5, 6 years even. Larkhall, Scotland's first and thus far only fully FIA accredited licensed circuit. The stars of tomorrow are here today, and this afternoon we have 12 minutes plus 1 lap. Not the youngest members of the paddock, but the second youngest group. Bowers and West lead into the line.
Into the tram lines, lights out, 12 minutes plus 1 lap underway here in Scotland for round 4 in IAME Water Swift Restricted. Their final looking good down towards turn number 4 on the first lap. Bowers leads from Wood. It's been a good start as well from Hendrix Fallat, driver of the day from the first event of the season at Warden Law. It's a clean start. They're running up towards turn number 6 now. This is exactly what Arthur Bowers would have wanted Henry. Ollie West down the inside of Wood. That's a good move from the number 4 seed up to P3.
Yep, he's got to get it done early. You said in the first heat, Andrew, that Ollie West is good at managing these races. Oh no, there is the Days of Thunder inspired kart. Riley Aston Wilkins not out of the race, but out of contention. Freddie Drury he'll be going out later in the next class, and it's his birthday today for Freddie Drury. And there's Arthur Bowers signalling. Let's push forward. Hendrix Falat, last year's Motorsport UK Coma Bambino champion, the last Motorsport UK Coma Bambino champion. The Coma Bambino class has now gone away. This replaces it, the M1 Bambino class. You've also got the Might E Bambino Championship. That competes on a different paddock. The top 4 are clear. Again, the 2 privateers, yellow flags waving down at the entry to turn number 7. And they all safely negotiate that. I'm trying to see.
It was the Aston Wilkins, number 46, that is sadly now fully out of this race. So Bowers leads from Falat, West, Wood. Top 4 have broken away from Benjamin Schlivar, who's had a bit of a quiet weekend. But we know from earlier today in the heats, he has that ability to keep pressing on and pick up some good points. West is having a look at Falat for second place here. Bowers checks over the shoulder, just gently comes into the towards the middle of the road, but that's opening up for Hendrix Falat. Hendrix Falat's got a great run out of turn 5, but no, slots back in behind and is unable to take the race lead. Now he has a go for it into turn number 6. Brilliant move from Falat. West is through also. Bowers with it all to do now in 3rd.
Now, the fact that Hendrix Falat went for 2 moves on the race lead at this stage of the race, running lap number 3, that tells me Hendrix has think my kart is absolutely on rails. I do not want to waste this level of performance sitting in a pack. Already, he's 3-4 kart lengths clear. Now, are we going to see another win for Hendrix Falat? I say another because he won 2 rounds of the Motorsport UK Bambino Coma Championship, but he hasn't won a race in the Motorsport UK Wera Tools British Championship paddock. So when Ollie West said it's my first win in the British Championship, it was, in terms of this paddock, he took 2 wins as a Bambino, which takes place with another championship, and their official Motorsport UK wins, and that was officially almost a move from Arthur Bowers for the race lead. 5 up at the front. Benjamin Schlivar in the number 6. If you're looking at the wider number 4, the 6 and the 7, that's where they finished in the last British Championship at this category. If you finish in the top 10 in the Wera Tools British Championship, you are a nationally ranked, national seeded driver. Hendrix Falat, if he was still in Bambino, Coma Bambino, he would be able to run the number 1. He isn't, and he's not even number 1 in this race anymore. Arthur Bowers for the BMR Restart team takes the lead at turn number 1.
Good determination this from Arthur Bowers. Lesser drivers would have slipped out of the back of the pack when he dropped down to 3rd place, but he's taken the initiative in this race with just under 8 minutes to play. We're now through that extra bit of time that the drivers have over a heat. Now they will know how to run through an 8-minute period round this circuit. But the clouds starting to roll in. I don't think there's any indication of rain yet. You tend to look over the back of the trees over the last corner as Woodall's down the inside of Schlivar. That's a good move from the driver of the day from Wilton Mill up to P5. But will the thoughts start creeping into the minds of the drivers? We've had so many changes in weather so far here this weekend. It's been nice and dry throughout the morning and the early part of the afternoon, but those clouds are rolling in. Meanwhile, Bauer still has the race lead. Here goes Patrick Wood down the inside. No, not this time. Stays there in 4th place. Ollie West once again running a very cool and calm race here, Henry. Or I say cool and calm, he's pointing forward there to Wood, saying, no, let's keep working together, play the long game, as here goes Fallon again, 2nd time in this final, down the inside through turn 6, takes the race lead.
Hendrix Falat just has the look about him that this is a driver absolutely fired up. He's got that refuse to lose look about him in the kart. What do I mean by that? Just being extremely aggressive, not overly aggressive, as into the final corner, and the camera op there showing some of the gradients, because you don't realise there is gradient here at Larkhall. The circuit does go up and down. Now we're heading down towards the bottom of the circuit, the golf club bend. You do have quite a steep hill up here now through the back straight, which is anything other than straight, as you can see. This is the back straight, turning that long corner. Everyone using the inside line. Then they swing out wide to take that such a late apex into turn number 5. That's turn number 6, and it's so inviting because you come off turn number 6 and everything about you is saying, oh, look, the circuit's opening out in front of me. I'm going to send one to the inside going into the hairpin. But as soon as the door tends to open, it slams shut, which is why we see just about as many moves actually work at that part of the circuit that not. 5 still for 6 for the lead.
Little recap down the order of who else is doing well out there. Bobby Slater up to P9 ahead of Harry Murphy. Logan Edwards in the number 21 having a really strong race. Another of the Pantano chassis for the TW Racing team. Edwards up 6 places so far in this race to 11th. And in fact, all of the TW Racing runners are up the order. Have they found the trick with the setup round here? There's a move coming in from Bowers, who repays the favour to Hendrix Fallat. That's Fallat's favourite spot to make the overtake. This time he loses 1 down to 2nd place. But I'll just focus on it again. Hendrix Fallat up 3. Logan Edwards up 6. Noah Brad, as there goes Patrick Wood down the inside to take 3rd place away from Ollie West. Ollie West has got to keep that calmness personified at this stage of the race. Trust that these two are going to come back into their pack in the last 4 minutes. But I say these TW Racing Pantanos in terms of setup look really, really good in this race. They're all coming through the field. There goes Woodall down the inside of Wood to take 3rd place through turn number 1. This is starting to heat up a bit, but these are critical laps now, Henry, for this chase quartet. They've got to get themselves organised. They've given Bowers and Fallat a lead of about a second.
Yeah, we've got 4 minutes to go, Andrew. It's not over yet, but the gap between Hendrix Fallat and Oliver Woodall is increasing. It's up to 0.8 of a second now. It'll shrink on this lap for the simple reason that so far they've all been single file in the chasing pack. 12 wheels in terms of Schliever, Wood and Woodall working in unison will work together faster, or will go faster than 8 wheels working together, because Bowers and Fallat are working. You can see Woodall just pointing forward.
Has West got a problem? Has West got a problem, Henry? He was very slow out of the final corner, and he's dropping back at quite an alarming rate. Yesterday's final winner is dropping out of contention in this one. Hopefully can keep carrying on and still score some strong championship points, but that's one of our top 6 from earlier in the race. Out of it, 3 minutes to play.
And that puts Arthur Bowers in a commanding championship lead. Benjamin Schliever, as things would stand, would inherit 2nd place in the point standings, and he would be 24 points behind Bowers at the halfway point of the Honda Cadet GX 200 season. There are 4 rounds, 8 finals. This is final number 4 on the year. Halfway is a long way from home, but 15 points in karting can be an awful lot. In fact, make that 25 points in karting can be eroded very quickly, especially with the numbers in Honda Cadet this year, which are strong, but it just gives Arthur Bowers a little bit of stress management gap. That's what a 25-point marker is. West still driving. What was his lap time, Andrew?
57.9 last time around. He's about a second a lap off the pace of the front runners, but I would keep an eye on Ollie Woodall. Ollie Woodall has not had a podium in a final so far this season. He's had 3rd place championship scores through heats, but this is a little bit different. This is the big race of the day. is the Driver of the Day award going to kick him on to even better success? He's the fastest driver on circuit right now with 90 seconds of this race remaining. Over the line again. He's done a brilliant job here as Oliver Woodall to cross this gap. He's not really had that much help from the likes of Patrick Wood and Benjamin Schlivar behind. They're still in contention in 4th and 5th. Woodall has now crossed the gap. The question is, though, how much has that taken out of the tyres? How much has that taken out of the materials? How much has that pace, those back-to-back fastest laps, taken out of his young self? Pointing forward there is Bowers, but he's having to be slightly defensive now ahead of Hendrix Fallat. When does Oliver Woodall make the move? No, he doesn't go yet. That's a wise decision in my book, Henry.
Yep.
There's still a lot of racing in this race to go, 50 seconds on the clock.
Don't make the move, and you might make the move to get second, Oliver, but if you do it at the wrong place, the wrong time, that will be your chances of victory done and dusted. Watch for the turquoise blue number 7 of Patrick Wood. He has kept himself in play. 30 seconds to go. Schlivar is now a little bit too far back to have an impact. What do I mean by having an impact? Well, when Fallat and Woodall and Bowers start doing things like that, the door opens, opportunity may come knocking for Patrick Wood.
Very likely that we're going to get another maiden victory in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. The question is, which of these 4 drivers could it be? Or could it be Benjamin Schlivar once again is down the inside? Looks Fallat has had a little nibble there at Bowers. Here comes Woodall once again. Woodall's going to have the inside line. Fallat could be in a bit of trouble here and knows he's trying to get across the circuit, trying to squeeze the gap. Look at Woodall. Woodall takes the race lead. It's the same as yesterday, but this time Ollie Woodall's the recipient, going from 3rd to the race lead. Last lap board is going to be out. Woodall was a little bit wide there, out of the final corner. Patrick Wood is right there as well in 2nd. And Benjamin Schlivar, we said keep an eye on him. He's not been the fastest so far this weekend, but as we're on the final lap here, Benjamin Schlivar, the driver flying the flag for Bosnia and Herzegovina, is right there in 3rd place. Out of turn 5, towards turn 6. Woodall's got to keep it checked down. He must not allow a run down the inside for Patrick Wood. He's dealt with that brilliantly. Towards hairpin 1 now is the next overtaking chance. Middle of the road. Keeps his speed high. Missed that curb. That's spot on once again from Woodall. Into the final corner. This is where we lost the lead yesterday in the final. He's off hairpin 2, okay. It's raging between Bowers and Fallat behind. Woods trying this way and that. It's like Mansell and Senna, Monaco 92. And just like in that race, your race lead is going to hold on. Oliver Woodall wins at Larkhall. A brilliant display for the DK Academy. A fantastic race in IAME Water Swift Restricted. Woodall moves up into the top 5 in the championship standings and announces himself on this stage.
Fantastic opportunism. When opportunity came knocking, Oliver Woodall answered the door. And look at that, fist pump, attempted fist bump from Patrick Wood. Patrick Wood as the privateer number 7, and this is what I really, really like. You look 2nd at the moment in points, privateer. 3rd in points, privateer. 5th, and then
4th in points as well.
4th in points, privateer. This is nothing against the big teams. BMR restart for for Arthur Bowers. DK Academy for Oliver Woodall. TW Racing for Hendrix Fallat. XL for Freddie Baker. Fusion for Caden Akura. All do fantastic jobs. However, if you ever thought, ladies and gentlemen, that this level of racing is inaccessible for privateer drivers, think again. Woody the Woodpecker, should we call him Fast Pasta? No, because he's going to have some pasta. Winner, winner, pasta dinner for Oliver Woodall.
Oliver Woodall's maiden victory in the British Kart Championships. And again, what a job by the DK Academy team. Danny Curl, great to see there as well. Benjamin Schlivar on the podium again here in IAME Water Swift Restricted. And this is what you've got to love about this category as well.
Look at the kids. There we go. That he won't remember that as that young lad grows up. but that is such a wholesome image. There we go. They're racing drivers. I'm not quite sure they are. These are all the younger brothers of the drivers that are here. And the drivers know it. They're on hand. They understand their position as role models for so many others. And you see them, you know, Claudia Short comes in for British Championship social media. They put on a show like that, and then they take their crash helmets off, and you realise they're 6, 7, and 8 years old. Oliver Woodall. Start the day with some cottage pie. Going to finish it with a pasta dinner. What a result.
And there as well is a big smile on the face of Oliver Woodall. I say he started the weekend with being awarded the Driver of the Day trophy from Wilton Mill, and he leaves it P1 on the podium up here in Scotland. Patrick Wood, second place, second time on the podium this year, first time in front of the cameras though. That'll be a special moment, an equal best result in the career of Patrick Wood. And you've got to say, based on how quick he was at the second half of that race, that win is coming for the privateer. Ben Schliver, that could be an important third place. This has been a damage limitation weekend for Benjamin Schliver, and he's scored good points. Hendricks fell at fourth, but should note is under investigation. Arthur Bowers fifth, Freddie Baker sixth, Caden Hakura and Bobby Slater, the two fusions, getting closer and closer all the time. That's their best results to date. Ollie West and Harry Murphy in the top 10. Logan Edwards, Louis Wilson, Max St. Hilaire, Noah Brad and Darcy Durnford all in the top 15. I'm sure there's a number of best results so far this season amongst that group. Cole Parrish 16th, James Ferguson 17th on debut at this level. George Askew, Harley Hibbert and Logan Hodgetts complete the list of 20 finishers. Riley Aston Wilkins sadly was the only retirement out on the first lap.
That means, Andrew Mather, that now 30 of our 126 entries have at least one victory in the Motorsport UK official categories. Whether it be in the Wera Tools paddock, there's Nathan Rawlins giving Oliver Woodall a surprise. There's Dan Ashton. Oh no, Dan's saying, oh by the way, I'm about to penalise you. Why? Because I can. And I will. No, that's not. I'm joking, ladies and gentlemen. But this is Dan Ashton having a chat. Now, there were no Hendricks Falat under investigation. Let's have a look back at the highlights, Andrew Mather.
This was before the race start. Riley Aston Wilkins' race didn't really get going today. Good race start, clean race start from the restricteds. Bowers had the early lead, Falat up to second place. Ollie West has done a number of good moves through turn 68. So that's what happened to Riley Aston Wilkins. That would be the end of the day for the driver of the number 46. Falat, the first of a couple of moves through turn 6. Bowers always fighting back. I say, look at this. Woodall was in 5th place in the early stages of this race. You wouldn't have backed him at this point. That was the second Falat move through turn 6. Then the favour was returned by Bowers. The two of them trading the lead back and forward through the middle part of the race.
Watch Bowers now, if we stick with it, because you can see this is the moment. Woodall swings wide. He can almost anticipate what's happening. They didn't give it. Watch Bowers. He knows that was the chance of victory gone. He knows. That wasn't frustration at Hendricks Falat. That was frustration at just racing. And the fists... Well, if Scotland was celebrating a World Cup win over Haiti in the early hours of this morning, well, all these youngsters were tucked up in their beds because they have their times to shine now.
Very quick before we go down to Ceol. Bowers 490, 9-point lead over West, leaving Scotland tonight. Benjamin Schliver a further 6 back. Patrick Wood and Oliver Woodall in the top 5. But let's head down to Parc Fermé and to Ceol Lynch.
Thank you very much, boys. I am here with a very happy 3 podium finishers, but let's talk to Benjamin Schliver, your 3rd place. I'm going to come down to you here. How are you feeling after that one?
I felt very happy when the front 2 crashed, and like Arthur was hovering on my back bumper the whole entire final lap. I just got really nervous, and then when I would come through the last corner, I just knew he couldn't get me.
That's right, you dropped back a bit, but you managed to make your way back up. Tell us how intense it was in those stages of the race when you were all battling together. Is that stressful?
It was very stressful, and like when we were all bunched up in the first hairpin, we were all 4 wide coming out of the corner. I thought someone was going to crash in the second hairpin, which did.
And you're coming off the back of a win. Is this good for your championship points? Are you happy with that in your team?
Yeah, yesterday I didn't do very well. I dropped back to 3rd, and I think I might go up to 2nd or 1st.
Congratulations. I'll let you go and celebrate with your family. Let's get a word with Patrick Wood, your 2nd place finisher for today's race. He's just putting his helmet down. We know you 3 are thrilled with that. This is your 2nd podium of the year. Are you happy with that?
Yeah, it really helps with my championship, so yeah.
And who do you have to thank for today? Of course, we know you youngsters have a lot of people, family, teams behind you, supporting you.
My family and Mojo Racing Engines.
Well, a huge congratulations. We're going to get a quick word with our winner before we run off. Oliver Woodall, thank you very much, Patrick. Congratulations. Oliver, this is your maiden win in the British Kart Championships in Restricted. You must feel great.
Yes, I really do. I just feel really happy.
And I must know, do you think it was the cottage pie that helped that one?
Yes, it's my mum's homemade special recipe.
Oh, well, I think we'd all love to try a bit of that. But tell us, is this making you really confident for the rest of the year?
Yeah, I feel really confident to do it.
Well, a huge congratulations. I'll let you go and celebrate. Congratulations. We will see you very soon. Let's head on then back to the boys before you'll see me shortly on our next grid.
Thank you very much, Ceol. There is the scene down on the grid for the IAME M1 Bambinos. Their 2nd final of the year up shortly. And another thing I'm just going to point on Oliver Woodall. Ollie was a little bit nervous before his Driver of the Day interview.
Yeah, right.
Already across the course of this weekend, he has transformed. I know we keep banging on about the cottage pie.
It's media training live.
Yeah.
These kids are doing their media training in this paddock. And this paddock has been responsible for, you think, why are the British Formula 1 drivers so funny, eloquent, so well-spoken, you know, lively? Why they're not afraid of the cameras? That's because they've got cameras on them and microphones on them all the time.
So well done, Ollie, on track. Well done, Oliver Woodall,
I kind of want to go to
track
his house
as well.
now and have his mum's homemade cottage pie. Where's the invite? Where's the invite?
Right, let's lock in for the M1 Bambinos. These are the youngest drivers on track at any point of today. They had a really close final yesterday here at Larkhall that in the end did go the way of Teddy Smith. Now, Teddy's starting a little bit further back, knows this circuit very, very well, of course. But I quite like the look of George Miller, 2nd on this grid in kart number 34. He's looked very quick across the course of the weekend.
Yes, George Miller in the RCE chassis, disguised as a Tony kart. But there's no disguising the fact, well, she is disguised because she's got Josh East and Luke Jones blotting her out of the camera shot. But she is there. Ceol Lynch is on the grid.
Thank you very much, boys. I'm down on the grid, and it is history-making for our M1 Bambinos. Their first ever round, their debut with us, and it was a double-header weekend. Let's catch word, though, with our pole sitter, who's coming off the back of a heat win. Is that filling you with confidence?
Yeah.
And let's have a word with your mechanic. What's the advice that you're giving to him for this one?
Just to stay nice and calm and concentrate on what he's doing for the race.
Have you guys had a great debut weekend here at Larkhall?
Yeah, we've had a really good time.
Well, thank you very much. Good luck.
Thank you.
Let's head along then to our other front row sitter. This is George Miller. George, you were 2nd in the first ever round. How are you feeling for this one?
Excited.
Good, all fueled up?
Yeah.
And let's talk to the mechanic again. What's the game plan? Have you given him advice for this one?
Best advice I can give him is just drive fast.
Of course, good luck you too. We will let you get locked in. I want to talk to one more person before we wrap up this grid walk if we can. Quickly, we heard from her dad in the introduction to Bambinos. They are familiar with this class in the electric and the not electric category. And this is our only girl on the grid. This is Briella Stevens. Briella, how are you feeling?
I feel confident and great.
Now, your dad said to us in his interview on the introduction to Bambinos that it brings him all the emotions on these weekends. Some are brilliant, some make him lose his hair. What do you think so far it's been?
I think it's been amazing. I love driving.
And you're starting, you've got quite a few drivers ahead of you, but you're starting in a good position. What's your plan for the start of this race?
I'm going to do this, and then when the lights start to come off, I'm going to do that.
Well, that sounds like a great plan. Good luck.
Thank you.
Well, I think she meant your race plan. Let her know, you can let her know your race plan.
That's all right. We will let you guys get ready. That is it then from our Bambinos. Let's head up to the box and get underway with racing.
I think Briella Stevens had it just right. She's going to do a bit of this, then she's going to do a bit of that.
Yeah.
And she might end up on the podium. She's got a chance. And that's the first time that I'm fortunate enough to be able to say Briella Stevens has a chance. After she's done a bit of this and a bit of that.
Indeed, she's been racing about a year and a half. Her hero is Sir Lewis Hamilton. Engines firing then for this second final lead. There's Teddy Smith in kart number 19. Knows how to win round this place. Won here last year. Won one of the Scottish plate races here in the Mighty Bambinos in 2025. You'll note they're on treaded tyres. That's not because it's raining. That is the standard fit tyre, the Larkhall tyre for the Bambino classes. You can see the drivers are trying to warm their materials as much as they can right now. And 11 drivers ready to go here for the final. Will it be Teddy Smith taking the win again, as he did yesterday, or can George Miller go one better? Or any of the other drivers, could they improve up the order and take their first win in the M1 Bambino class as part of these British Kart Championships?
We do apologise if anybody is eating their lunch at the moment. You just saw
something that you don't want to see.
Yeah, well, you know, here we go. It's time to go racing. It's the IAME M1 Bambinos.
Let's take you through the grid then for the second M1 Bambino final of 2026. Presley Knight has pole position alongside on the front row George Miller. Stanley Thurston and Oakley Rudman go from row 2. Shay Downey and Jules Nash on row 3. Teddy Smith and Briella Stevens will be looking to move forward from row number 4. It's Henry Exton and Nicholas Anser on row number 5. Cheyenne Asgamy completes the 11-strong field here in Scotland for this second round final of the 2026 British Kart Championships. The youngest drivers in the paddock here this weekend. Championship scores look like this heading into this one. It is a tie at the top of the order after yesterday's heats, the final, and then today's heats. Both Miller and Smith have 186 points. Presley Knight, with today's efforts, already up to third place in the championship, 179. It's a tie for fourth place as well between Shay Downey and Stanley Thurston on 177. But it's so early in the season, still all to play for. And for these young drivers as well, dry conditions ahead of this race. It'll be a standing start for all of them. Their longest race of the day, 12 minutes plus 1 lap. There is Dan Ashton, our race director here this weekend, overlooking the action, ready to get things going. Henry.
Yes, he is. Standing start. We are about to go racing. 12 minutes plus 1 lap. It's the first time that the Sky Sports viewers would have seen the newest class of kart in British racing. The M1 Bambinos are underway. Miller from the outside of row number 1. Can't quite get across. Your pole sitter, Presley Knight, leads them. Well, Presley will want to leave the building if he possibly can.
At the moment, he's got control of this first lap, trying to break away, but that's not going to be easy, particularly on this stretch from turn 5 to turn 6. There's Nicholas Anser in the Lewis Hamilton style helmet. 3 wide into turn 6. Great move there from Shay Downey. Shay Downey moves up to second place. I tell you what, Presley Knight may look over their shoulder in a second and not believe the gap that they've got at the front of the field. There's the number 34 moving back up the order. So George Miller's not had a good start. That's such a shame. George has started P2 on the grid a lot so far this weekend, but hasn't quite had things go his way on this occasion. But we know that George has got good speed and could well be back up to the top 3 in the not too distant future. 10 minutes and 50 seconds to go. Let's count them through at the end of lap number 1. It's Knight leading by 1.2 seconds from Downey, Rudman in third, and a great start for Teddy Smith as well. Come on, Teddy. They'll be shouting from the sidelines as the number 19 trying to get up into the podium positions. At the moment, he's happy to sit there in 4th.
Well, at the end of lap number 1, the championship lead had changed. Teddy Smith, by virtue of gaining positions, and George Miller by virtue of not gaining positions. Smith takes the lead in the championship by a point. He was looking there, but stays in P4 behind Oakley Rudman. The number 51 Kart, Shay Downey. In fact, Teddy Smith now up into 3rd position because Downey has lost out there. Up the road, though, Presley Knight. 10 minutes to go, and this is not indicative of what you expect to see in M1 Bambino racing. It's the class is designed to be equal. You often see these are the drivers under the watchful eye of race director Dan Ashton. This is their training ground. People say karting is a training ground. No, no, no. Karting is a sport in its own right. This is the training ground of karting.
9.5 minutes to go in this M1 Bambino final. What are the sector times looking like for Presley Knight at the moment? 22.2 through that first time. So this pack are closing in, and here's a bit of work happening between the number 28 of Stanley Thurston and the 34 of George Miller. Nothing much that Shay Downey did incorrectly there, but that was a simple case of 2 engines better together than 1. So Shay Downey is going to have to try and fight back here from 6th place now.
This is a lap from Oakley Rudman.
Yeah.
Purple first sector, purple middle sector. This is a beautiful example, and in fact, there we are. Teddy Smith has been pushing Oakley Rudman along. Rudman has now gone so quickly he's broken away from Teddy Smith. Are we going to see 3 purple sectors in the same lap? No. It's a personal best. Final sector for Oakley Rudman, not the fastest of the race so far. That gap now stands at just 0.6 of a second. Great view there. 8 wheels working together, closing in on Presley Knight. Rudman and Smith are not done yet. It's now Miller, Thurston, Downey and the rest that are dropping away. And look at that run up the hill. That is slipstreaming 101, ladies and gentlemen. Presley Knight is now suddenly under pressure.
And if you've not watched this category before, we'll just to remind you, these drivers are aged 6, 7 and 8, yet they are thinking through this race and the strategy as if they've been doing this for 10 years. That is a really good bit of work from Oakley Rudman and Teddy Smith. Now we've got a 3-driver battle for the race lead. Presley Knight will stay calm, though, at the front of the field. Presley has done everything correct so far, has taken the race lead from pole position, got that gap. Now we go into a new phase of this race with 7 minutes and 20 seconds to go on the clock. Into turns number 4 and 5. Then it's the long run to turn 6 again. Now, these 3 may still keep working together. George Miller is not too far behind, 1.5 seconds. But here comes the push from Smith towards, in fact, Smith's going to go for second place here. That's a really clever move from Teddy Smith. Oh, just catches the curb a little bit. That'll lose momentum, but not too much momentum. Up to P2 goes the round 1 winner.
Oakley Rudman just learned a very important lesson. In a final of the British Championship, DTA. Don't trust anyone. Smith gave him a huge boost going up the hill. And I imagine Oakley Rudman, who still has the fastest lap of the race, thinking to himself, brilliant, I've got a rear gunner here, we're going to attack. Oh no, he's already gone past me. That is how quickly it can change. What other sport, what other junior sport where the competitors at age 6, 7 and 8 is run at this professional standard? I have coached my son's 6-year-old football team. At the age of 6, 7, 8, it's just 22 boys, or 22 players running around chasing a ball. Occasionally it goes into the back of the net. This is high-level sport at its highest level, and now we have a new race leader, championship leader, Teddy Smith, at the site of one of his biggest successes so far, one of the Scottish Plate meetings here at Larkhall, now moves into top spot. And Teddy Smith, happened in qualifying, had an issue starting at the back, then retired from race number 1 and has had to fight his way up from 7th on the grid to take the race lead. But we are only just over halfway through. You cannot count any of the top 3 out. As you can see, the RCE driver coach, ex-British touring car driver, Finn Leslie, signalling to one of the RCE drivers in this class. I don't know which one it was, because there are 7 of them. Out of the 11 entries, 7 of them are for the Dave and Reese Richardson and Mrs. Richardson, the RCE Richardson Chassis Engineering team based out of Coventry. And they have all 11 karts are RCEs, including that one, which has got a Tony Kart graphics kit on it. And that RCE kart of George Miller now sits in 4th place. But this battling isn't helping, because these 3 are up the road and pulling away.
They are indeed. It's an entertaining scrap, though, this, for 4th place between Miller and Thurston. Thurston looking to the inside. We're now back into the same kind of territory we saw for Teddy Smith in the final yesterday for the first round. Nice and calm, keeping eyes forward, not dropping 2nd and 3rd place, but that's not because Teddy Smith isn't driving very quickly. That's because of, again, the slipstream. These are the lowest powered karts in the field. They punch that hole through the air that if you're sat in 2nd place like Presley Knight is right now, you can keep close. You can keep the leader honest, wait for any mistakes later on in the race, and that's what will be going through the minds of Knight, of Rudman right now, waiting to see whether Teddy Smith can keep it all together at this stage. A little bit further down the order just to keep on top of things. Bryla Stevens up 1 position, running 7th in this race. Rudman now trying to draw alongside Presley Knight. This is for 2nd place. Slots back in. Wise work once again from Oakley Rudman. 3.5 minutes to go. Miller and Thurston there, 4th and 5th. Oh, Miller a little bit wide. And Thurston's going to be alongside. No, not quite. Returns back into 5th place. There's Jules Nash running in 6th place right now. Jules has had a good weekend here at Larkhall, has scored a lot of points in the early stages of the championship. Stevens 7th, Downey 8th, Exton 9th, Asgamy up into the top 10, and Nicholas Answer as well in 11th. All 11 drivers, in terms of pace right now, covered by less than 20 seconds, which, considering they've been racing for about 10 minutes already, Henry, that's impressive at this early stage of the year.
It is. The pace, however, has dropped off. Nobody is running personal best laps anymore, so tyre life, you know, it's not infinity and beyond. It is very finite instead of infinite. And the top 3 are all, you know, lapping a half a second off their best lap. There is Harry Chapman's dad and Harry watching on. We'll see them a little bit later in the Waterswift class. A lull in the action, Andrew Mather. This is not Teddy Smith breaking the challenge of Presley Knight and Oakley Rudman. This is Oakley Rudman and Presley Knight just having a lap or 2 to breathe before they gird their loins and go back in for the final battle.
We do indeed. 1 minute and 45 seconds remaining on the clock. It's good to see the Chapmans there. They know how to win a Bambino race. Harry was Bambino C50 champion, British champion back in 2023. Into turn number 6 they go. Knight still there in second place. Fastest lap of the race was much earlier in the race from Rudman, but Rudman's starting to look a little bit racy again. Tighter line out of hairpin number 1. Can he find a way to get right on the rear bumper of Presley Knight in that number 16? If Oakley can, there's still a good chance that they can close down Teddy Smith's gap of about 3 or 4 tenths at the moment. Down the hill through the S's into the final corner. We'll have 2 more laps. There'll be 57 seconds on the clock as they go over the line. So lap times at the moment, 65 seconds for these race leaders. 2 more laps, and now Teddy Smith is kicking, Henry. Now Teddy Smith is starting to potentially smell victory. 2 days in a row here at Larkhall. Knight and Rudman are going to have to dig really, really deep over the next 30 seconds or so.
Yes, they are, because just as Presley Knight was setting personal best lap times, Teddy Smith has had a storming opening half of this lap, the penultimate lap. They come through turn 6 on the brakes for turn 7. Gotta stay, don't run out too wide over those curbs. Now, through this little flick at turn number 8. We look back, the number 28 Kart, Stanley Thurston. So this is now 4th and 5th on the road. Long gap back to Nash in 6th, Brella Stevens in 7th, Shea Downey in 8th. They're having a nice little Stevens and Downey are fighting over 7th place. Here we go, 1 lap to go, Andrew Mather.
Here we go then. Teddy Smith takes the last lap board. It's looking into Teddy Smith's control here. Down towards turns number 4 and 5. It's been a brilliant weekend for Teddy Smith. It's not been easy though. He's had problems with the machinery at times across the course of particularly today's rounds, but he has risen to the challenge. He was one of the favourites coming into this weekend with his racing record around this circuit in the previous years of him racing in the Bambinos, but he has taken this final brilliantly. He's still not done for second place as well between Presley Knight and Oakley Rudman, but Teddy Smith is counting down the corners now, and you better believe there is going to be one of the biggest cheers here this weekend at Larkhall in about 10 seconds time, because Teddy Smith heads off at the final corner, does the double, wins both finals here at Larkhall, and will leave Scotland with a 6-point lead in the championship. Second place goes to Presley Knight, third place to Oakley Rudman, George Miller 4th, Stanley Thurston in 5th. What a driver, a name to keep an eye on for the remainder of the season. Teddy Smith, your winner here at Larkhall.
The sounds of Teddy! Let's go, Teddy! Echo around the hills and glens of Lanarkshire. Can lightning strike not twice, not 3 times, but 4 times? The previous 3 classes, there is the celebration. That is a proud parent, a proud team. The hard work, the angst, all the screaming, shouting, gnashing of teeth, wailing and all that, and that's just from the dads trying to get the carts to work, is worth it for this moment. Emerson McAndrew Uren, Ozzie Gibson and Ralph Martin, 3 drivers. They won the first final of the on the first weekend of the most 3 editions to the British Kart Championship. MIT Bambino, Micromax and Water Surf Restricted. They went on to win that year's championship. Teddy Smith has now won the first 2 finals of the M1 Bambino class in championship history. Can we make it 4 wins out of 4? My spidey senses say he might just do it. See what I did there?
I do indeed. And just going over the weighbridge, the drivers will have their thoughts in a moment.
Oh, no, what is that's now
Now
that tells me that Teddy Smith didn't hit the minimum weight. What will happen now is that every other cart will go through. Teddy Smith will have a second chance to get through, and they'll recalibrate the scales. They will make sure that the scales are working, and then they will try again. Ladies and gentlemen, the penalty for being underweight is a race exclusion, and at the moment, well, Presley Knight is saying, I'm not third, I'm second, I might be first. Now, let's look again. They roll the cart off. Now we get on to recalibrate the scales. Oh dear. Chris Derrick behind. Paul Klassen to the left, and he did make weight. The cart rolls in to the holding area. A nervous moment. And now, this is the most important moment. Dad.
I'm not sure he has,
I'm not sure he has made weight.
Oh, dear.
Oh, dear. I thought they were moving the carts aside because he had made weight. Karting can be the cruelest. Presley Knight is about to be told that Teddy Smith has missed weight. Are we about to see the moment where, on his debut, Presley Knight is about to become a winner in the British Championship? He's trying to find out from the paddock gossip, because those kids know everything.
They do. Know everything. They hear everything. Now, Presley's just looking here, just staying nice and calm, which is very good to see for a driver of such a young age. He's just having a chat there with Oakley Rudman. Okay, so the number 19 has gone back to weight again.
And they will give you 3 opportunities. There. How do you explain to a 7-year-old that you haven't won a race when you've worked that hard? However, I am a firm believer that this sport, the ups and the downs, it teaches these drivers life can be cruel, life can be unfair. It breeds intelligent, resilient young men and women, and my goodness me, Teddy Smith will need that resilience. He'll be back. He'll be back. It's a long drive home, and the post-mortem, and it could be a case of 10 grams.
Yep.
It could be a case of 1 gram, and it means difference. So that, unfortunately, is... Well, that is the order
provisional
as
result.
They finish. So the provisional result, ladies and gentlemen, is as follows.
Teddy Smith first on the road. Presley Knight home second. Oakley Rudman third. George Miller and Stanley Thurston at the present time. That's top 5s for them. Jules Nash, Bryla Stevens, Shay Downey, Henry Exton and Shane Asgamy in the top 10. Nicholas Answer home in 11th place. As we stress here in the commentary box, that is a provisional result. We go by what's on our screens at the moment. We will keep you up to date with any further news as and when we formally receive it. But well done to all of our M1 Bambinos. They've raced brilliantly across the course of the last 2 days, and we will see them again later on in the season as they continue their championship campaign. And if you want to get involved with it, any kind of Bambino racing, not just the internal combustion form of racing that we've seen here this weekend, but the mighty Bambino electric racing as well. Do check out the feature that we did that gives you some of the tips of how to get involved. This place, Larkhall, a great example. They've got their own Bambino Race Academy to introduce new young drivers to our sport. We move on then. That's 2 finals down, 4 to go. Honda Cadet up next, Henry. I've been looking forward to this race pretty much since the moment we left Wilton Mill. Great to have so many of them on the grid, first of all. We've had some great races in Honda Cadet at this very circuit over the past couple of years. I've been calling this championship. I know you've had even more experience of calling Honda Cadet races round this place. This should be a really good one. Yesterday was almost your quintessential Honda Cadet race in terms of how you had a top 4 breakaway, and then it all got decided at the end with a brilliant double round the overtake move by Sawyer Henderson. Can't call who's going to win this one.
No. Let's take you through Cole Denham 2022 in this category. Before that, Zach Drummond, Water Swift, or it was called IAME Cadet then, 2 wins. On that day in 2021, Oliver Stewart, now a co-commentator of you here at the British Championship, took 2 wins in Junior X30. Since Cole Denham's victory, we had a win for Lewis Gilbert, Senior Rotax in 2023, and Austin Oman in Micromax in 2024. It's been 4 years since the last Scottish Honda Cadet win and 2 years since the last Scottish win here at Larkhall, full stop. Who is going to stop that rot? It's not a rot, but who's going to get the Scots back on top?
We'll consider that. We're going to head down to Parc Fermé. Ceol Lynch is down there. Who have you got for us?
Thank you, boys. Now, that was a rather confusing one for the M1 Bambinos here, but brilliant race from you overall. Of course, Teddy Smith unfortunately lost that one out due to being underweight, but that does promote you, our pole sitter, to the win. That was a bit of a confusing one. I'll come down to you. But are you happy with that?
Yeah.
And talk us through some of that race. You started on pole position. What was the first couple of laps like?
Good. In the first few corners, it felt really grippy and twitchy, but as the race went on, it got better.
Well, that's always good to hear. And have you been to Scotland before? Are you familiar with the track?
No, this is my first time ever.
So are you going to have any Scottish treats to celebrate?
No.
No? Well, I think you should try some. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you. You can go and celebrate with your family now. There is our winner. Let's head up to the box then. Back to Henry and Andrew.
Welcome back, everybody, to live pictures here at Larkhall for Event 4 of the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. Honda Cadet up next for their second final of the weekend. And this, once again, promises to be a really, really exciting race. If there is going to be a Scottish winner today, this is probably the class where the home nation have their best opportunity. However, this is a very strong grid with some drivers in really, really rich form at the front of the order. We'll bring you the updated scores in terms of championships shortly. And down there as well, you can see all of our drivers, their mechanics, many of them parents and guardians getting ready for this one. Archie Loveridge there on the left-hand side of your screen, number 73, was the winner here 11 months ago, the last time Honda Cadet visited Larkhall. Let's head down to the grid and over to Ceol Lynch.
Thank you very much, Andrew. And we are on to a really strong Honda Cadet race right now and a really strong front row. Let's talk to our pole sitter first. That is Sawyer Henderson. We heard from your mechanic and your dad, of course, earlier on this weekend. How are you doing? This has been a really strong weekend for you so far. You got your maiden win yesterday.
Yeah, it's been going really well. It's just hopefully we can
keep up the good results and get a good result in this final as well.
And of course, we know having someone who's won the first round here, the opening round, that can be kind of intimidating between the two of you. You've been kind of neck and neck so far this weekend. What's your plan to get the upper leg on him at the start of this race?
Oh, I don't really have a plan, just wing it and hope for the best.
Be as fast as you can?
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Good luck.
Thank you.
But let's talk to Archie Loveridge, your opening round winner, who was filled with confidence heading into this one. Archie, starting on the front row, that's not a bad position to be in, is it?
No, it's good.
And what are you thinking? Of course, you're the person you're starting on the front row with. You won yesterday. Is that kind of hindering the start of this race for you, or are you full confidence?
I'm confident, yeah.
Of course, as you should be. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's talk to another driver who didn't have the opening round that he would have wanted. That is Ceol Lynch, who is here. Hello, giving us a wave. It's as if you knew we were going to come to you then. You actually didn't. So your first round wasn't where you wanted to be at all. You came out of it 13th overall in the championship standings. However, yesterday you completely turned that around and you got third.
Yeah, well, qualifying we didn't manage to make the gate. So we had to start last for the heats, and I brought it back to third in both the heats and the final, so I'm very pleased with that.
And you've got to be a fan of this circuit then, Larkhall?
Yeah, last year I wasn't so good at it, but I've learnt it, so I'm better at it now, and that's why I like it.
Absolutely, and you're starting in a much better position for this one than you did yesterday. Considering what you did, surely you are feeling very confident for this.
Yeah, if I can bring 9th to 3rd, then I can at least try and get podium today.
Well, good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Really good insight there from Ceol Lynch. Whistle has blown. Let's go along to the box.
Thank you very much, Ceol. The clear the grid notice in the air then for this 4th final of the year for Honda Cadet GX200 for the British Kart Championships. I'm really excited for this one. This could be a stunner of a race, and it also could be one that anyone... I'm going to go back to row 8. I think anyone in the top 8, if they have a little bit of racing luck, some good overtaking, some good racecraft, could win this one. They're right on cue. Ben Bowers, he could win this race, starting in that number 28 kart. Ben's had good pace today, but starts from the 8th row of the grid.
Shell Tune Racing aboard the Shell Tune Racing aboard the kart of Ben Bowers. His teammates just behind him. It's time for Honda Cadet.
Here is your grid then for the 4th final of the year in Honda Cadet. Sawyer Henderson looking to go back-to-back. Starts on pole position. Archie Loveridge looking to repeat the win that he had here 11 months ago. Mason Becker and Ceol Lynch go from row 2. It's Harry Grant and Marcus Cooper starting on row number 3. Henry Colborne and Bradley Sutton start on row 4. Luca Picocchi, last time out, was your winner at Wilton Mill, starts alongside Dino Rowlands on row 5. Archie Cannon and Jensen Kula, they go from row number 6. Freddie Drury and Luke Hamill making an all no Scotland, no party Apollo row 7. Ben Bowers and Ollie Knox go from row 8. Oliver Ratton and Phoebe Shelton go from row 9. It's Rexy the Go-Karts, Ali Saunders and Edward Fry on row 10. Carl Kerr and Tommy Burgoyne are 2 home favourites there on row 11. Archie Tosh and Ethan Bainbridge go from row 12. Jack McGinn and Austin Dowell go from row 13.
If Archie Loveridge, Ceol Lynch, Harry Grant, Dino Rowlands, Jensen Kula, Ollie Knox, and the back of the field, I think it was Austin Dowell. If any of those privateer drivers who race a Project 1 chassis win this final, they get £500, whether it's cash money or whether it is vouchers to continue to spend. There is Rexy. Will he get his teeth stuck in to this one?
So I think there's just a little readjustment here. So the 46 of Freddie Drury.
It's his
being
birthday
pushed back.
today. Happy birthday, Freddie Drury, 11 years old today. That doesn't mean he's got to start on the 11th row, or does it?
So Freddie Drury, meant to go from row number 7. Being pushed
now
back
pushed
at
to
the
the
moment.
back of the grid. He's saying, why am I being pushed all the way to the back,
So we're hearing in our ears that there was a spinner on the formation lap.
That
Now,
would
if
be
it was
him.
the number 46,
It would
if
have
you've
been
spun
him.
on the formation lap, you've got to start from the back of the field.
Right.
I know the pain with this one from my little bit of racing. That
You
is a
never
real-
used to spin on the formation lap, though.
Oh, I did at Clay Pigeon once.
Oh,
and
right,
I
sorry.
found that rule out very quickly. So, Freddie Drury starts from the back of the field, and there'll be a space ahead of Ben Bowers for P13 on the grid. Let's go racing then here at Larkhall. Honda Cadet, 4 lights are out. We are racing in Scotland for the final. Great start for Archie Loveridge, who's going to get his nose ahead and bravely sweeps round the outside to take the early race lead away from Sawyer Henderson. Good start as well for Mason Becker, running there in 3rd. Hasn't been on the podium at this level here before. Bit of a slide for Austin Dowell at the back of the field. Looks like Freddie Drury is already picking up positions from the very back. Good start once again for the Honda Cadets, but what a lightning getaway there for Loveridge from P2.
Oh, at the back of the field, Kart's going wide, coming up the hill. That was the 84. That was the second of the Shell Tune Karts of Phoebe Shelton, making her championship debut this weekend. Archie Loveridge, a long, long way to go. Should Archie Loveridge win this race, he moves into a tie with Mitchell Gibbons as the most successful in terms of race victories driver in modern era history in this category. He's already got 8 podiums. A 9th podium in this class would move him ahead of Mitchell Gibbons in terms of overall podiums. He would move into a tie for overall race wins. This is a big, big race for Archie Loveridge in what is a big, big season for this young man.
Into hairpin number 1 then. Loveridge leads from Henderson. Becker, Cooper, keep an eye on Marcus Cooper. Cooper has had to move up from the lower reaches of the grid through the heats, but has punched his way up, started this race 6th and has already gained 2 positions. Look at Freddie Drury go. Well, this may have lit a fire for Freddie Drury, being moved to the back of the field after problems on the formation lap. Drury already up into the top 20 with 10 minutes of this one to play. So it's Loveridge, Henderson, Becker, Cooper. Stricanton in 5th, Harry Grant in 6th, looking to improve on his best race finish in a final in the British Kart Championships. Luca Bikoki's up to 7th place as well. We know how Luca can move his way through the field. There's a big No Scotland, No Party flag put up this morning in the Apollo Karts awning after the World Cup win early on this morning. How much they would celebrate, even more celebrations than we saw at Wilton Mill, if one of their boys could fly through the order. They've got Archie Cannon also there in 8th place, starting to make progress. But this is a long race, Henry.
Yep.
This is going to be a tactical race, particularly through this almost second quarter of the race now. We're not seeing the kind of breakaway we saw yesterday, though. At this stage, top 4, they'd gone. It was going to be a question of which of those 4 would win, not a case of anyone trying to break through. But Ceol Lynch still there in 5th place, is not giving up the charge. And I think Harry Grant could get some helping hands in a moment in the shape of Bikoki and Cannon if they can form a trio.
Shaylin Trecanton not giving up the charge, while the fastest lap of the race is going to help Shaylin, who is there in P5. Harry Grant, yeah, he needs some Scottish love from the 2 Scotsmen right behind him. We've got another Englishman leading the race. It's Sawyer Henderson. First overall victory for Sawyer yesterday. He's been on the podium every single final this year. He's the only Honda driver to be 100% on the podium, I believe, this year. Now we look, where is the leading Scotsman in the race? It's Luca Bikoki in 7th. He's got some work to do. There's been at least one Scottish driver. Here comes Loveridge back to the race lead. And you can see Sawyer Henderson doesn't fight it, doesn't need to fight it. There's been at least one Scotsman on every Honda Cadet podium, every race weekend since 2022. Yesterday, there wasn't. This is to continue that streak of very impressive Honda driving from the Scottish contingent. 5 for the race lead. We flick through turn number 7 on the brakes for the first of the switchback hairpins. Now we look, this is where yesterday Harry Grant, how many people did he pass around the outside of this banked corner yesterday in the number 45 kart, Andrew?
At least 2.
At least it was a double round the outside overtake. In karting, we call around the outside with a Slim Shady. For those of you that are, those of you that are learning various bits of karting parlance as you watch the biggest audience this championship, in fact, the biggest audience any championship has ever had.
Into turns 4 and 5 then. Loveridge, good pace at the front of the field. 57.5 last time around. 55.7s for those behind, but I'm keeping an eye on that group of Grant, Bukoki and Cannon, and throw Dino Rowlands into that group as well, because the Cypriot Privateer is the fastest driver on circuit right now with a 57.398, so there's some good pace in that chase group that's trying to bring this breakaway back in, and they've almost done it. Harry Grant is really in the slipstream now of Ceol Lynch. Will be enjoying this, will Harry, through the final corner once again. That's only the first half of this race, ladies and gentlemen. Still plenty of fun to be had here for the Honda Cadets. Further down the order, who's making progress? Ben Bowers up 4 places to 11th. Oliver Ratton in the number 22 for MJR Racing up 4 to 13th. Carl Kerr as well has broken into the top 20. Nice and calm, though, at the moment, this top 5. They're playing through the strategies right now, Henry. This is what Honda Cadet Racing teaches these drivers, how to think through, particularly a longer race.
Momentum is key. You missed the biggest mover of all. It's not showing up on the timing screen. Freddie Drury has gained 12 places from the back of the grid. Was that possibly the best spin, the most useful spin that Freddie Drury has ever had? He's going to be disappointed. Would he have driven? There is Freddie coming through your screens just there in the 46 car, the black crash helmet, the white lettering on it. You know, would he be this fired up had he not lost his grid position? There is Drury, who's already pulling away from Henry Colborne, Luke Hamill and Ollie Knox. His next target on that Apollo kart is the battle between Bowers, Sutton and Ratton. That would put him on the fringes of the top 10. The top 10, meanwhile, are all in one big clump. And they're now led by Sawyer Henderson once again. The more the leaders battle, the closer the rest of the top 10 get. Simple mathematics.
This is good stuff from the Hondas. Archie Loveridge has a little think about going back down the inside, but calmly slots back in. 4.5 minutes to go. Strakanton has pulled back to this group now, and Harry Grant, and then the 2 Apollos as well. So it's a top 8 in the lead group here at Larkhall. 4.25 minutes remaining. Loveridge. I think that was more of a cover-off just to make sure that Mason Becker didn't go for a move into turn 1. Jensen Kula is now going to be looking to join this pack as well. The Albanian driver, fastest lap of the final so far, is about 6/10 behind Archie Cannon in 8th. But Kula and Rowlands, if they can work together, this group will fight at some stage. Loveridge is looking down the inside now for the race lead. Gets himself back to the front of the order. This is Archie Loveridge's style. He likes to put himself in pole position for the latter stages of these races. Look how tight it's getting now. Harry Grant's up on the curb. This could be a chance for Luca Bukoki to move up to 6th place, and he does so. Archie Cannon's in there now. Was the S-plate, now running on his seated plate at number 5. 3 wide with a Jensen Kula looking to get involved as well here for 7th place. Good stuff there from Harry Grant. That could easily have been the number 45 dropping out of the pack. He's held himself there in P7.
The bit that impressed me most about Sawyer Henderson losing the lead was his spatial awareness as Dino Rowlands, with the rear bumper now sitting at a somewhat jaunty angle. Sawyer Henderson, he was able to slot back into second. There was exactly the length of one Honda Cadet kart between Loveridge and Mason Becker, and Henderson put his kart in that spot. It allowed him to then retake the lead exactly 1 lap later. Oh, the Project 1 team lining up behind. Becker and Cooper are works drivers. Same livery, different team, privateer team for Archie Loveridge. They look over their shoulder, just a quick glance to see who is where. The drivers are calculating. They're calculating, who have I got as support? Is that person someone I can trust? Oh, Grant gets monstered. Welcome to the party, Scotland. Further back, Ceol Lynch still there in 5th. Then it's Bikoki. Then it is Cannon, Grant, Kula and Rowlands, 2 seconds, top 10.
Change for the lead once again. Archie Loveridge has got back ahead of Sawyer Henderson. That was with a move through turn 1. Now the pace is going to start to rise. The pressure is going to start building for Archie Loveridge, trying to go back-to-back for Honda Cadet. Final wins on a Sunday here at Larkhall, trying to take the championship lead. It's his closest adversary in the championship, directly behind him, heading into hairpin number 2. 1 minute and 35 to go. Ceol Lynch, I like the look of Ceol Lynch body language there in 5th place. He knows how to win one of these races. We saw that at Wilton Mill last year. He was very, very calm. There was quite confidence there when Ceol spoke to him on the grid. He was 11th in this final here last year. He's kicking. Oh, it's out of the race. It's Dino Rowlands.
I saw
Dino Rowlands out. It's the rear bumper that's gone. And that is the end. It's the technical flag has been shown, so that's why Dino's had to come in. That is a real shame. Dino Rowlands had such a strong run here today. Deserved a lot more than a retirement with 1 minute to go. Here goes Henderson. Henderson for the race lead. Takes it away from Loveridge. Becker still waiting there in 3rd. Cooper in 4th. When are they going to make their moves? This is brilliant stuff once again as Becker trying to find a way to draw alongside Loveridge. Loveridge staying calm though. Nice turn in there through hairpin number 2. But look how many, once again, all the way back to Jensen Kula. 9 drivers involved in this battle for the race win.
And they're going to get 2 laps to sort it out. 25 seconds on the clock. The next time they see that digiboard, it will say last lap. Any one of 9 can win this. Oh, Henderson on the anchors. Archie Loveridge trying to go around the outside at Golf Club. And now the 2 works. Project 1 karts go side by side. Becker and Cooper. This could cost them. Look at what it's cost them. Loveridge is aware of it. He says, no, let's go, let's go. Henderson's thinking, do I trust you? I'm not sure. I'll defend anyway, and he does, and that brings Cooper and Ceol Lynch into play. And don't sleep on the Apollo teammates. Bikoki in the 10, Cannon in the 5. You were right, Andrew. This is not just a classic, it's an absolute humdinger, and we've got 1 lap to sort out who is going to win.
Henderson leads down towards the final corner on the penultimate lap. I like the look of the number 56 of Marcus Cooper. Cooper moving himself up to 3rd place on that last lap. We've seen him make progress in the final stages of the heats here today. What is going to happen? First of all, down towards turn 4. Henderson goes to the inside, no way through there for Archie Loveridge. This next corner could be key though. This is where Archie Loveridge has been strong over the last 13 laps. Henderson knows it, checks over to driver's right. If Loveridge wants this move, he's going to have to go the long way around the outside. Simply not possible. Through turn 6, that's great kart positioning from Sawyer Henderson towards hairpin number 1. Loveridge has a little nibble. They somehow not come to blows at that point of the course. Cooper's having to defend for 3rd place. Bikoki's up to 4th. It's all a bit of a melee through hairpin 2 with the others. Who's dropping out of this one? Henderson's still got the race lead. Down through the S's. Last corner. Is there going to be a lunge from Loveridge? Oh, he's going to draw alongside. Sprint to the line. Who can get their nose ahead? Loveridge does it. Loveridge wins. wins once again at Larkhall. He repeats the win here in 2025. Archie Loveridge takes the championship lead on a tiebreaker. What a race. Sawyer Henderson just lost the back end of the kart that little bit off of the final corner. The margin 0.083, and with that, Archie Loveridge becomes the shared leader with the most final wins in Honda Cadet in the modern era of this championship. What a display, Henry Beaudette.
No driver in the modern era has scored more Honda Cadet podiums than that driver. It says it on his kart. P1. He now has 6 wins, tied with Mitchell Gibbons. Archie Loveridge, championship contender, yes. All-time modern era Honda Cadet, great, absolutely.
And with that, he's just won another £500 worth of prizes for his father, Michael, as he did at Wilton Mill.
And his mum, Samantha, as well. I was probably thinking to myself, well, Michael, Archie, that first £500 went on karting, really. Yeah, this is mine. He had to give, in the USA, we would say he had to show Sawyer Henderson the wheel. Just give him a wheel. Provisionally, however, Archie Loveridge, it's the first time I've been on site for an Archie Loveridge victory since Wilton Mill last year, where in the cruelest fashion imaginable, he lost the British Championship. A thumbs up from Sawyer Henderson and a shrug of the shoulders from Archie Loveridge. Hey, that's racing. No wild celebrations. Sawyer Henderson can still be exceptionally proud of that weekend. He remains perfect in terms of podium positioning. And the streak is over, ladies and gentlemen, in Honda Cadet. No Scottish driver on the podium. However, Luca Bikoki finishes 4th. Should there be any post-race shenanigans or post-race issues in either with on-track driving or with post-race technical scrutineering, then that record could continue. But at the moment, you're looking at the winner of round 4 of the Wera Tools British Kart Championship Honda Cadet GX 200 series. And there behind, you see the rental karts, which are an incredibly important part of the overall business here at Larkhall. Very, very successful rental kart business in Larkhall. As the mechanics come in, we will have a look back at the highlights of that one. Ready for 12 minutes of highlights, ladies and gentlemen? I think so.
Let's take a look at those highlights from Honda Cadet. This was the race start. Brilliant race start from Archie Loveridge. I say it's so tricky to start P2 on the grid here at Larkhall with that long left-hander. Freddie Drury had the spin, or reported spin to us here in the box on the formation lap. What a drive back from, where did Freddie in the end?
P9.
Wow.
From 26th to 9th. Happy 11th birthday, Freddie Drury. We were treated, I mean, he's going to have a birthday treat later on. We were treated to 14 laps of the best Honda Cadet racing you can see. Momentum is so important in this category. Henderson to the inside. This was a really popular overtaking point. But of course, when it boiled down to it, Archie Loveridge, well, he didn't choose that corner to make the move. This, at the moment, was, well, that's Archie Cannon. 3 wide, that was precision driving. I keep calling, thinking, is it going to be Harry Grant? Terry Grant, the stunt driver, would be proud of that bit of precision driving. Unfortunately, less precision required from Dino Rowlands as his rear bumper fell off. Now, the 2 Project 1 factory drivers, Mason Becker and Marcus Cooper, they battled. Loveridge, that could be a key moment. Loveridge able to get second before the 56 kart of Cooper put his nose in. Here we go. We're about to lose half the lead pack. The back half, Shrikanthan gets turned round. round. Cannon was involved in that. The 52 gets also delayed. And
now, there was a little touch there. There was a little touch.
He certainly showed him a wheel. That's all we can say. Over to the wonderfully qualified team in the stewards' room and on track to decide the final official results. There's the provisional ones, ladies and gentlemen, in Honda Cadet.
Provisional result indeed. Archie Loveridge P1, Sawyer Henderson P2, Marcus Cooper 3rd, Luca Picoki 4th, Jensen Kula. A really good weekend for Jensen Kula. Keep an eye on that driver because Jensen is rapidly improving there in that number 16 machine. Harry Grant, Archie Cannon, no repeat of the podium here last year, unfortunately for Archie. Mason Becker, Freddie Drury and Shaylin Srikantan in the top 10. Ben Bowers in 11th, Oliver Ratton 12th, Bradley Sutton, Luke Hamill and Carl Kerr in the top 15, Henry Colborne, Ollie Knox, Tommy Burgoyne, Edward Fry and Ali Saunders come home in the top 20. Good run for Phoebe Shelton in her debut at this level, P21, Archie Tosh, Ethan Bainbridge, Austin Dowell and Jack McGinn in the top 25. One retirement was Dino Rowlands. Let's head down to Ceol Lynch.
Thank you, boys. I'm here with our Honda Cadet winner, Archie Loveridge, adding to the list of your wins. That was a very intense one there on that last lap. Your provisional winner as of now, but talk us through what was going on in your head in that last lap, because you must have had confidence to wait until then to get the lead.
Yes, I just waited because I didn't want to overtake too early and everyone just like catch up, so I just waited and I got him on the last corner.
Brilliant job. And I've got a fun fact for you guys. Of course, this is Archie's mum with us here. You guys are privateers. 20% of the podium finishes, including you guys, over at Wilton Mill were privateers. How brilliant is it to see those numbers improving? Because over the years, they're growing drastically.
Oh, it's brilliant to see a privateer, because obviously we don't have all like the data and all that sort of thing. So to be stood here with just dad and lad, it's, yeah, even more of a win, definitely.
And you've had success early this year already, Archie. Talk us through your goals for the rest of the year.
I just want to keep getting like top 5 in every race and keep getting points and just try and win it, championship.
Of course, thank you so much for the two of you joining us. You guys can go and celebrate with the rest of your family. Let's head back to the boys in the box because we have more action very shortly.
Wera, what a start from the hard. Heading up into the top section.
Welcome back to Live Pictures once again here at Larkhall for
Yes.
Event 4 of the Wera Tools British Kart Championships 2026.
3
Take a
races to
deep
go.
breath.
Yes.
IAME Water Swift
Yes.
is next, Henry, and this is guaranteed drama in this class.
He takes a sip from his last bottle of Iron Brew this weekend. I'm glad there's only 3 races to go. I've got 1 bottle left. Luckily, it's an 8-litre bottle. So
I was going to say,
okay.
I bought you 2 big ones.
Yes. Last one. Now, Lee Manchester strides towards the front of the grid. He's one of our on-track race directors. Yes, Water Swift. Yesterday, again, a really, really tactical race from the Water Swifts. Long season. I want to highlight the Fusion driver going down the grid, high-fiving all his teammates. That is extremely good to see. Mason Hibbert, second generation driver. Tom and Will Hibbert, dad and uncle, were superb drivers. I don't know about Ceol Lynch's status as a driver. She may not be a superb driver, but she is superb down the grid, which is where we find her now.
Thank you, boys, and it is time for the Water Swift grid walk. What a grid to have watched so far this year, and our pole sitter is new to this category this season. And that is Beaudette. Beaudette, you had a strong round at Wilton overall. You were the biggest mover. You weren't quite where you would have wanted to be, so how does it feel having a proper redemption round today?
It feels really good because yesterday wasn't the greatest of days I've had either, and it's good that we came back today.
And I think what's important to mention is you've got some really experienced teammates in this class. Do you have a plan with them to kind of work together?
Yeah, I think it's a good plan and it will benefit me and the team.
Do you have any hesitations going into it because of the experience your teammates have?
No, not at all.
That is great to hear. Good luck.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. One driver we're also going to hear from very quickly, who we didn't expect to see this weekend this far down the grid. Have we got him? Where is he? He's having a chat to a teammate by the looks of it. He's all the way down the grid. Let's see if we can grab him. We're going to go very quickly down the grid. Oh, look at that. Perfect timing. Ilias, we'll talk to you as you're on your way back to the car. Ilias, you had a win yesterday on track. Unfortunately, that didn't stick for you. I'm guessing you're hungrier than ever today.
Yeah, I want to win today. No penalties, and let's go and win.
That is great to hear. You also had a great qualifying. Bit tricky in the heats. What's the plan then?
So it was a bit tricky in the heat, so what we're going to do in the final, I'm going to push with Dinny, and then when I get in the front, I'm just going to go and win.
Because the whistle has blown. Thank you very much, Ilias. That is it from the Water Swift grid. Let's head back to the box.
Thank you very much, Ceol. This is going to be a good one. This field of 19 drivers ready to go racing here. At Larkhall. Thank you to everyone who's sent in your messages of support. At Larkhall, thank you to everyone who's sent in your messages of support, particularly for this group, Andrew Mather and Henry Beaudette on commentary duties. For this final, engines fire then. Here we go then, for the 4th time this year, it's the Water Swift final. Let's take you through the runners for this one at Larkhall. Beaudette starts on pole position for the first time this year in Water Swift in the British Kart Championships. Margaris Kovetskis alongside him on the front row. Alfie Davidson and Mason Hibbert share an all-fusion row 2. It's Dimi Utanov and Ilias Sami going from row number 3. On row 4, Harry Chapman and Hero Tsay, Effin Owen and Charlie Page complete the top 10. Charlie Clough and Albert J. Stubbs go from the 6th row of the grid into the latter 3rd. On row 7, we find Hugo Torpy and Rudra Gokulnath on row 7. Oliver Say and Max Frisbee go from row 8. It's been a difficult day for Chester Fawkes. He goes from row 9 alongside Ada O'Brien. Completing the 19-strong field here in Water Swift, it's Hugo Williamson. Formation lap underway then for our drivers. Dry conditions here at Larkhall. Just a few clouds in the sky, but air temperature 18 degrees for our competitors.
Positively balmy for Scotland. I have to say, there at the back of the grid, that kart you're looking at now, that is the Good Times Racing privateer entry of Hugo Williamson. Hugo and his family, and I believe it is Patrick Wood in in Waterswift Restricted, the same livery kart. They sort of have combined forces and park up together in the paddock. I believe they're parked behind Harry Chapman, who is another privateer in the race. But yes, good times is something that you hope for every weekend you come to a kart track. It doesn't always work out that way, but you live in hope.
In terms of championship picture going into this one, we've got Mason Hibbert in the lead of the standings at the moment. That's 6 points ahead of Alfie Davidson, Ilya Sami third, Dimi Uzanov and Charlie Clough running nicely at the moment. It's been a very mixed season so far in terms of results. From this race on, if you can get a bit of a run of form going, you could make it as champion at the end of the year. Could that be Beaudette Batch? He's not started this high up the order in this category before. We're away and racing for 12 minutes plus 1 lap, and it's a very good start for those on the pole sitter side of the grid. Off, out is Tse. Hero Tse out on lap 1. That's a real shame for the driver from Hong Kong. The other 18 run through turns 4 and 5, but that was a spot-on start for Beaudette Batch, and it looks like the number 5 of Alfie Davidson is up to second place in the early stages of this one. Dimi Uzanov third.
And you could see from the start, Margaris Kvetskis from the outside of row number 1 tried to come across as soon as he possibly could to avoid getting freight trained, and he only lost 2 places. So that's a heads-up piece of driving at the start from Kvetskis. Might, as this race progresses, we'll see how much it pays off, but at the moment, he has not worked his way out of contention. Sadly, Hero Tse, he had such a good result in the earlier heats. I'm going to say it, from hero to 0 in the final.
Yeah, not the results that he would have wanted here today. Beaudette Batch leads this race at the end of lap 1 from Alfie Davidson, Dimi Uzanov, Margaris Kvetskis, Evan Owen running in 5th place, Clough, Hibbert, Chapman, Sammy and Chester Forks. That's a good start for Chester Forks, the E-plate holder, already up into the top 10. Top 4 looking to break away now. I think they'll try and keep this nice and calm. Oh no, they won't. It's IAME Waterswift. Uzanov down the inside takes second place away from Alfie Davidson. This is an important race for Alfie Davidson, who immediately returns to second place. Kvetskis is going to have a word here, side by side. No, not this time through the S's. But I like that from Alfie Davidson. He's not had a straightforward season so far, has Alf, but I remember back to some of his racing in Europe. He has an ability similar to what we saw a couple of years ago on his way to the restricted British title. This tenacity of like, okay, I've lost a position, but I've still got my destiny in my own hands. Immediately going back on the attack, persevering through those moments where things aren't quite going his way. It's what's put him second place in this championship so far and could reward him here today, but Uzanov isn't having any of that. Brilliant move from Dimi Uzanov back into second place.
We talk about teams and privateers. Yes, Dimi Uzanov on the entry list is down as a Jade Racing team driver. Do you see any other red and white Birrell ARTs from Jade Racing on this grid? No, you don't. That's because there aren't any. So, he's not a privateer, but he is a team of 1. Dimi Uzanov. Talent oozes out of Uzanov. Last year, he broke through and took a win in another category, in the Micromax category. He is looking for another victory in the Waterswift class. He's second. Beaudette Batch has got several British Championship wins. In fact, he's got 3 of them. Last year, he chased LBJ Stubbs all the way. And Uzanov shows that he is not averse to defending vigorously when asked.
Needs to be careful though.
Yes.
That's a quick corner. That's all good for now. They keep running. Beaudette Batch nice and calm. There's Harry Chapman on the attack. He's been in good spirits this weekend, and that's a nice move by Harry Chapman past Charlie Clough for P7. down the hill once again. Here comes Davidson into second place. These are key moves, key points. Big point forward there from Alfie Davidson to it. Dimmy is enough to say, come on, we've got to work together. We're giving Beaudette too easy a ride here. Beaudette, one of the youngest drivers in this category, not afraid to test himself. That was a nice move from Mason Hibbert as well. Hibbert through past F&O Owen for 5th place. Hibbert looking to hold on to the championship lead with this race.
Yeah, Alfie Davidson, if Alfie were to win this race, he would move on to 10 overall Wera Tours British Championship final wins. That puts him in some very, very exalted company. You've got Macaulay Bishop, Kai Hunter and Danny Curl, who are at the very top of the modern era rankings in terms of race wins. Alfie Davidson is creeping into the picture. Who else is creeping into the picture? Well, Chester Fawkes, the E-plate holder. Oh, Dimmy! That was one move too far. Alfie Davidson looks over his shoulder. Dimmy loses a couple of places because Mason Hibbert, with the fastest lap of the race, moves into 3rd position. Up in 4th position comes Margaris Kvetskis. Uzanov now needs a lap to refocus. Don't lose your head, Dimmy. Yeah, that move didn't go to plan and it's cost you. Now we are still 5 for the race lead, 7 minutes to go. Gap opening up to the 6th place battle. Effin Owen, Harry Chapman, Chester Fawkes, Ilias Sami, Charlie Clough are in that battle. We have got a new race leader. In fact, we have got a new first and is it 2nd place driver? Not quite, because Batch holds off the attack from Kvetskis. Alfie Davidson is your new leader, and now there is Hibbert moving into P3, a Fusion 1, 2, 3.
And this is where the intra-team battle within Fusion starts to get interesting, because as soon as Alfie Davidson had looked over his shoulder to see Mason Hibbert sat there in 3rd place, he didn't notice how he immediately went on the attack for Beaudette. This is only the 4th round of the season, but we're already starting to see drivers think championship. Davidson will have thought, no, there's no way that I'm allowing Mason Hibbert to just sit on my tail. Meanwhile, Ilias Sami down the inside, that's him up to 6th place. The DK Academy drivers not having as strong a weekend here in Scotland as perhaps earlier on in the season. Chester Fawkes trying to draw alongside now with Chapman. Could try the switchback here. The trouble is, oh, look at how many drivers are on his inside. Page is there, Clough is there. The 127 of F&O and outside of the top 10 now. And LBJ Stubbs looking to get involved. 5.5 minutes of this race remaining. Alfie Davidson is your race leader. Beaudette 2nd, but Mason Hibbert in 3rd is the fastest driver on circuit. Kvetskis 4th. Uzanov now in a little bit of no man's land. I don't know, he's now caught back up to Kvetskis. 4th and 5th for those two. Then a huge gap, 3.5 seconds back to Sami and the rest.
Yeah, Mason Hibbert in 3rd position. Another podium for Mason would go. Here we go. Here is a move. Charlie Page to the inside. Chester Fawkes trying to follow him through. Harry Chapman somehow keeps it high, wide and handsome and only loses 1 place. Now, Kvetskis and Uzanov. Kvetskis flies the flag of Lithuania. Uzanov, Bulgaria. Eastern Europe is now on its way to the front of the field in Water Swift up here in Scotland. The top 3, Davidson, Batch and Hibbert. If Hibbert finishes on the podium, either 2nd or 3rd, he joins Scotland's Conor Duncan on 10 British Championship final podiums with 0 wins. It's the most of any driver. Conor Duncan, 5 runner-up finishes, 5 third-place finishes, 10 podiums, no wins. Mason Hibbert would have, if he stays in 3rd position, he would have 2 second places and 8 third places. No wins. Time is on Mason Hibbert's side, however, not just in this race, but in general. We've got 3 at the front. This is perfect team driving from Fusion Motorsports. Yes, Beaudette has a slightly different graphics kit because Beaudette is part of the Argenti Motorsports Young Driver program. They're all in the same awning, however, and they will scrap this one out like gladiators at the head of the field. No team is more gladiatorial in the last 20 years of karting than Fusion Motorsport. Let's have a quick look back. Action replay time, Andrew.
Yeah, this was out of turn number 1 with the top 5 running through the order. And a little bit further back, are we going to see someone having a bit of a dramatic moment out?
Yes,
oh,
wow.
My goodness. That is a real... Was that F and Owen?
That was F and Owen.
Taking to the skies for a moment there. Wow. He's done very well to hold on to that kart.
F and Owen is Welsh, and he thought he spotted some hills and valleys to go and climb. Certainly that was a case of he saw LBJ Stubbs moving over and was like, oh, I'm going to bail. I am going to Gareth Bale as quickly as possible.
I'll be honest, I was looking to the right of screen, expecting to see someone run out very well. I wasn't expecting on the left-hand side of the screen. 2.5 minutes of this race to go then. Davidson, Batch, Hibbert, 1, 2, 3. With Dan Hazelwood here this weekend. Big team boss. Busy weekend for the Fusion Motorsport organisation, with racing not just here but out in Germany as well. 2.25 minutes of this race to go. Oh, Davidson, a little bit of a clip of the curb there, got away with that one in towards hairpin number 1. No move yet from Beaudette Batch. Remember, Beaudette Batch a long way down in terms of championship scores. This is the first time we've seen Beaudette in this kind of position in Waterswift. We saw him in this position a lot last year in that tussle with LBJ Stubbs for the Waterswift restricted title, but this is the first time in the inter category where Batch has been in this kind of position. Investigation underway for the 123. Oliver Tay currently in 10th place. Has gained 5 positions in this race as Oliver. Down towards turns 4 and 5 again. And you've got to give credit to Uzanov and Kvetskis because they're keeping these 3 honest. That's a good line from Batch out of turn. No, not able to draw alongside. Good speed in the mid-range there for Alfie Davidson as the revs rose on these Waterswift engines. Looking a little bit further down the order, Chester Forks is your biggest mover, up 10 places into 7th place. 1 minute and 15 seconds to go now, Henry. Where do you think the best opportunity for Beaudette Batch is going to be if he's going to go for a move for the lead of this race?
He's going to, I think, coming up the back straight, not coming out of Golf Club, but at the right at the end of the back straight, or he can, now, that makes his job fundamentally much harder. Mason Hibbert diving through into P2, but it's the end of the back straight where the circuit opens up. Batch trying to come back around the outside. Not quite. And look at Timmy Uzanov in P4. You said, Andrew, that they were trying to keep the top 3 honest. Well, they've now got to keep them more than honest. They've got to keep them right on their tippy toes because Batch has been caught by Uzanov and Kvetskis is there as well.
And I tell you what, Uzanov's not just racing for a podium here today. He's racing as a championship contender. He's up to 3rd place in the live points right now. Hibbert would have a 3-point advantage over Davidson if the race ended like this. 5 seconds to go, so it should, it's going to tick over on this lap. We're going to see the final lap board out in a moment. Can Alfie Davidson hold on for victory here in Waterswift? It would be a statement win on a statement weekend for the number 5 seed from last year. He looks over his shoulder, sees he's got a gap to Hibbert, doesn't need to defend into turn number 4. Exit of this corner, absolutely crucial now for all of these drivers. Davidson checks over again. He's got a good exit, but he's still going to have to defend as they run towards turn number 6. Hibbert's going to have to run it around the outside. He's got good speed, but he can't draw alongside.
Hibbert.
Oh, switch back to the inside by Hibbert. What an overtake that is to take the race lead. And potentially his first round win. Davidson's gone in. They touch. Batch draws alongside. Hibbert's still got the race lead here. Once again, drama in Waterswift. Kvetskis down the inside up into 2nd place. Uzanov, Davidson still fighting back, but Hibbert's gone. Hibbert's gone. It's finally going to happen. Mason Hibbert out of the final corner is going to take the race win. Wins at Larkhall, and that could be a huge pivotal moment in the story of Waterswift 2026. What a move. We saw one in the juniors a few weeks ago at Wilton Mill. That's going to be your contender for overtake of the weekend. To the outside, to the inside, to win his maiden round of the season. Mason Hibbert has done it.
And what was more impressive about that move was that Beaudette was thinking about a move to the inside. If Hibbert had slightly mistimed that, if he had waited another half a second, then Beaudette would have been there and Hibbert would have taken him and his teammate out. It wasn't. That was a superb piece of karting by Mason Hibbert. And Connor Duncan, if you are watching, don't worry, Connor, you still own the modern era British Championship record for most podiums without a win. Because on his 10th trip to the podium in the Wera Tools British Championship, Mason Hibbert gets to stand on the top step.
And we were talking about not a few moments ago, 3 points, 4 points in the championship. You look at the scores now.
Oh, wow.
Hibbert, 491, 12-point advantage. That, at the end of the season, could be a moment where
we look back.
Yep. It won't be the moment that decides who wins this championship, but if it's, it's 3 points, 4 points between those two drivers at the end of the season, we could be looking back to this point and going, yeah, that made a difference.
He's looking for Dad. He's looking for Dad and his mechanic. There's Kirsty Hockley, who handles the media for Mason Hibbert. We'll try and listen in.
Luke, watch out. Kneel down next to number 1 for me.
Mason Hibbert having his pictures taken there for the social media. I say this has been a long time coming. And as I say, Mason's been great this year. He has consistently been up in that top 5, whether it be here in the national championships or on the continent in the X30 Mini category.
There we go.
And then now the celebration is going to come in.
He still can't leave. How much of a heads up, there's Mum. How much of a heads-up move was that? Because the gate opened, and all you want to do when you're that age, you need to go and hug your parents. You've worked for years for this moment. But of course, if you leave Parc Fermé before you're told to, a win gets turned into a disqualification. And I just thought that as the gate opened, he was going to go, but then he stopped himself. It goes back to what I'm saying. There is a hug from mechanic. There's Johnny McDonald. And I think, well, is that Mason's little sister? She's not that bothered. Maybe she's just so excited. But no, she's having a nap.
It's been a long weekend.
Yes. There's Dad. Still don't leave. He's not left yet. Fantastic for Mason Hibbert. And the Hibbert family, there they are. Now, there is Tom, Will Hibbert. Tom, a great driver in his own right, race Ginettas. You wonder why some of the dads don't mechanic their sons. Now, of course, they can. Even though he's with Fusion, you can still be a dad and mechanic for your lad or lass in that team. Sometimes when you've got the dad who was a karter, who then did that, it's, because these drivers, they're their own identity. And a big hello to Will McIntyre as well in our thoughts as he battles the biggest battle of all.
Now the moment will start to become real. The heart rate will be dropping. But our heart rates are about to go back up. Let's have a look at some of the highlights from that Water Swift final. This was the race start. Good for those on the pole side of the grid. That was the end of the race for Hero Tsay, who really did not deserve that. He's been brilliant this weekend. Close moment between Uzanov and Davidson in the battle for P2. Beaudette had a good lead at this point. This was a nice move from Davidson. I say, apart from the what happened on the last lap, this was a good race for Alfie Davidson, who was very positive from the get-go.
It just shows how quickly things can unravel. We had 13 great laps for Davidson. That was almost a problem. And then one lap where it just went wrong and the championship picture shifts. Mid-pack, excellent racing. There is Oliver Tsay, who did have an investigation, maybe for some overtly defensive driving. Harry Chapman had to have his wits about him as Charlie Page goes through. That was effort. Oh my goodness me. Someone call a chiropractor for effing Owen.
This was the latter stages of the race, the top 3 fusions breaking away.
Key
this was
move.
really smart from
Yes.
Hibbert there to get down the inside of Beaudette, and it's been one of the things that's impressed me across the course of the season. That was the second half of the... I'm going to say, I think that's my overtake of the year so far. Sorry, Jake Flewitt. I know yours was the top one from Wilton Mill, but that was mega. This was a bit of desperation, if I'm being honest, for Davidson. Dropped him down the order.
Look at Uzinov. Now, he was 5th going into 3 corners from home. Comes away P2.
And there's the moment where Mason Hibbert able to push his kart to P1 in a final for the first time and takes a 12-point championship lead onto the next double header, which will be in Cumbria when we go to Wera.
Where?
Up in the northwest.
Oh, okay.
Beautiful part of the world.
Oh, is it? Okay, never been.
And let's head down to Parc Ferme, to Ceol Lynch.
Thank you very much. And I must say, there is a buzz down here right now. It is so exciting for Mason Hibbert, our Water Swift winner. Mason, you've won in Europe. You've had many British Kart Championships podiums, and you've yet to make that win. But you have done it today here at Larkhall. That must feel amazing.
Yeah, it does, to be fair.
And please, you made a brilliant move for the race lead. If I'm being honest with you, the commentary box was going crazy, you'll see when you watch back. Can you explain it for us?
I mean, Alfie defended, he opened it up and I just went through and overtook for the race lead.
And we know there's been, of course, your team and family, lots of people who've supported you along this way. Can you tell us a thank you to all those people?
I'd like to thank my mechanic, Marcus Medcalf, Jimmy and Johnny Shocks, the team managers, Dan Rabbit, Dan Hazelwood and Chris Rogers, and then my family, supporters and my nutrition coach.
Well, congratulations, Mason. You can go and celebrate with all of those people, your big team behind you. Now it is nearly time for our Junior X30s. Let's head back to Andrew and Henry.
Wera, what a start from the so hard. Heading up into the top section.
Welcome back, everybody, to Larkhall. 2 races to go. X30 Junior up next for us here in Scotland. Andrew Mather and Henry Beaudette on commentary duties. Ceol Lynch down there, or will be down there on the grid in a few moments' time. And, well, the big question, Henry, can anyone stop the Edgar charge? It's already got one final win this weekend here in Scotland. This weekend's performance from George Edgar has very much reminded me of exactly 12 months ago. We were at GYG for the second meeting of the year, where George had probably his best weekend of that season, and it's been the same again here in Scotland.
15 podiums for George Edgar. Will he make it a 16th? Oh, I got a feeling that Ceol Lynch might be asking him that very, very question coming up now.
Thank you very much. And it is time for Junior X30, our penultimate race of the day. And once again, we have a really strong front row of the grid. Let's catch up, though, with George Edgar. Come round here. Thank you very much. George, I'm going to say that you are sailing through this year so far. Talk to us.
Yeah, it's been a really good year so far. I think for us, Wilton Mill was probably more of a damage limitation round. It's never has been and probably never will be one of my strongest tracks, but you know, to come away with 2 third places in second in the championship, it was really good. And then going into this weekend, it's one of my better tracks, and we've managed to maximise that with 2 poles and 1 win, and hopefully now make it 2 wins. So.
And you mentioned this is one of your better tracks. Is this a track you've got much experience around? Because it's definitely not based too close to you, is it?
No, it's not too far actually. It's only, well, probably closer than most other drivers, but no, I haven't raced here in probably 3 years.
And the race yesterday, it brought to us many changing conditions. You guys had quite a hectic race there, but you managed to pip Rocco Shenton to that at the last second. What do you think heading into today with the very different conditions? Is that kind of prepared for you?
Yeah, I think on Friday's testing it was probably more of this kind of condition, and we were very fast, so hopefully we can replicate that and keep pushing and try and build a gap, and then hopefully it'll be easy.
Well, we'll let you go and focus. Good luck.
Thank you.
There it is from your pole sitter, George Edgar. Let's now talk to a driver who didn't have the round one that maybe you would have wanted. Finlay Lyons, come over here. Thank you. Finlay, talk to us a bit about Wilton for starters, because we know that's not exactly where you would have wanted to be the whole weekend.
Yeah, we struggled a lot. I think because we did quite a bit of Rotax and we did barely any testing at IAME. I don't think that helped. But yeah, we really struggled on pace.
And it seems to have really turned around for you this weekend. You've been really strong, not quite had the best results so far. You've been there. I'm guessing your plan for this one is to make it to the front.
Yeah, obviously we've moved teams, premium, and it's gone well so far. We've been quite fast. We had a bit of not great luck yesterday, but today we're starting at the front, so let's see what we can do.
That's right, you're starting on the second row. This circuit, as we know, there are some really diverse corners. There are some ones where you can make a lot of dives, but there's also some tight corners that you can defend around. Do you think you're in a good position considering?
I mean, the outside is pretty tough around here, but we'll give it a go and have a look.
Thank you very much. Good luck. That is it from us down on the grid. Let's head back up into the box, because shortly we are going to get underway with our Junior X30 final of the day.
Yes, indeed, and the drivers, the mechanics, waiting for the signal to get this race underway. There it is, the instruction to clear the grid. Final little bits of good luck. I could just see there Jake Flewitt pumping himself up. Josh Howard, his mechanic, who was your winner of the Wera Tools Excellence Award for Wilton Mill for the efforts that propelled and helped Jake Flewitt take that win at round 2. He's going to have a more difficult day today, though, because, well, he's starting from the very back of the grid.
Well, I mean, this is his time to shine.
It is
indeed. Sunday finals for Jake Flewitt is where he comes alive. There he is, the Global Karting livery. It's been a very familiar livery over the years. Started in, I believe, 2012, the team with Mike Spencer and Rob Hanscom. It's now, I believe, just Rob Hanscom running things. Mike Spencer runs several different drivers in the paddock. So that was their first win since sort of the rebrand, because Global Karting became Synergy. But talk about Synergy, we'll talk about this race, Junior X30, about the start.
Here's a grid then for X30 Junior and their 4th final of the year. George Edgar and Max Endicott, plenty of experience there across the front row of the grid. Freddie Wood and Finlay Lyons, they go from row 2. Sugmani Kira and Aaron Richardson will be looking to get back-to-back podiums from row 3. On to row number 4 then. It's an XL Motorsport duo of George House and Colby Patterson. George Clark and Archie Rogers-Tyler complete the top 10. Luca Narroway and Lucian Smith, they both go from row number 6. Jacob Backler and Katie Donaldson go from row number 7. It's Orion Meta and Rocco Shenton on 8. Ollie Brunt and Jack McLaughlin go from row number 9. Harley Musk and Adam Bourne complete the top 20. George Quinlan and Zach Burke, they go from row 11. Esteban Roche of Mexico starts alongside Ireland's Alex Riley on row 12. And then starting from the back of the grid, winner last time out, Jake Flewitt starts 25th. Shotgun on the field. Could there be more dramatic overtakes? And today the winner of round 2 at Wilton Mill. Apologies if you're watching at home and having some issues with some stutterings of your picture. The team of Alpha Live are working on that. So apologies for the technical issues if you've experienced any. 12 minutes will be the order of things for this final.
I mean, we need a sort of a Jake Flewitt cam.
Yes.
Just to monitor any outrageous double outside overtakes as he tries to make his way through the field.
Championship scenarios.
Yes.
Richardson 4:39, Edgar 4:34. If Edgar wins this race, Richardson by our count would have to finish second. Otherwise, he would lose the championship lead. Kira third 4:11. Endicott and Clark completing the top 5 at the moment. But that is all about to change as they run into the tram lines here in Scotland. 12 minutes plus 1 lap are underway for X30 Junior. Good start for Edgar. Good start for Freddie Wood as well, who's immediately up to second place. All 25 drivers are through the first couple of corners. They will head down towards the golf club. And it's still George Edgar in the lead of this race. Max Endicott's had a good start as well. In fact, Max Endicott from P2 has had a very good start. Yes, he's lost one position, but not only one. He's there in third place. Luca Narroway getting involved with Katie Donaldson there through turn number 6. First Sunday final for Katie Donaldson here at Larkhall, flying the flag for Scotland. First time since her Honda Cadet days. Coming round to complete the first lap then. That's a solid start for George Edgar, looking to take the championship lead here this afternoon. He leads this race from Freddie Wood. Max Endicott third, Finley Lines fourth, Sukhmani Kira fifth. That's a solid start for Sukhmani, same as 24 hours ago. George House, Aaron Richardson, George Clark, Jacob Backler and Archie Rogers-Tyler. That's your top 10.
Edgar looks over his shoulder just to see who his nearest rival is. He will have discerned that it is Freddie Wood. There is a move going up the hill from the XL Motorsport number 276 of George House. And what was that passing Sukhmani Kira?
Yeah.
Now, I've seen Tom Arm in the paddock. His nickname is T2. So I think he's running Sukhmani Kira. So the team is quite literally T2 Sugars. That's very good. Thank you very much.
10 minutes of this race to go, and here goes Sugars down the inside to take 5th place away from George House. And this is what Sukhmani Kira's weekend has all been about. Front foot, positivity, going on the attack. She got her first podium in X30 Junior in the British Kart Championships here. Yes, there was a yellow flag out, and was that a displaced barrier that I saw in place there?
Barrier, and that is not a slow place to have an accident. We will have a look. George Quinlan has not come round. So Quinlan, in one of the other Mick Barrett racing karts, I think is the driver that probably dislodged the barriers. Further back in the pack. Now, a lap ago, we saw the number 6 plate kart, Rocco Shenton, pass. And here we go. Is that now? This is the third place battle.
Yeah.
Now, we saw Shenton. He's now closing in on this group. A lap ago, he was passing Orion Meta. Somebody exit stage right, facing backwards. Couldn't quite see who it was, but I would have read the numbers wrong because it was going backwards anyway. We'll find out who that was very shortly. I believe it was
Ollie Brunt.
Brunt.
Come through sector 1.
Changes at the hairpin. I've got to say, George House has got the bit between his teeth, Andrew.
Has indeed. The Euro Series winner in X30 Mini last year is on his first appearance in in the junior category round this circuit. And he's really getting his elbows out here today, fighting off the likes of George Clark, and that's going to get tight. Rocco Shenton's in there, Archie Rogers, Tyler in the Nigel Mansell-like helmet as well, just trying to keep it on the circuit. Jacob Backler also involved in the 2.69, 8.25 minutes of this race to go. Here's your fight for sixth place. Richardson ahead of George Clark. George Clark has had a very impressive first season so far at a junior level. Moved to the BMR team at the start of the season in February. It's getting rough in there as Ryan Meta. Ryan Meta, I tell you what, if we do get a flurry of rain, keep an eye on Ryan Meta. Very good on slick tyres in suboptimal conditions. 7.75 minutes of this race to go. George Edgar in full control, nearly a second clear of this group of three, fighting for second place. We're not fighting at the moment, they're trying to get some pace going to claw Edgar back, but Endicott, Wood, Lines will start fighting at some point in this race if Edgar does indeed stay away. Edgar is taking the championship lead at the moment as well. We should note that it would be a 3-point advantage over Aaron Richardson if things stayed this way.
Yes, it would, and it's hard to see Richardson, he's 6 seconds off the race lead. The biggest problem that Aaron Richardson has is that there's a 4-second gap between the top 4 and Sukmani Kira in 5th. There are the top 4 flashing through the screen. There is a long gap there, a bit of empty tarmac behind them before we see Sugars, and then another long gap before we see Aaron Richardson. That's the size of the task that faces Aaron Richardson over the last 6.5 minutes plus a lap of this race. And it's all calm. Well, this is the West of Scotland kart club, so it's all calm on the western front at the moment.
Third place gained by Finlay Lines. Finlay Lines, who is in very good form at the moment across both sets of categories in the British Kart Championships. Here goes Rocco down the inside on the 242 of George Clark, and he's got it done. Good stuff there from Rocco Shenton. As Harley Musk and Orion Meta have come together out of hairpin number 1, and not in a good way. That's them out of contention here today. Another new fastest lap from George Edgar. The driver who, well, I said we mentioned Cumbria, didn't we? That's not good news for the rest of the field if George Edgar is this good in Scotland, because we head to his home circuit of Wera next. They have got to really find something at this at the next round. Meanwhile, Wood down the inside of Lines. That's a good move for third place. Endicott starting to pull away. Lines is going to return down the inside through the second of the hairpins and goes back into third place. This could be good news for Sukmani Kira. There's a quite sizable gap back to the 244. But if these two keep fighting, that 3.7 seconds could disappear pretty quickly. Did I just see a mechanical flag out for somebody, or am I seeing things at the end of a long weekend?
Well, you saw a penalty flag go out for driver number 644, our wild card, Lucian Smith, using this round as a test session for the FIA Champions of the Future. That comes to Larkhall very soon.
I did see a mechanical flag. We'll come back to that because Lines is down the inside of Wood. How many overtakes between these two is this now? That's another one for third. And here's another down the inside. Freddie Wood retakes third place.
Is this a sign of Freddie Wood and Finlay Lines giving up on second place?
I think yes. Yes, they'll be conscious that they just simply do not have the speed to keep up with Max Endicott today. Third is about as good as it's going to get. Katie Donaldson out of this race. There was a mechanical flag. It was for Donaldson. That is a real shame. She's driven brilliantly here this weekend for the MDL Motorsport team. 4.25 minutes to go then. George Edgar running away with this. And this is a statement win. We've had quite a few statement wins here this weekend, but this at the moment is the biggest statement of them all. We've still got 4 minutes of this race to go, of course. Still got to bring it home. But it has been one of the most dominant performances I can remember, Henry, in the modern era on a single weekend. As I say, he was very good 12 months ago at this stage of the season at GYG. this has been not just another step up, probably another 2 or 3 step ups from George Edgar.
I seem to recall Scott Marsh in Minimax a fair few years ago turning up at Larkhall and literally wiping the floor with everybody. And on that day, that everybody included future world karting champion Ethan Jeff Hall. There are some weekends where you just hit the setup right and the driver does the rest. All the hard work beforehand is down to Dan Barrett, Mick Barrett and the rest of the MBR team. Then you hand it over to George Edgar. Yes, part of the Edgar Racing dynasty. Look at that. In fact, well, I mean, all the teams put out pristine karts. However, there is not so much as a smudge of tyre rubber on that number 2 Mick Barrett Racing kart. There's Jake Fluitt going through from P25. Jake is up to P15, chasing down Luca Narroway, who goes into hospital tomorrow for a heart operation. Good luck to Luca, who has had to battle through that condition the last 18 months of his career. He's the only driver here on a Falcon kart, and he is on course for another top 15 finish is Luca.
Penalty. Kart 601. Esteban Roche is going to be having 5 seconds added to their race time at the end of this one. Shows he's trying.
Yes.
He is up 4 places in this one. Has taken advantage of some of the retirees and has gone forward to 19th on the road. But that 5 seconds is going to drop him back behind Meta and Musk. Rocco Shenton up 9 places. Jake Fluitt, watch by the way, up 10 places in this race to 15th and is the top championship rookie. Not a novice, he's raced in other championships, but he is performing once again of those in the British Kart Championships who've not raced in, well, hasn't, before Wilton Millie had never done an X30 British Kart Championships weekend. He is looking good for that honour of being the top rookie ahead of Alex Riley and Zach Burke. No move yet from Finlay Lyons in this discussion over 3rd place. And which of these is going to take a podium? How is Mani Kira getting on? Still running in 5th place. Will be in the top 3 in the standings at the end of today if this stays this way for the next 60 seconds plus 1 lap.
But again, 3rd in the standings is now 30 points behind your championship leader, who you're looking at now. If things finish where they are, I mean, he's still going to be, I mean, he's leads by 3 points over Aaron Richardson. So if Richardson can somehow pass Mani Kira and Finlay Lyons and Freddie Wood, he will still be the championship leader. But it's unlikely with 30 seconds to go. That Mick Barrett Racing kart, it hardly looks like it's turned a wheel. And that is the signal of what has been a good weekend. You come back at the end on Sunday evening, Rocco Shenton now holding off. You saw Rocco absolutely monstering up the order earlier on. Now his tyres are screaming at him. You've worked us too hard. You've worked us too hard. You've now got to deal with the pain that you're going to suffer over the last lap and a half. So Rocco, box office Shenton himself, is going to make that number 6 privateer run Birrell ART very, very wide indeed.
And he's holding off 2/3 of George class at the moment.
Yes.
George House and George Clark, who 2 drivers younger, just moved up from the minis. And, well, that's going to be tough for Rocco to keep them at bay. But if anyone can do it, Rocco can. We're on the final lap. George Edgar on his way. Well, it's been a busy racing weekend for the Edgar family. At least in this comms box, we're aware of 2 race victories. If there has been a 3rd for Johnny at Le Mans, keep it quiet.
Yes, we don't know.
We don't know yet. But George Edgar on his final lap now towards hairpin number 1. What a performance here this weekend at Larkhall, and particularly in these finals. I thought yesterday's final was pretty good from George Edgar in how he kept the Fusions back. Today, Sunday, he has demolished this X30 Junior field to take the lead in the championship as well for Mick Barrett Racing. George Edgar does the double at Larkhall with ease. Wins by 2.5 seconds from Max Endicott. Freddie Wood is back on the podium. A brilliant run there for Freddie Wood in his strongest day in the championship so far this season. In fact, no, I will correct myself.
Go on,
Not
then.
Freddie Wood back on the podium. Freddie Wood on the podium in the British Kart Championships for the first time. That beats his 5th place at Kimbolton last year as his best result. Brilliant stuff for Freddie Wood. Findlay Lines 4th, Sugmani Kira 5th. A little thumbs up there from George Edgar. A job well done. He will take a 3-point lead to Cumbria, to his home circuit of Wera, where the next chapter of this brilliant title battle with the likes of Aaron Richardson, Sugmani Kira, Max Endicott, and the rest will continue.
You think that karting teams don't push the envelope as much as teams in Formula One or the British Touring Car Championship? Why is George Edgar driving so slowly? Because he wants to pick up as much rubber from the side of the circuit. He's already seen, as have we all, one driver lose a win because they were slightly underweight. Every single bit of rubber, every marble on the outside of the circuit, that's a couple of grams. And a couple of grams add up, because if you are so much as 1 gram underweight, you are disqualified. And these teams, they push the envelope on every level. You need to, such is the level of competition. Because if you miss by an inch, if you miss by a millimetre on setup, by half a pound on tyre pressures, you may as well just go home. It's that intense, this level. Look at that kart. It is pristine. Every single time a Mick Barrett kart heads onto the circuit, it was mentioned earlier on, what a beautiful looking go-kart. Well, it's still a beautiful looking go-kart because nobody has been able to get close to it. George Edgar has just put a whooping on the rest of the ex-junior field.
He has indeed, and he'll have a big smile on his face. He'll be speaking to Ceol Lynch in the not-too-distant future. Max Endicott, 2nd place, solid weekend for the IWF champion of last year. And in terms of the record so far this season for the man from Kent, it is going in an upward trajectory. That is the best set of results for Max Endicott so far this season in this championship. He has had wins out in Europe so far this season, but again, with how much this championship has gone back and forth only over the first 4 rounds of the season, don't count out Max Endicott for a bit of a charge in the second half of the season. And yeah, there, George Edgar is thinking things through, maybe thinking what he's about to say. He is developing a very strong CV in junior racing in particular.
Absolutely.
I mean, don't forget, he's an FIA Motorsport Games gold medalist 2 years ago.
Yes.
And could that be added with a British Championship at the end of this year? There's still a lot of racing to go, of course. 2 rounds at Wera, 2 rounds at PF, and then 2 rounds at Kart Silverstone as well to take us through the rest of the year.
Freddie Wood's podium means that of the 26 drivers on the entry list this weekend, 13 of them now have at least one Wera Tours British Championship podium. Numbers-wise, 26, that's not the biggest junior field that we've ever had. However, in terms of competitiveness, half of the drivers know how to get it done on this big stage. In fact, 2, 4, 5, 6, 8 of these drivers have got at least one British Championship win to their credit.
They have indeed. We promised you an update from the IAME M1 Bambinos if we received it before the end of the show.
Yep.
Really sad to say this. Teddy Smith has indeed been disqualified from the final for being underweight, which is a real shame.
It doesn't make it any easier.
No, it doesn't.
However, we were able to go through, see the process of how, and look at all the rubber that George Edgar has picked up on those tyres. if that's not a couple hundred grams, I don't know what is. And he needs that just to be sure. Just to be sure, you know. And again, that's George Edgar, less than 10 seconds after winning his 8th Wera Tools British Championship final. Instantly thinking, okay, pick up the rubber, pick up the rubber. He's got to switch his mindset so quickly. Now, we saw the process that each driver has to go through. They go onto the weighbridge once. If that doesn't work, they're pushed back. Everyone else goes through. They're given a second opportunity. Then they get 3 opportunities. If you don't get on weight after 3 times on the scales, there's nothing more the scrutineers can do. Well, there's nothing that anybody in Junior X30 could do about George Edgar, and Ceol Lynch is going to find out exactly how his race panned out.
Thank you very much, boys. Your Junior X30 round 4 winner is George Edgar. George, you've done it again. You managed to get a lights to flag victory. Is that what you were expecting heading into this weekend?
No, not at all. I don't think anybody ever expects to come into a British Championship round and win both finals and the second one to be lights to flag. It's never normally that easily, but it turned out that way, so very happy with it.
Absolutely. And if we look ahead to the rest of the calendar this year, is there anywhere else you think you can do something like this?
I think the next round, Wera, it's my home track. I only live about 5 minutes away, so I've been driving there since I was only 3 years old, so hopefully we can replicate it.
Well, look at that. That is a good for you next on the calendar. And what do you think you need to continue doing to continue this throughout the year?
I think the most important is just consistency. To win a championship, it's not who can win the most races. Last year I won the most races but still didn't win the championship. I just have to make sure I'm there every race, every heat, just keep in the mix, and hopefully we can win the championship.
That is absolutely correct. Congratulations.
Thank you.
You can go and celebrate now. That is a very good point. George Edgar got his goals very set for this year. We're on a strict time limit now, but the main event, some would say, is up next. Let's head back to the box.
Here at Demon Tweaked, you probably know us for our massive kartwear range. We've got everything from suits, boots, gloves and helmets from the biggest brands in the business. But we are so much more than that, because if you're looking for kart parts, well, we've got you covered too. We've got everything from Rotax parts, sprockets and chains, discs and pads, data loggers and dashers, fuel tanks, steering wheels, bead breakers, and loads more. But of course, it doesn't just stop at the track, and if you're looking to build your skills in the sim, then we've got everything you're going to need to build the ultimate rig. So whether you're just getting started or you're already at the top of your game, Demon Tweaks has got you.
One race to go, ladies and gentlemen. The finale, hopefully, to end all finales. This is Senior X30. Well, we saw George Edgar complete the weekend double just a few minutes ago. Can Freddie Lloyd, in kart number 1, be P1 for the second consecutive day. We've gone through the Team Lloyd's, strategy for this year. He wasn't at Wilton Mill. Everyone else in the class wishes he wasn't at Larkhall either. But I tell you who we do wish at Larkhall. She is at Larkhall. She's on the grid. She's Ceol Lynch, and she's talking to our poleman very shortly.
Thank you very much, boys. Down here on the grid for our final event of the day, Senior X30. And tensions are building here as we've got a very strong front row. Some may say the people to have been watching this weekend, you've got your returning champion, Freddie Lloyd, and Harrison Whitcomb, of course, clean sweeps the first doubleheader of this year. Let's catch a quick word with our pole sitter. Freddie, it's great to see you back here on the Senior X30 grid. You've been unbeatable so far since you've come back. That must feel nice.
Yeah, it feels good. I mean, always love coming back to IAME. It's always fun and I'm always quick, so yeah, that's why I'm on pole.
And one thing that's important to note for you for the rest of this year really is that you missed the first 2 rounds. Is that in the back of your mind when heading into the rest of the races this year?
Not really. I mean, I've got the speed almost every track, so I don't see why I can't win it.
Well, that's correct. And I think another thing that has been in people's minds this weekend is, are you here for the rest of this championship? Are you going for that win again?
It'll be a surprise.
Okay, thank you very much. Good luck.
Thank you.
That's it from your pole sitter. Let's head straight over, though, to Harrison Whitcomb. Harrison, it's been a bit of a bittersweet weekend for you so far. Of course, coming off the back of a really successful weekend, I'm guessing that's all you wanted to do again.
Yeah, obviously that's what we're aiming for, but we've been quite unlucky with the outside starts and all the heats, so it's been kind of hard to be up there.
That's exactly what we were going to touch on. Yesterday, that was the challenge for you. Some would say that was possibly the thing that gave you that disadvantage to Freddie. Is there something you're going to do differently this time?
I mean, I got to just try my best to slot in and hopefully just slot into third, because I know I'm not going to be able to get into second, so just try my best to get into third and just see what happens. That's right, but ultimately it's the championship for you. It's those points, isn't it? Yeah, we've been collecting points well this weekend. We've had a second and all the point scoring, and a lot of my championship rivals have had a bad weekend, so I think we've extended our lead quite a bit and we just need to continue to do that in the final. Good luck. Thank you very much. Thank you for the chat. There you go. That is it from our front row Senior X30. The battle to watch so far this year. Freddie Lloyd, unbeatable so far this weekend and former champion, but Harrison Whitcomb, who was unbeatable till this weekend this year. Let's head back to the box because the action is nearly underway.
It is indeed last race of the day, last race of the meeting for us here at Larkhall. I always want to say, absolutely anything can happen, but I'm going to be honest here, Henry. I'm struggling to look beyond a Freddie Lloyd win here. I mean, if we saw in the earlier heat number 2, that for the first half of the race on fresher tyres, Ty Buckley was more than capable of sticking with Freddie Lloyd. Yeah. And yet, because Freddie Lloyd was metronomic in terms of his driving, that challenge eventually faded. Yes, the eventual winning margin was half a second. Well, that was because Freddie Lloyd just eased himself back, conserving his tyres, saving them, not for a rainy day, but for this day, this afternoon. There he is, Freddie Lloyd. He's got the Evolution Racing race suit on. That's the team he runs with in the Rotax classes. Well, if anybody is going to get to Freddie Lloyd, they might need to put 1 or 2 other little scuff marks on their nose cones, because Freddie, well, he's not going to make it easy. Interesting. There are 5 Maxes, 5 George, and 1 George, spelt Jorge. 5 Freddies. It's fab 5 Freddies in this paddock this weekend. There are 3 Archies in Honda Cadet, 4 Georges, 3 spelt the traditional way, 1 spelt with a J in juniors, and 25 drivers set to go. It's Senior X30 up next. Let's take you through the grid then for this one. Last race of the weekend, it's the Senior X30 final. Freddie Lloyd starts on pole position. It's the same front row as Saturday. Harrison Whitcomb, his premium karting teammate, starts alongside. Max Ceol and Ceol Lynch, they will go from row 2 in this one. Scott Riley and Nat Johnston go from row 3. Sam Lewis and Aaron Brown have work to do from row 4. It's Lewis Bird and Tristan Powell completing the top 10. Alejandro Ramirez and Tyg Buckley, they're on row number 6. Macy Hitter and Morgan Moore go from 7. Levi Sangera and Alexander De Benedictis will start on row 8. Jamie English and Luke Taylor on row 9. Jack Buckley and Alfie Gallagher on row 10. Joey Brown and Freddie Farrell start on row 11. It's CJ Bennett with a lot of work to do from row 12, starting alongside Dylan Patel. And that is your 24-strong field for this one. X30 Senior, 4th final of the year. Can anyone even get slightly close to beating Freddie Lloyd? Never mind actually achieving P1 ahead of the reigning champion here this weekend.
This race is going to play out in one of 2 ways. Either Freddie Lloyd is going to get the drop on the start and he's going to be able to hold off any threats for the first couple of laps and then stretch the field out.
Yep.
Or Freddie Lloyd is going to get the jump at the start, and then whoever is behind him, he does have 2 teammates, they're going to start going in and attacking Freddie right from the word go, because they all know, every single one of the other 23 drivers in this race know that if you give Freddie Lloyd clear track and P1, he is gone.
He's gone. He has been in
not just gone, not gone, gone.
Gone.
That's how much he's gone.
He has
We
been
add
in
letters.
very
That
good
much.
form so far this season, particularly in X30 competition. There is your premium karting front row. How can Harrison Whitcomb do anything from P2? He's had some trouble starting from there so far this week. We are not
go.
racing.
The 375 Max Ewell. Only 1 career podium. Had a 4th place finish at the second final at Wilton Mill. Now you've got Freddie Lloyd going for win number 10 in the British Championships. You've got Harrison Whitcomb going for win number 7. Now the other drivers in the field, well, Aaron Brown, Lewis Bird, Morgan Moore, Joey Brown, Nat Johnson, Sam Lewis, Ty Buckley, Max Ewell and Tristan Powell all have at least 1 podium, but no wins. It's a new generation in Senior X30. The only holdovers, possibly Lloyd, Whitcomb, Brown, Bird, and, well, they're the only front runners. Now, Morgan Moore, he's moved up and is struggling a little bit. You're looking down Joey Brown. Nat Johnson has just moved up last year. Sam Lewis has had a podium, but that happened this year. A changing of the guard moment this season in X30 Senior.
Into the tram lines, lights are out, we're racing in X30 Senior. Good start for Harrison Whitcomb.
Oh,
he's got it from P2. There's a conglomeration in the middle of the pack. In has gone Max Ewell, trying to take second place away from Harrison Whitcomb. Freddie Lloyd leads this race, but Henry, that is by far the best start we've seen for Harrison Whitcomb so far this weekend. Now this could be a changing of the story. The Welshman does not need to fight back from 4th or 5th place, as he has done many times so far over these 2 days.
Have we been writing Harrison Whitcomb off unnecessarily? Well, we haven't been writing him off because we know how talented he is. In terms of a win this weekend, I think it's fair to say that Harrison Whitcomb might be bringing a huge bowl of I told you so up to the commentary box, because he's in this one. He is in this one now. As I say that and the camera looks up, look at the first lap from Freddie Lloyd. Harrison Whitcomb has just driven possibly one of the best first laps of his life. To get that job done from the outside of the front row, and still Freddie Lloyd is up the road.
Into the second half of the second lap then. Has Whitcomb got anything that he can just use to close that 6/10 of a second gap? But then it's always the risk score as Ceol Lynch tries to get through on Max Ewell for 3rd place. That could give Sam Lewis the opportunity. No. Lestrange once again shuts the door there. And look how well the premiums are running. And welcome to the party, Lewis Bird. Started today at the back of the grid, had technical problems in timed qualifying. He has charged through the field. Maybe it's Bird who could take the fight to the top two here today. But first of all, he's got to find a way through past his teammate Ceol Lynch.
Don't adjust your television sets, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, those are five premium karting drivers. Lewis Bird passing Ceol Lynch. 5 premium karting entries in the top 6. A banner day for the team run by Mickey Moose Hyam. And just as I say that, Aaron Brown makes it 5 in the top 7.
I say Aaron Brown's had the same or similar kind of story to Lewis Bird. Started at the back of all of the heats. He's clearly got some race pace here today. Side by side go Tyke Buckley and Sam Lewis. Lewis holds him off for now. The ever impressive Scott Riley there as well in 9th place. Buckley down the inside. Gets through past Lewis for 7th place, and Morgan Moore's on the scene. Now this is more like it from Morgan Moore, the smiling Irishman. He won't be smiling right now. He'll be laser focused, eyes forward, and trying to get through this pack here with that number 8. He's driving the number stickers off the thing here this afternoon in Scotland. Was second here in the club race, which a few of the drivers used as a warm-up for this round. That was 7 days ago. 8 minutes and 45 seconds to go. But Lloyd just metronomic at the moment, clear. That's another new fastest lap of the race so far, 48.699. He's clear by 7/10, which doesn't sound like a lot, but he's spreading the field out. No one's going to be able to get a bit of a shake and bake going with the pace that Freddie Lloyd is setting right now. He is simply stripping any opportunity of winning this race. Joey Brown's awful day is over. That is so undeserved for Joey Brown. He was so quick this weekend. Nothing has gone right for him on Sunday. He is out of this race.
There's something about Larkhall that if the weekend starts going badly, it
just gets worse.
It gets worse. Like Joey Brown today started really, really well. A mechanical failure in heat number 1 puts him out of contention. He had an off moment in heat number 2. He was nowhere. And now this problem in the final. Another new fastest lap. Freddie Lloyd, 48.62. Harrison Whitcomb last time around, 48.69. Nobody else is in the same postcode as these two. Whitcomb, I mean, good move there. Now that is Lewis Bird up into 3rd position. I wonder, we haven't had a premium karting podium clean sweep in the history of the modern era of the British Championship. Yet. Big word, yet, isn't it?
This is some drive from Lewis Bird today.
Yep.
This is, as we mentioned a few times, he had a tough 2025. He is well and truly back in 2026. It's not been an easy 2026 for him so far as well, but the difference in terms of results is that he is able to drive back through the order. He has had podiums earlier on in the season. It must be the cameras. Today has been almost a carbon copy of his Sunday at Wilton Mill. Had problems, drove back through, got 2nd place in the final to Harrison Whitcomb.
Well, when the lights shine brightest, the real ones pick themselves up. And the lights are shining brightly on Larkhall this weekend. 1961 was the first time a go-kart went round the Summerlee Raceway. The track has changed over the years. It's been extended. It retains its character as the 333 Macy Hitter retires. Macy Hitter, it's not been a good afternoon in the finals for the girls. We saw Katie Donaldson retire earlier on. Now Macy Hitter out of her race. Change. That was Alessandro Di Benedettis. ADB losing a place on the right kart down to 14th position. Nat Johnson is only 12th. There he is at the back of the screen in the number 35. No, it's not the 351 for Nat Johnson. It's the 315. But again, it goes back. because not every driver races here regularly, not every team races here regularly, some people just miss it by a fraction. There's another move, and that is Max Ewell passing Aaron Brown. This is carrying on further and further away from the top 3 positions. The 3 premium karting entries now are over a second in front of this group of drivers battling for P4.
It's going to be a real head-scratcher for the other teams, because premium karting started the season strongly and this just seems to be getting better and better. This is a good scrap involving Aaron Brown and Tig Buckley. Tig finished, high up the order in the global finals of X30 racing for the Mick Barrett Racing team at Wera in 2024. Top quality driver. Been great to have him back in the paddock here this weekend. And well, he had those problems in heat, well, very big problems, very airborne problems in heat number 1. Could be fighting back here for a solid top 5, if not more, with 4.25 minutes of this race remaining.
Getting word from Ceol Lynch down in pit lane that Macy Hitler's retirement was due to a bent left front track rod. Yes, so that is news from pit lane. Here's the 2 Mick Barrett Racing karts in a PF Internet. Aaron Brown is in a Mick Barrett Racing sandwich here. The filling, PFI. As we go into the final corner, he doesn't want to be the filling, he wants to be the topping. He wants to be the icing on the Mick Barrett Racing cake. Does Aaron Brown? Well, he's got a long way to go, and I have to say, Lewis Bird is not safe yet. We've still got 3.5 minutes. 5-second penalty for ADB, Alessander Di Benedictis on the right kart. Brown looks over his shoulders up towards turn number 5. Through 6 and now into 7. There's a move, teammate on teammate. Tig Buckley passes Max Ewell.
That was perfect from Tig Buckley. Rear end of the kart wants to break away, but the Irish driver had it under his control. 3 minutes of this race to go then. Lloyd leads from Whitcomb by 1.1 seconds. 2 seconds further back, Lewis Bird currently holding the picture of a clean sweep for premium karting in the Senior X30 final here at Larkhall. Then this scrap for 4th place. Brown, Buckley, Ewell, Lestrange, Morgan Moore still there in 8th place as well.
Sam Lewis has gone backwards, running 9th.
Yes.
Scott Riley, leading championship rookie, up into P10.
CJ Bennett up 11 spots to 12th place as well. And 18 years and 1 day, Jack Buckley up 6 spots to 13th. That's how they go into the last 2.25 minutes of this race.
It has taken Freddie Lloyd 11 laps to finally break Harrison Whitcombe's, I won't say his spirit. There is a lunge. That was one heck of a lunge by Morgan Moore on his Irish compatriot, Theo Lestrange. The lead gap ticks over 1 second for the first time all race. Last time around, Freddie Lloyd at a 48.5, Harrison Whitcombe a 48.8.
And this is the thing between Lloyd and Whitcombe so far this weekend. We're not saying that Whitcombe has not been on form this week. I say you mentioned it earlier, Henry. You take Freddie Lloyd out of this entry list. This is a repeat of what we saw at Wilton Mill with Harrison Whitcombe clear by 2.5 seconds. But Freddie Lloyd, we're talking less than a tenth a lap, but there's been that consistent difference between the two of them that has put Freddie Lloyd in this position of 1 minute and 20 seconds to go, 1.5 seconds clear now of Harrison Whitcombe. Lewis Bird, though, is going to have to keep working hard if he wants to hold on to another podium in the British Kart Championships. 3rd place at the moment for Lewis Bird. Where is Aaron Brown, though? There he is, just behind. Aaron Brown closing in, 2-seated drivers from 2025 going up against one another, with Tig Buckley there as well in 5th place, ready to pick up the pieces should these two get together. Morgan Moore Fastest lap of the race, 48.420. That was a while ago. Bird's now needing to defend.
Yep.
Buckley's looking to the outside. Is there a cut back on Brown possible? Yes, there is. Buckley's going to hold himself in there. No, that was close through the S's. Bird's out of shape down the hill. No way through there, and it's stacking up behind. Here comes Moore. That's another big send from Morgan Moore. Well, he showed us that corner in the build-up show. He likes to move into that part of the course. That's him now up to P7. Sorry, P6.
1 lap and 20 seconds to hold on to a premium karting podium clean sweep. Aaron Brown has got something to say about it, however, and he's brought his friends with him. I know there's no party without Scotland, but Aaron Brown says, well, I'm bringing the English party to Scotland because behind me, and the Irish party, because in fact he's bringing mostly Irish. Brown, sideways was one of the Irish drivers there, Morgan Moore. Brown having to hold off a challenge from Ty Buckley. That's good news for Lewis Bird. The clock strikes 0. Freddie Lloyd is on his final lap. He has proven himself to be the man on track. He's also the man off track now. To be the man, you gotta beat the man. He looks over his shoulder. He might be the man, but he has still got that really cheeky sense of humour that he's always had. To be the man, you got to beat the man. You're looking in British karting at the man.
He started the weekend picking up the FIA President's Medal for being the top performing senior British karting driver across all competitions in 2025. He's going to end the weekend with 2 final wins. A brilliant performance from Freddie Lloyd. He does the double here at Larkhall. And look at that reaction over the line. Harrison Whittaker's second place. It's big hit over the line into the wall. Ceol Lynch. Ceol Lynch is not going to make the finish. That was nearly 4 wide out of the final corner. It is, though, the premium karting lockout of the podium. Lewis Bird holds on to 3rd place. What a performance from this team who keep going from strength to strength.
And nobody is stronger than Lloyd at the moment. In fact, he is so strong, he would give Eddie Hall a run for his money. And he waved. Well, he looked over his shoulder. He did the whole catalogue pose. How far back are they? I can't see them. And then he waved to some of the spectators on the slowing, as he was coming towards the flip-flop on the last corner, and then he waved to the drivers as he crossed the line. So Adam Gums, our official photographer, will have got a nice winning photograph of Freddie Lloyd looking over his shoulder, taking the checkered flag and waving to his rivals. This is a far, far more composed Freddie Lloyd than we saw at Karting Northeast Warden Law, because you've got over that first thing of coming into the season. He's got that first win. Now, Freddie Lloyd becomes the latest member of the 10-time winner club in the modern era of the Wera Tours British Championship. 10 wins and 4 other podiums. 14 podiums in total. And let's not forget Freddie Lloyd had to take a year out of karting. Yeah, he had, for lots of reasons, had to take a year, maybe 2 years out of karting. It has not come easily for Freddie Lloyd. His older brother, Alex, was an IAME X30 European champion. And you have to step out from the shadows of your older siblings and become your own person. I think while there's nobody else like Freddie Lloyd, he has a sweet as well. A bit of sugar, and he drops the sweet. Well, that's the only mistake Freddie Lloyd has made all weekend. He couldn't quite get the Haribo, and the sweets are available. Now he is, and he doesn't drop that one. There we go. Helmet's still on for Freddie Lloyd. Is that a rule? They have to have their helmets on for their photographs, or is that just vanity?
I think
I don't want to have helmet here.
That's Freddie's style.
Yeah.
Some people, they even mentioned it to him earlier in the weekend when he came we were trying to get an interview with him, and he had his lid on. I asked him, like, "Oh, is this the international racing driver's sign of don't talk to me?" And he was like, "What do you mean?" It's like, "You've got your race lid on." It's like, "Oh no, can we do it tomorrow?" It's like, go on, Fred.
That's the wave that I pulled. He's now regaling everyone in scrutineering with, "I was so far in front, I could even turn around and wave to him." That was my Freddie Lloyd impression, everybody.
Freddie Lloyd takes his second win of the season, 2 out of 2, because of course he wasn't at Wilton Mill, and keep an eye on him rising up through the championship standings. Harrison Whitcomb still has the championship lead, leaving Larkhall. It's a healthy lead as well over those who have done both meetings so far this season. Third place for Lewis Bird, moves up into the top 4 in the championship standings with that one. Aaron Brown leaves here second in points, though, with that 4th place. Some good consistency from Aaron so far this year. Max Ewell, Tyke Buckley, Scott Riley, Morgan Moore, Nat Johnston and Sam Lewis complete the top 10 in this final. CJ Bennett, Jack Buckley, Levi Sangera, Tristan Powell, Dylan Patel in the top 15. Alejandro Ramirez, Luke Taylor, Alfie Gallagher, Alexander De Benedictis and Jamie English in the top 20. Should stress those are all very provisional. There are some 5-second penalties, in race time penalties, to be applied to some of those drivers. Freddie Farrell, 21st.
But that's a very important 21st. Because,
very important.
You know, all things considered, he's lucky to be out there today.
He is indeed, and gained 1 position across the course of that race. Ceol Lynch sadly didn't see the end, got very close to the checkered flag, and misses out on the top 10. Macy Hitter was a retirement. Joey Byrne actually did not start the race. He didn't even get out for the formation lap. Technical troubles there. Let's have a look at some of the highlights from that Senior X30 race. This was the scene before the race start. This was by far the best race start for Harrison Whitcomb this week. Really, really good to see him there running in up from second place. The 355 of Levi Sangera had a rough ride on lap 1.
And maybe that was the incident that ended up bending Macy Hitter's track rod, because she was involved in that. The physicality was there for all to see in the early stages. At one point, we could have had a premium karting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Here was Lewis Bird picking off Ceol Lynch for what was then 3rd position, and he kept moving. No, that was not 3rd position, it was about 5th position. But he kept working and moving up. Look at the gap between Lewis Bird and the next group of karts in front of him at that point in the race. That was, now Joey did get out for the start, but he pulled in before they took the green lights, the green flag rather. There's Lewis Bird making his final pass of the event. That was a lot of offense from Bird. Now he's going defense, because at this point it became hunting season. And Bird got nervous.
He did. Aaron Brown with some great moves up the order to P4 in this race. It could well have been a podium here today. Tyke Buckley got through past his teammates Max Ewell in the latter stages as well. This was the first of 2 great moves from Morgan Moore down the inside, getting through past Ceol Lynch at the final turn. This was the point where Bird had to make that number 7 kart as wide as possible. No need for that for Freddie Lloyd. He took the race win. Harrison Whitcomb second. There was the scene with Ceol Lynch not quite seeing the end of that one. Freddie Lloyd, pure domination this weekend. Another, what's scary, I think, for me, Henry, is I've seen Fred race a lot so far this season. I've seen him achieve a lot this season. That was his strongest weekend. He's getting better and better and better as the year goes on. That's dangerous for the rest of the field.
What a way to end the day. And, well, on the track, off track, we've still got plenty to do, including talking to the winner, which is what Ceol is doing right now.
Thank you, boys. History repeats as Freddie Lloyd joins the championship once again. Freddie, did you break a sweat in that one?
Yeah, kind of. I mean, first couple laps I had to push, and then at the end I just kind of just cruising, to be honest. Didn't need to do much. Pretty much like all the races, it's been just a good start and then maintain the gap.
It has. It's been a good, clean sweep for you. Was there anything in your mind before this weekend? Of course, last year, this was an exact repeat of what happened. Harrison Whitcomb's clean sweep, so it was a difficult one for him this weekend. Was there anything in your mind that maybe wouldn't be the case again this year?
I mean, last year was the case between me and Gus all year, and then now he's gone, so then it was just a case of me just battling with the other drivers if they can.
And was there anything that changed for you this year, mindset-wise, or was it really just a case of repeating history?
Just repeating, just do what I do best, which is just go out, just do fast, consistent laps, and then hopefully put out the bag.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
That's all then from Freddie Lloyd. That is it for our racing today here at Larkhall. Thank you very much. If you have reached this point, you have joined us for events 4 for the Wera Tours British Kart Championships with our IAME, Honda Cadet and M1 Bambino debut. What a roller coaster of a weekend it has been. But from myself, Andrew Mather and Henry Beaudette joining us this weekend, thank you, and we will see you very soon.